here and there, all the communal violences that have taken place across Karnataka, somewhere or the other way, anyone who has been arrested, the accused has been found, having been suspected of having links with the PFI and SDPI. We saw how an accused in the Praveen Nataru case was also being suspected of having link with the PFI and SDPI, and also in the Shimoga as well. So with all that, you see right now in the Karnataka with a lot of communal violence incidents taking place, NIA and the police being on toes to look that up in a very serious manner.
Stay with us, Ritu and Neetu, also joined by our colleague Arunima for our viewers. Nationwide raids against the PFI in 13 states are currently underway. Arunima, what has catalyzed these raids specifically today?
So, PFI has been under the scanner for some time now, and now what NIA is confirming is that multiple locations are being searched. These are searches that are going on for allegations of terror funding, for organizing training camps, and for radicalizing people to join suicide organizations. So these are the reasons why these searches are going on. More than 100 people are under scanner under these searches, and NIA specifically is looking for financial transaction details, bank details, if any documentary evidence which shows the trail of financing, money that is coming in, allegations of the money for PFI is coming in from abroad. So is there a money laundering angle there? That's where Enforcement Directorate's role comes in here. And they're also looking at digital devices and pamphlets, etc., to prove the charge that PFI was trying to recruit people, which is something that is found to be a violation of the unlawful activities for
Arunima, this is a massive crackdown, as you're pointing out, but they've been under the scanner, the PFI and the SDPI, increasingly in the last few months or even days. There were raids conducted as recently as on September 18th. That's just 4 days before. What were the important discoveries then? And as you're telling us now, the financial transactions are under the scanner. What else does the NIA feel they will be recovering from these raids?
What they recover is something that they will not be able to share at that stage, because they will have to go ahead and see what all they can find. But like I told you broadly, these are the charges against PFI in the searches that are going on. They carried out searches last week as well, and during the course of those searches, they did find some solid leads which have led to the current search.
Stay with us, Arunima, because we do have the first reaction from PFI coming in. Sir? State General Secretary of the PFI, the latest example of atrocities by the state is the midnight raid by central agencies, NIA and ED, in the houses of Popular Front leaders in the state. The raids are taking place at the houses of national, state and local level leaders. The state committee office is also being raided, strongly protests the fascist regime's moves to use agencies to silence dissenting voices. Joined by Neetu, who brings us more details on this statement. Neetu, this is on lines of the expected statement by the PFI, but with the increasing incidents of perhaps a few people from PFI affiliated joining terrorist organizations, is perhaps the onus of proof currently on the PFI and the SDPI in the state?
This is a statement coming in from the Kerala State General Secretary of PFI, A. Abdul Sattar, where he says that this is the latest example of atrocities by the state under central this raid by the central agencies. Now, increasingly, like in the state also, a day before yesterday itself, we saw that the PFI district level leader was arrested in a murder case. So the cases against them, there was a PFI rally that had happened in Kozhikode. The Muslim organizations itself had come out against certain statements made there by one of the somebody from the Imam's Council, saying that they are twisting the teachings of the Prophet, and they are trying to gain political agenda by saying these things and stories in a different way. So there are organizations, Muslim organizations, including the scholars from Samasta themselves, have countered these things. So these are incidents that have been happening for quite some time. The PFI and the SDPI has been under the radar for quite some time in this state as well. The fundings are also being looked into. So this is right now at multiple locations across the country. The raids are being conducted, and it has started from late last night is what we are understanding. Even the residents of ONU Salam in Manjeri, there has been raids in all these places. We are also seeing that PFI workers are standing outside. They are raising slogans. Their defense is that basically this is the fastest regime. This is how they are reacting to defending voices, because they are not letting them. If they say their point of view, or if anybody is defending, they say that their fight is against the Sangh Parivar. They are trying to fight. I mean, this is what the PFI has always maintained, and this is what the official reaction also that is coming in.
Neetu, in Kerala, just 2 days ago, the police had arrested STPI and PFI workers in connection with the murder of RSS worker Srinivasan in Palakkad. What have been the other incidents involving the PFI and SDPI, and importantly, what do the organizations have to say about these arrests and activities they've been accused of?
The Srinivasan murder case, there have been about 20 matters, and majority of them are others are from NIA, is what the police is saying. There have been murder of an RSS activist from Alappuzha district also, where PFI workers have been. But these, there are cases like this, political murders, where PFI are the accused. And even in such cases, what the PFI says is that they are being targeted, their leaders are being targeted. That is what they have been saying. But these two cases, the police also says is that the motivation is retaliation, because RSS, because SDPI and PFI leaders were also killed in that same area, allegedly by RSS activists, and that is why this retaliatory murders had happened. But there have been political murders. We have been seeing in this state that PFI has won the one end and the RSS. Between these two organizations, we are seeing more political murders happening in this state.
Stay with us. Let's also go across to Arunima. Arunima, some news coming in that about 100 cadres have been arrested in these raids being done by the NIA and the ED. Have they been arrested or detained? Can you bring us more clarity on that? All right, we'll try to re-establish that line. But going across to my colleague Ritu, even in Karnataka, we saw Bandi Sanjay of the BJP talk about the PFI and accuse KCR of not taking action against them until the NIA brought it to notice.
True. So you see, as these raids are on at multiple locations, a PFI and SDPI has come under scanner again now, but across Karnataka, as we are talking, there has been related violences as well. It is mostly in the sensitive districts like Shimoga and Mangalore too, because you have seen the kind of activities that they have taken place in these coastal belt, wherein they are told to be very much active. So it's and the kinds of activities that they take place. But what we are learning right now is that the raids from the NIA is also on in the Bengaluru as well. So NIA is also raiding the SDPI and PFI office here in Bangalore too. But with all that, what the raids have been taking place, there's a lot of protests as well that we're getting to see from the Mangalore, where they are condemning this attack. But yes, we have seen, the leaders, BJP leaders also talking about it time and again whenever there have been an incidents that have been reported related to PFI.
Stay with us because we do have more breaking news coming in. The NIA conducting searches in multiple locations in the largest ever investigation process till date. These searches are being conducted in the residential and official premises of persons involved in the following: defunding, funding terrorization, organizing training camps, and radicalizing people to join proscribed organizations. So these are the allegations against those who are under scrutiny currently, and the residential and official premises are being raided. Going across to my colleague Arunima, who brings us these details. Arunima, is the ED also involved in these raids currently? Because as you were telling us, the funding and sourcing and financial transactions are also something that the NIA is looking at.
Yes, sir. They are looking at, the source of funding majorly. This has been a concern. That is, PFI is accused of financing anti-CEA protests here in Delhi, in other parts of Uttar Pradesh, in other parts of the country. Where is the money coming from? They have been accused of sponsoring every protest that has happened in the country in the last few months or so. And the agencies have been concerned as to from where the money is coming from. Of course, PFI at one part has tried to show that they get donation as little as 5 rupees. They've tried to show receipts of that. But agencies feel that is just a way to hide the real source of funding. The real source of fund is coming in from abroad, from other parts of the world, the Gulf countries, Turkey, and maybe other Muslim countries as well. So who are these people who are sending in the money? How is it coming in? All of that have been reasons of concern, and that is what NIA's current searches, is trying to ascertain.
Arunima, PFI has already given out a statement saying this is the work of a fascist state. But apart from these protests, how else do they plan to oppose these raids that are being taken, that are currently underway? Okay. Going across to my colleague Ritu for more details. Ritu, can you take us through the number of raids taking place in the state and also the office bearers who are under scrutiny currently?
Yes, so you see the PFI and SDPI offices in the Bangalore are being raided from NIA, and here in the Bangalore as well. NIA is raiding at multiple locations like Shivaji Nagar, Pulakeshi Nagar, and the other areas where in most of these areas the PFI and SDPI leaders reside, and their offices too. So there's the raid that is taking place in the Bangalore and in the Bangalore as well. But in the Bangalore, you can see the huge number of people have gathered who are from PFI and SDPI. So those are the workers who have gathered in huge number and are protesting against the NIA's attack on the offices and the leaders' houses, condemning the attack. And therein, you can also see the whole Nallikai road in the Bangalore has been blocked from the police. Police is ensuring that none of them enters that road, because that's the road where the offices of PFI and SDPI is located, and most of the leaders' houses too are on the same road. So that's the reason police have blocked that whole road, and they're ensuring that none of these protesters enter. So there are barricades as well which are in place to ensure that things are moving in the investigation that and the raid that is taking place is moving in a smooth manner. So that's the kind of first step that has been taken in the Bangalore. But yes, of course, in the Bangalore too, the raids are on. But we have seen the reactions as well coming in from SDPI and PFI saying that they are being attacked unnecessarily when their work has been clean. There is no funding that is taking place. Things are all on a record. So that's the kind of word that has come in multiple times from the SDPI and PFI since the time they have come under scanner. But now you're seeing the raids that is taking place from NIA. Most of the documents will be searched. the NIA officials will also collect the documents, the mobile, the data as well, to look into what kind of exactly activities are taking place.
Ritu, especially in Karnataka, the PFI at the eye of the hijab protests, who are the other political sympathizers that they have with them?
So yes, as we're speaking about it, it's all about majorly in the coastal belt as well, where there has been a lot of communal violence that have been reported. But when we talk about the political reactions, you see the BJP leaders have told that none of them will be spared. The police will be on them or will be behind them to look after their kind of an activities. I remember when Praveen Ataru's murder also took place, you see the CM Basuraj Bommai also called for a special team in saying that henceforth anytime this kind of violence will take place, there will be other special teams who will keep an eye on such activities and who will be also working in continuously to track their activities. So, that's the kind of a step that the present state government had taken up. But yes, while talking about the other organizations, the other parties, in fact, the parties what have to say is that the investigation in such a matter should be thoroughly conducted and ensure that no such untoward incidents takes place and no communal violence takes place, because Karnataka is heading into the elections very sooner. So with all that, such incidents are becoming more and more. But yes, Home Minister and CM Basuraj Bommai had continuously given a word out saying that there will be under scrutiny and there will be an eye on these kind of activities that are taking place across Karnataka.
All right. All right. Please stay with us. I request all my colleagues to stay with us while we slip into a short break. Some news for investors. You can now track us. You can now track United States market actions in real time on Money Control app. Log on to the website or the app and stay informed about all that matters in global markets.
The man fell on the side of the road while his bike was flung several meters ahead. As the man lay injured on the road, the woman came to check on him. Within a few minutes, some bystanders also ran to the man's rescue. The biker was rushed to the hospital and treated for his injuries.
The Kerala leg of Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra involved a major gaffe. A poster of the Yatra had a photo of V.D. Savarkar in a lineup with other freedom fighters. Now, even though the party has never considered Savarkar to be a freedom fighter, party workers then ended up covering Savarkar's picture with one of Mahatma Gandhi. After hinting that he could enter the Congress president's election fray, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot today met with Sonia Gandhi. He's also expected to be in Kerala tomorrow to make a last-ditch effort to try and convince Rahul Gandhi to take over the reins of the party. A day before, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was to convene a special session of the Assembly for a confidence vote. Punjab Governor Banwari Lal Purohit has withdrawn his order summoning the Assembly, citing legal reasons. Reacting to the move, Mann has said it proves the sinister design of BJP's Operation Lotus. A hair-racing accident in Assam's Kachar district has been caught on camera.
People were sitting around a field when suddenly a speeding van barreled into a group of men. While some men quickly moved away, 2 to 3 of them were knocked down. The van then turned turtle and crashed into the field. Stunned onlookers started screaming in horror. A few people then ran towards the van to rescue those trapped inside. They pushed the van to an upright position and then they managed to drag the driver of the van out.
After the Navy, now the Indian Army is getting ready to shed its colonial baggage. The uniforms and accoutrements like lanyard, which is the shoulder cord, as well as names of infantry regiments like Sikh, Gorkha, Jat, Rajput, all of this will be re-looked at. Ceremonies like beating the retreat, names of roads and institutes and parks, which are named after British commanders, will be taken a hard look at. battle honours awarded to British to reign in Indian states, as well as, of course, the decision to move the Army Day parade outside of Delhi. Tata Group Chairman Emeritus Ratan Tata has been appointed as one of the 3 new trustees of the PM Cares Fund. The decision was taken after Prime Minister Modi chaired a meeting of the PM Cares Board of Trustees, consisting of the Union Home Minister and the Union Finance Minister. Comedian and actor turned politician Raju Srinivasan passed away today. He was 58 years old. He was admitted to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences back in August after suffering a cardiac arrest. He had been on a ventilator since. Tributes and condolences poured in from across the film fraternity as well as political parties. China is now dialing down the rhetoric. Beijing now claims it's willing to make the utmost effort to strive for a peaceful reunification with Taiwan. The latest statement comes after weeks of military drills and saber rattling near Taiwan. In response,
don't forget to vote for your favorite artist, the one you feel deserves to be the Indian of the Year in entertainment. Just go to Indian of the Year and vote right now.
anti-hijab protests are intensifying across Iran.
Iran remains on the ball. More than a week after 22-year-old Mahsa Amini died in custody of the morality police for not wearing her hijab properly. Protests erupted in cities across Iran, calling on Iranians to join them against oppression of women. In many places, women burned their hijab as a mark of protest. Protesters also faced off with the police, who fired tear gas shells in retaliation. 22 people have been arrested. Local media had confirmed 3 deaths in western Iran so far. The anti-hijab protests in Iran have taken on international dimensions, with the United Nations lashing out on human rights violations in the country.
A pilot was killed when his plane went down in a fiery crash during a competition in Nevada in the United States. The horrifying moment was captured on camera. The plane was seen hitting the ground and exploding into a fireball before bouncing several times and then tumbling to a stop. A detailed investigation has been ordered into the incident. An Egyptian cargo vessel capsized in Turkey, sending a number of containers into the sea. The ship was docked at Turkey's Iskenderun port, and the process of unloading boxes was going on when suddenly
the NIA is conducting searches in multiple locations in the largest ever investigation till date. These searches are being conducted in residential and official premises of persons involved in the following: funding terrorism, organizing training camps, and radicalizing people to join proscribed organizations. 13 states, 100 locations, and early morning special operations against the PFI and the SDPI. Joined by my colleague Arunima, who brings us these details. Arunima, what do you think are the events that specifically led to the raids today? Because in very recently we saw a top-level meeting that was chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah that was reviewing the activities of the PFI and the SDPI. Also, we saw the Karnataka High Court comment on the fact that the hijab controversy seems to be managed by an invisible hand, again alleging to the PFI. The Kerala High Court had also called the PFI and the SDPI extremist organizations in May. Arunima, if you can hear me, I was asking you about the kind of reviews and meetings that have perhaps led to the largest ever raid on PFIs. Earlier this month, the Home Minister had taken stock of the outfit's activities in a top-level security meet. Do you think that was a major catalyst when it came to these raids?
So that is where this crackdown and the way to proceed against PFI those nitty-gritties were, I think, concluded. Home Minister has been reviewing PFI's activities from time to time. There have been repeated questions asked as to why is MHA not proceeding and banning the Popular Front of India if there was mounting evidence against them for carrying out murder, for carrying out anti-country activities. So in follow-up to that repeated question, Home Minister has called for a meeting. This was in first week of September. At that meeting, multiple agencies were present. The evidence against PFI was discussed. The issues with PFI's operations was discussed. Mainly, like I said, terror financing, recruitment, and trying to get youngsters converted to their violent ideology. These were the three flashpoints that were flagged off. All states where searches are currently underway. 13 states are believed to be part of this. The states where PFI's activities were flagged off: Bihar, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka. So these are states where Uttar Pradesh, of course, and Delhi. So these are states where PFI has been trying to recruit, where their top officials or their top personnel have been involved in terror financing as well. So these are states under the scanner, 13 states, 100 locations, and more than 100 people already in police custody is what we are told. NIA, because searches are still going on, says that we want to take our time before we reveal further details. But they're scrutinizing all the digital devices that are found at the premises of the PFI office bearers.
Arunima, stay with us because let's also bring our viewers up to speed with everything that's been taking place. In a massive early morning crackdown, the Popular Front of India is being raided across the country in at least 13 states. Across 100 locations, raids are being conducted by the National Investigation Agency. The state police is assisting the National Anti-Terror Agency in these special operations. Raids are being carried out in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Telangana, Delhi, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Manipur and Assam. Over 100 office bearers and workers of the PFI have been arrested so far. Going back to Arunima for more. Okay, going across to Ashish Mershi for more details. He tracks the ED very closely. Ashish, what are your sources in the ED telling you about these raids that are taking place currently?
So basically, we all know that ED has been investigating PFI for quite some time. A charge sheet has also been filed, and the charge sheet has spoken volumes about how PFI has been involved into anti-national activities, especially, creating a structure where money was coming from abroad and it was being shown, cash was being infused into the system, and ultimately the money was being used for anti-national activities in India. And we know there are numerous terror activities in which PFI link has been found. This is what the ED has claimed. Now, today's action is basically, it's a coordinated action. My sources in the ED confirmed to me that it's a coordinated action by ED, NIA, as well as state police, where more than 100 locations are being raided. The number of arrests what we are hearing is that almost 100 people have been arrested by the joint action team. And certainly the action is, it's not only at the state level, it's at the national level, it's at the state level, it's at the local level. So people who have been sympathizers of PFI, people who have been involved into anti-terror and anti-national activities, and people who have basically benefited out of the funding of PFI. Almost everybody is being targeted into these searches as of today. So certainly a big action in 13 states where almost 100 locations are being raided. We are hearing is almost 100 arrests are being made. So certainly a big action by the joint team of NIA, ED and state police.
Stay with us, Ashish. We're also joined by Ritu, who joins us from Karnataka. Ritu, as we were discussing earlier, the PFI in the eye of the hijab controversy storm there, especially with the High Court making a comment that there is an invisible hand when it comes to the protests against the hijab, and perhaps it's a coordinated effort. What are the observations of the High Court against the PFI? All right, going across to my colleague Arunima while we try to re-establish that connection. Arunima, it's been quite early in the morning when these operations began, but when it comes to these raids, have there been any political reactions coming in from other parties?
It's too early to talk about political reactions. The searches have just begun. The day has just begun. We're still waiting to know as to what is it that the NIA has found in these searches. However, there is a reaction from Popular Front of India itself. The State General Secretary of PFI, A. Abdul Sattar, has called this latest example of atrocities by the state. They've said that these raids have been going on since midnight, and both the NIA and the ED landed up at the residence of PFI leaders in the state. The raids, he said, are taking place at the houses of national, state and local level leaders. The state committee office is also being raided, and they say that we are going to strongly protest what they are alleging as fascist regimes move to use agencies to silence dissenting voice. So PFI's case is that they are being raided, targeted, because they continue to dissent the government's policies. But the NIA and the state police have a solid case against the Popular Front of India in multiple, in cases of murder, cases of anti-India activities, cases which have been registered under UAPA, which makes them cases of terrorism. The allegation is that PFI cadre has gone ahead and caused bodily harm, or in some cases killed people, especially from organizations like RSS, organizations like Bajrang Dal. The charge against PFI is that they are collecting money from outside the country, from Gulf countries, from Turkey, from other parts, routing it through Hawala channels and utilizing that money to carry out anti-India activities. The third charge against PFI is that they are using various platforms. In the case of Bihar, for example, agencies believe that masjids in Simanchal area, which are interiors of Bihar, their special imams are being told, their Maulvis are being told that the Friday discourse should not only talk about local issues, they should talk about the issue of Nupur Sharma, they should talk about the issue of hijab. And since the Maulvis and imams there are ill-equipped to give such sermons from Kerala and from other parts of the southern part of the country, imams are sent there so that they are trained in a way to tell people of Simanchal area about these issues, essentially trying to get them agitated, inculcate in them anti-India and anti-government feelings, and then utilize that to recruit them for PFI's cause. So these are serious charges that agencies have made against PFI, and these searches are to find evidence to support these charges.
Well, yes, Arunima, as you're telling us, the charge is that they are trying to stir up communal strife across the country. But the HMO also monitoring the situation closely, as you're telling us. What else are we learning?
The Home Minister's office is watching the situation. They're monitoring the situation. This is a countrywide crackdown that is happening. It is happening, we are told, after the Home Minister himself took a review of the evidence against PFI and the action that has been taken. And they came to a conclusion that a multi-state crackdown, multi-agency crackdown must be carried out. State police in 13 states across more than 100 locations were involved in these searches. There was massive mobilization of state police and paramilitary to provide security to the NIA officials and the Enforcement Directorate officials who are carrying out these searches. The ED officials are looking for money laundering evidence, whereas the NIA officials who are carrying out the searches are looking for evidence to support their charge of recruitment, of trying to inculcate in people anti-India sentiments. So evidence of pamphlets, evidence of any connection on digital devices via Telegram or via any other social media platform. So that's the evidence NIA is perhaps looking for. And like I just told you, these are premises which are offices of PFI, residences of their leaders, residences of top leaders, local leaders. And we are told some of the top leaders of PFI, even though they're not revealing names at this stage, some of the top PFI leaders have already been taken into custody. They could be produced in court later in the day. NIA would want to question them in custody to try and figure out what exactly is the modus operandi.
Arunima, stay with us because let's just tell the viewers the breaking news that you're getting us at this point in time. This is the largest ever crackdown that is being taking place against the PFI. These raids are taking place across 13 states, raids across 100 locations, and states such as Bihar, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Delhi, UP, Karnataka and Telangana. Going back to Arunima for more details. Arunima, you were telling us about the fact that the leaders of PFI are under the scanner, been detained, the offices and office bearers also been raided right now. So if there is sufficient evidence, will we be inching very close to a ban soon?
That's a tough one to answer, because that question has been put to a Home Minister, put to other officials time and again as to why the action against PFI is not translating into a ban. And the answer has been that ban may not serve its purpose. They say that when you have banned Simi, it came back in an avatar of Indian Mujahideen. If you ban PFI, it might come back in another avatar. So does that really serve your purpose? Instead, a crackdown to completely choke their cadre and choke their source of fund could be a more prudent approach. And in keeping with that thought, I think these searches are being carried out. To reiterate to our viewers, where are the searches going on? These searches are countrywide. There are searches at the Guwahati office of PFI. Assam specifically recently has been in the crosshairs of the agencies. They feel that the madrasas there are becoming a hotbed for anti-India activities. JMB specifically has been monitored there, but PFI's role also under the scanner. Delhi searches are going on. Agencies are confirming. Delhi, you had seen that when the anti-CAA protests were going on, there were charges that PFI was funding these and that the money that they had was coming in from outside the country. So Delhi is another state. Bihar, we just spoke. The Simanchal area has been under scanner. We have seen 2 cases in Bihar where PFI's involvement was looked at. Andhra Pradesh and Telangana on 18th of this month, searches were carried out and there was the recovery of some evidence. So Andhra Pradesh and Telangana again being looked at. Kerala, that's a hotbed of PFI activities. SDPI and the Campus Front of India, the affiliates of PFI, they're all being looked at. Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka, these are all states where PFI activities have been under the scanner, and state police in coordination with NIA and ED are looking at the premises here as well.
Going across to our colleague Ashish Maheshwari for details on the charge sheet filed by the ED against the PFI. Ashish, for our viewers, you could highlight the points against the PFI that were made by the ED.
So during the investigation by Enforcement Directorate, ED found that they were, the PFI was involved into anti-CAA protest. They were inciting violence in Delhi riots. They were basically involved into social media and posters related to Babri Masjid. They were also, on the Common Civil Code, they were basically trying to, NRC and Common Civil Code both, they were trying to basically create a protest. Even they were helping the Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar. So the Enforcement Directorate basically was looking at the money trail on how they were basically getting their finances into India so that, they can create certain anti-national activities into India and basically create an atmosphere of riots as well. So they found that there are basically district executive committees that have been formed in countries like UAE, Oman, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and many other countries. From there, cash is basically brought through Hawala, and then this money is basically, camouflaged as genuine business transactions. It was a massive, investigation, and they found that almost 2,600 bank accounts were used to show that, these are basically genuine business transactions, and ultimately the money led into the account of Popular Front of India, and almost 120 crore rupees of money was found into the accounts of Popular Front of India. Now, the other details that have been brought to light is that one of the beneficiaries of this money, his name is basically Anshad Basuddin. He was arrested by the UP ATS with the IED and pistol and live cartridges. PFI transferred around 3.5 lakh into his accounts. There are basically PFIs organizing physical training camps in Gulf countries. That has come to light. And, the PFI is approximately 1,800 to 2,000 members in just Abu Dhabi, Kuwait and Jeddah. So they're basically, these 1,800 to 2,000 people, they're basically targeting to create some sort of unrest in India. That is what another target is. So a hit squad, another important finding is that they have basically organized a hit squad, and one of the challenges of that hit squad was to attack the office of BJP and RSS. In fact, there was almost a plan to attack the office of BJP and RSS in the year 2020. In fact, to be precise, on 3/12/2020, there was a plan. But ultimately, the Enforcement Directorate raided and the plan got postponed. So, there are so many things that have come to light in the ED charge sheet, but certainly, today's action is a coordinated action. That is what we are hearing from our sources. Huge action is that, it's not only ED or NIA, it's the state police is also involved. A huge number of paramilitary forces are supporting them. So, this action basically, which is pan-India, which includes states like Kerala, states like Delhi, Karnataka. We are hearing action in Assam. It's a pan-India operation. Almost 100 people arrested. That is what we are hearing. So a big-time action, certainly, to basically choke the activities of PFI.
Ashish, these are very serious allegations and charges against the PFI. Preliminary defense by the PFI, have they said anything against these charges, because they have been able to account for their funding in the past so far?
So, basically, if you see the statements that have been issued in the past and even today, is that the government of India is basically trying to choke the voices of dissent. But ultimately, it's not dissent. It's about anti-national activities that PFI is basically involved in. In one example, I remember in the PFI charge sheet was that, masks was basically shown that through a Chinese company, there was some sort of transaction where there was a person called K. Rauf Sharif of PFI, and he's basically a CFI National Secretary as well. There was a sham transaction of around 1 crore rupees, and money of around 1 crore rupees, it came from Race International LLC Oman. And interestingly, if you see Race International, if you go through the directorship, you will see that, 2 Chinese individuals and 2 NRIs from Kerala are involved, but it was an absolutely sham transaction. That is what the ED has claimed. And then 1 crore rupees came into the account of K. Rauf Sharif.
Ashish, request you to stay with us and hold that thought, because just to bring our viewers up to speed, let's tell them about the information that you're just getting us on these PFI raids. This is exclusive information that is being brought to us by Ashish Meshi. He's telling us that the charges against the PFI are the anti-CAA protest, inciting violence in the Delhi riots, posters related to Babri Masjid uploaded on social media, the NRC and Common Civil Code, and the Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar protest related to all these events, especially these protests, are something that they've been accused of creating communal strife in the country, and the ED, they're keeping an eye on the funding which they allege they've been receiving from dubious parties. Going back to Ashish for more details on that. Ashish, you were just telling us that the PFI there giving a detailed explanation about their funding, but the ED uncovering that those explanations not entirely holding water.
So, hello.
Hello. Ashish, stay with us. We can hear you. For our viewers, those are the protests that are taking place against the PFI across the country. There are 13 states that are currently being raided, 100 locations that are under the scanner, and about 100 PFI leaders who have been held. And these raids have been going on since early this morning. And there have been protests against these raids as well. The PFI has put out a statement saying that this is an action taking place by a fascist regime. They maintain their innocence, and they've condemned these raids that are taking place and saying it is an attempt to vilify the body. Going back to my colleague Ashish Mehershi, who was bringing us those details about the ED charges against the PFI. Ashish, you were telling us how those charges against the PFI are of creating communal strife by illegal funding.
So basically, for these illegal activities, money is required in India. How do you get that money into India? The money basically came when the PFI they basically created district executive committees in countries like UAE, Oman, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia. They raised funds to the tunes of crores, and this money was basically brought in India through Hawala channels. Ultimately, because this money was required into the bank accounts of PFI, they basically camouflaged this as genuine business transactions. And basically what they did was that they used the account of sympathizers. In fact, there are many. I remember I spoke to a senior source and enforcement director. They confirmed to me that they basically, when these accounts were used, there were certain individuals who did not even know that why this account is being used. And ultimately, these small transactions were shown as donations into the bank account of Popular Front of India. But ultimately, the Enforcement Directorate found that these are basically sham transactions. These are transactions just to show just to camouflage and to show as genuine business transactions. And ultimately, around 120 crore rupees landed into the bank account of Popular Front of India. Then this money was basically used for anti-national activities, as we've already said, that they were used for anti-CAA protests. They were used for inciting violence in Delhi, especially the riots that took place in Delhi. They were used for social media campaigns and especially posters related to Babri Masjid. They were also used for NRC and Common Civil Code related protests. They were also used for protest for or help of Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar. So all these activities have been used, the money has been used for all these activities in India. And the Enforcement Directorate has absolute evidence because this money has ultimately been used. And the money trail very clearly shows that the money was basically coming from Gulf countries like UAE, Oman, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, all these countries. So they have basically, they have brought this money into India through Hawala channels, and ultimately it went into the bank account of PFI, and then further it has been used for activities which are, anti-national in nature. And that is why we are seeing so many raids today. But there are so many examples which showed, because the charge sheet needs to be basically supported by certain documents, certain evidence, and they have given so many evidence where even certain Chinese individuals have been used to bring money into India. So these are basically transactions which are ultimately going to which were basically into the eye of Indian authorities, and that is why we are seeing such big-time arrests and such big-time raids today. Over 100 locations being raided in 13 locations, in 13 states, which is a joint action of ED, NIA and state police. And we are seeing a huge number of arrests of PFI activists as well.
Ashish, the recoveries and the findings of the ED will be paramount in this case because the funding angle is something that could be used as concrete evidence to ban the PFI and the SDPI, and calls for that have been increasing by not just the government but by other parties as well, especially with arrests that have been taking place swiftly, the kind of allegations, accusations, the kind of findings that have been found with the fact that there have been some killings in Karnataka, in Kerala, of RSS leaders. There have been political murders. There has been the joining of terrorist organizations such as the ISIS, Al-Qaeda by those who are part of the PFI. But the fact is, there's been no concrete evidence enough that's been warranting a ban on this organization. But the ED, the fact that the charge sheet is a heavy one, and if they are able to uncover the funding that is coming to PFI, which they say believe is coming from banned organizations or terrorist organizations, then that could be paramount in leading to the ban of those outfits.
So any ban on any outfit basically requires lots and lots of evidence before the government of India decides that this organization needs to be banned. So my sources in the ED tell me that there are many individuals who have been part of SIMI, which is basically a banned organization now. They have basically joined hands with PFI. And that is why they say that, this organization needs to be banned. As far as anti-national activities goes, yes, there is no doubt about it that, the charge sheet speaks volumes. It has got lots and lots of data. It has got lots and lots of inputs, which in fact they show that there are in fact hit spots that have been, that are being made in Gulf countries, and then they are being trained there to carry out anti-national activities in India. So this is something really to worry about. There are around 1,800 to 2,000 members. They are basically, in Abu Dhabi, in Kuwait, in Jeddah, and they are being trained for anti-national activities in India. And one of the example was that one of the hit squads was given the duty to basically target the BJP and RSS workers. And the attack was basically planned in 2020, but it was delayed only because the ED raided. So there are so many activities that the PFI has done which are anti-national in nature, which are basically, to target India. And that is why, this big-time raid we are seeing. And to my understanding, the ban of PFI is not very far off. That I can confirm that it's not very far off because we are seeing already almost 100 people being arrested by the joint team of ED, NIA and the state police. And, the charge sheet, which has got absolute evidence against PFI, will certainly help in banning this organization by the government of India.
Ashish, so far the ED has been surveying the PFI and have put it under the scanner. They also attached 23 bank accounts of PFI in June earlier this year. What were the discrepancies that they've noticed in the funding of PFI so far, if you can take us through that?
Even before the charge sheet was filed, the Enforcement Directorate had banned, or you can say seized, huge amount of money into the bank accounts of PFI. They basically, they had attached these bank accounts because they found it to be used for anti-national activities, and that is why the Enforcement Directorate decided to attach it. But ultimately, the money that came into these bank accounts is to the tune of around 120 crore rupees before the Enforcement Directorate attached it. Now, this money, huge money, 120 crore rupees is not small money, and which has ultimately been used for anti-national activities, anti-India activities, to be precise. This money basically came in from different countries. There was domestic donations as well, but major chunk of the money came in from countries like UAE, Oman, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and this money was basically coming in through Hawala channels into India. But ultimately, since this money had to land into the bank account of Popular Front of India, it was shown as donations or genuine business activities, and there was, hundreds and hundreds of bank accounts which were used by the PFI sympathizers. In fact, there are certain cases where they have found that the bank account existed, but the individual never existed. There are certain bank accounts where individuals do not even know that their bank account has ultimately been used for anti-national activities. There are certain rickshaw pullers, small-time dhaba operators. These people of their, of this stature have been used for anti-national activities, and they were basically
Ashish,
not even aware. Yeah.
No, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
So their bank accounts were basically used for anti-national activities, and they were not even aware that their bank account has been used. The money came in and went into the bank account of PFI, but in small cash transactions were done through these bank accounts to show genuine donations or genuine business transactions. But ultimately, the Enforcement Directorate investigated. They found that there are hundreds and hundreds of transactions being done like this, where money was brought in from Gulf countries, and ultimately this money was used for anti-national activities. So certainly, this basically organization deserves this kind of action that we are seeing today.
Ashish, stay with us, because we have an information about an important arrest coming in. So top government sources are telling CNN News 18 that top leadership has been arrested, including PFI Chairman Salam. They're wanted in specific cases of NIA and other agencies. They failed to turn up, and today in a special operation they are arrested. These are the latest details that we have. We know about 100 members of the PFI SDPI have been arrested, and now we're finding out that the PFI chairman as well has been arrested. Arunima, it says they failed to turn up and they've been arrested. Could you tell us more about that?
Confirmation, the entire state leadership, we know that states, the southern states, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, other than that, the states here in the northern and eastern part of the country, Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Assam, these are the states where PFI activities are under the scanner. And we are told all the state level office bearers are currently in custody of either the state police or the central agencies. They've all been detained. In some cases, the paperwork for arrest has been formalized. The charge against the state leadership is that, and the national leadership as well, is that they were fomenting trouble, anti-India activities, recruiting people for the cause of anti-India activities, crimes under UAPA, accepting money from Hawala channels, about which Ashish has already elaborated. Under these charges, there are various cases that NIA has already been probing under PFI. The charge that they are making right now is that the leadership was summoned. There were legal, papers sent to them asking them to be part of the investigation, but they had not cooperated, and that is the reason being cited why this step of taking them into custody has been taken. This is important because when they go to the court to seek custody, it will be argued by the defense as to why this crackdown was required, why the arrest was required, and that is the case that the NIA is building up, that there are various allegations against these office bearers specifically and against the organization in general, for which custodial interrogation is required. I can tell you after speaking to top officials that this was a surveillance that was mounted over the last few days. Activities of these state level office bearers as well as the national level office bearers of PFI were kept on surveillance the last few days to see their movement, to see if they have got any whiff of the impending crackdown, and if they're planning to leave the country or change their location. Based on that surveillance, this crackdown has been carried out. The agencies knew precisely where the PFI leadership was. Their premises, their residences, their offices were all, monitored by the local police over the last few days. And these searches are being carried out today. The detention, the arrests are being carried out today because NIA believes that in custody, these leaders can be questioned further, and that could break the back of PFI.
Arunima, the PFI has already put out a statement. The State General Secretary has called it an atrocity by the central agencies. He said this is action by a fascist state. But now with the information that the chairman has been arrested, what word is coming in from the outfit?
Nothing yet. I mean, they sent the statement. I think very soon there will be no office bearers left to come out with a statement, because from what we hear, the entire top leadership of the Popular Front of India is under the scanner. They're all being either detained or already arrested. Definitely all of them are being questioned by these multi-agencies, the state police, the NIA, the Enforcement Directorate. And the modalities, how searches are carried out are that when the agencies reach your residence, first thing they ask you to do is keep your mobile phones and your communication channels away. So if that have been kept away, then it is very difficult for them to now come out with any statement. We are told that all of them, all the top leaders in these states of Delhi, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Assam, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala. In 13 states, the leadership, the general secretary level, the chairman level, the treasurer level, all the office bearers have been questioned, and they're still being questioned. Information is still trickling in. This is a coordinated effort across 13 states, and it is taking time for information to reach us because they're all busy scrutinizing the papers, the digital devices. Some pamphlets have been recovered, and in previous searches, they've also recovered weapons, country-made weapons, arms and ammunition as well. NIA has accused the PFI cadre of carrying out murder, carrying out terrorism, and they have in the past recovered swords, matches, etc. So will they recover anything of that kind from the houses of the office bearers, because that would give them solid evidence. So right now that's where the focus is, but we are told that the entire top leadership of PFI, state level as well as national level, is in custody currently.
Thank you for that comprehensive overview, Arunima. Do stay with us. As we're telling our viewers, this is the largest ever action that is taking place against the PFI and SDPI. Amid calls to ban the outfits have been increasing. These are being done by the central agencies. And let's also go across to my colleague Ritu, who joins us from Karnataka. Ritu, now the PFI was accused of coordinating the hijab controversy there in Karnataka. Can you also tell us the other allegations that were coming in against the PFI in the state, and also how many locations are currently being raided by the central agencies in the state?
So yes, you see now the PFI and SDPI is under scanner across the country, and there are multiple locations where this NIA raid is taking place. So right now I am reporting from SK Garden, where you can see the PFI supporters have all reached here at this location, because on this road is where the state headquarters of a PFI office is located, and they are continuously raising the slogans where they are saying that this act of NIA should not take place. So they are condemning the act of the NIA. So there are continuous slogans that are being raised, but on the other side you see there's a huge police deployment as well. So this is the road where the PFI office is located, and where right now the raids are on from the NIA officials. So but that's the kind of a tight security that has been made in the SK Garden road, and with all that you see now the PFI supporters have also reached the locations, and there is a continuous slogans that are being raided. But of course, as we talk about the NIA raiding multiple locations in the state, so almost 8 places in total are being raided from the NIA officials, including the state offices of the PFI. But there has been a lot of incidents that were being reported across Karnataka, especially in the coastal belt, which is considered to be the communally sensitive area. So there were incidents like Praveen Attaru's murder case, and in the Shimoga as well, we saw how a clash also broke out between the two communities, and where the police had also identified the links of those accusers with the PFI and the SDPI. So with all that, you see there's an action that is pouring in from the NIA officials, and in the Bengaluru as well. As we talk, there are multiple locations that are being raided from the NIA, but you see the PFI supporters are all raising the slogans continuously, condemning the act of the NIA officials, and they are continuously saying that go back NIA. So that's the slogan where we are seeing here in the Bengaluru as well, and in the Mangalore too. But yes, in the Mangalore, as the people in the huge number, PFI and SDPI supporters gathered in a huge number, you see police had to reach the location in huge number and disperse that crowd. They also told that this is an investigation process, and thus they should not gather in that huge number, because it's a communally sensitive district, and thus they should let the officials do this investigation in a smooth manner. And that was an attempt that was being made from the SP of the Mangalore, where they tried dispersing the whole crowd. But meanwhile, in the Bengaluru too, the raids are on at multiple locations.
Thank you for joining us, Ritu. That's Ritu there reporting from Bengaluru, where protests are currently taking place. Also going across to my colleague Neetu, who joins us from Kerala. Neetu, about 50 locations in Kerala, according to reports under the scanner. we've been seeing a lot of political murders in the state and PFI being accused of it. Were there any convictions against the PFI? We also know that they did a huge agitation against the chief minister. So it's not just the central agencies that have been accusing the PFI in Kerala, which they believe is communally sensitive at this point in time, and they've been accusing the body of creating unrest in the state specifically.
No, see, in PFI, there have been many cases, especially in political murders, where PFI has been among the accused. Day before yesterday itself, a district level leader of PFI was arrested in Palakkad. This was in connection with the murder of RSS activist Srinivasan. In that case, along about 27 people have been arrested, of which majority are from PFI and the other are from organizations like the SDPI. There has also been other instances of political murders where PFI has been among the accused. There are also cases where PFI workers and SDPI workers are among the victims when it comes to political killings. Last week there was on September 17th there was a Save Republic campaign that was organized by the PFI in Kozhikode, where a large number of people had turned out. So the PFI had gone out and said when their district leader was arrested in Srinivasan murder case that the left government is acting against them because they are unhappy with the huge crowd that has turned up for this program. In this particular program, there was certain statements made by one of the imams that has many Muslim organizations in the area, including Samasta, which is a scholarly body. Scholars from them have also come out and said that these people are trying to make gains for their political agenda. They are narrating the Prophet story. They are narrating stories. They are saying things in a way which suits their political agenda. So that is what the Muslim organizations themselves had come out and said in that particular case. So there have been instances like this after the murder of Abhimanyu, an SFI worker in the campus, by campus friend activists. There has been raids and looking into the leaders of all these organizations. So there has been several actions in the past when it comes to this also. What the police in all these cases have also told us is that not just those people who have took part in the actual crime, but the conspirators are also being booked into. So the police was also looking into this wider angle of the conspiracy. At least in 6 districts we know the raids are happening in Kerala from late last night.
Stay with us, Ritu, while we also bring our viewers up to speed on what's taking place. This is a major crackdown by the NIA. It's taking place across 13 states. On your screens there, on the furthermost right, you see the detention of PFI leaders. About 100 of them from the PFI and SDPI have been arrested so far, is what the agencies are saying. There are protests that are taking place against this entire crackdown. It's the largest ever crackdown that's taking place. This has been leading up over the last few days with these leaders being under surveillance. And this is a CNN News 18 exclusive. We have some breaking news coming in. Top government sources are telling us that the top leadership has been arrested, including the PFI chairman, Salam. They wanted in specific cases of the NIA and other agencies. They failed to turn up and for questioning because they've been under investigation. The agencies wanted some answers, but they failed to turn up. And today in a special operation, they are arrested, joined by our managing editor, Anand Narasimhan, who brings us more details. Anand, the biggest ever crackdown, and now the PFI chairman also arrested. How significant is this arrest, and does this mean we are closer to a ban than ever before?
Well, we cannot preempt anything, but it is building up to a massive crackdown, and this is perhaps the biggest ever crackdown. There has been pan-India arrests of the PFI leadership in the past. There was a crackdown when Simi was, they were operating as Simi. There was a crackdown when they were operating as Indian Mujahideen. But this one with more than 100 leaders arrested pan-India is a big one. There have been many arrests which have happened in North Kerala because that is known as the Gad or the fort of the PFI for most of its operations, and most of the leaders are there. And they tend to get massive amount of cover and protection, and that's why even as the cops are doing this dawn crackdown on the PFI, there have been locals who have turned up to try and protest these arrests and try and block these arrests. But the cops, we are given to understand it's a combination of the NIA and the state police. Like we told our viewers that in the non-BJP rule states, it's the NIA which is leading the arrests, and in the BJP rule states, it's the local police, the state police, which is cooperating. Even the NIA in the non-BJP rule states is getting assistance from the local state police. But what we are given to understand is that all these leaders are being arrested not on one single charge, but on multiple charges, and each one of them will be charged separately, because the crackdown on an organization happens only when its leaders are arrested. And when it comes to individual leaders, their culpability has to be proven based on the cases. Time and again, we've been saying here at CNN News 18 that the PFI has embedded itself by an administration across the system, and it has also learned to work the system to its advantage and also somewhere indulge in subversive activities. But more importantly, they have a huge amount of legal help and clout, and they're ready to, tweak their legal arguments based on the individual case. And they're flush with funds. So the first step was to try and crack down on the source of funds and block and choke their funds and freeze their funds. The next step was to try and pin them on specific activities, starting with the ruckus that started with the anti-CAA protests and thereafter. So over the last 3 years, there's been a huge dossier that's been prepared. Now it will be individual leaders who have blocked interrogation, blocked questioning, blocked legally tried to block any kind of scrutiny. So those charges will also be added. And one by one, from the top leadership downward, including their local operations, there has been a huge crackdown. So unless the entire Hydra and all its tentacles are curbed, there is no way that this is not going to be stopped from evolving into another kind of an outfit in the future. The PFI also has been evolving. Earlier, it used to portray itself as a tree with multiple branches, but now each of these branches have tried to break free of the original offshoot or the original parent body and try to portray themselves as individual entities. They have also been preempting this kind of a crackdown. So this is going to be a long-drawn tussle. But right now, it's a pan-India crackdown of the leadership, more than 100 leaders arrested. So clearly trying to rip it off from its very roots. We have to see how successful this operation is and where it goes on, because it's going to be a hectic day, a busy day. There are going to be a lot of political ramifications to this and, of course, the legal battle.
Anand, earlier this month, the Home Minister had taken stock of the PFI's activities in a top-level security meet. Top agencies had also prepared dossiers, and we're also learning that over the last few days, they've been closely... All right, Anand, stay with us because we have some breaking news coming in. All right, Anand, as we were... All right, the major crackdown is taking place in PFI in 105 locations is what we're learning, and we have a list of leaders as well that we've accessed. Anand, what more are we learning about you were just telling us that this crackdown is the biggest ever because the top leadership has been detained, and we have the names of all those arrested. The chairman of PFI has been arrested, Emma Rahman, VC, Anis Ahmed, General Secretary, N. Elaram, Secretary, Asfar Pasha, Secretary, Mohammad Shakib, Secretary. Anand, tell us how significant are these arrests that have been made currently?
Well, this is a crackdown on the entire top leadership. So this has to be very, very systematically done. I think the establishment, the government was very, very clear that if the crackdown on the PFI had to happen, it had to happen with the complete dossier and a huge amount of proof. because it had to stand the test of legal scrutiny. Now, Anis Ahmed has been one of his chief voices who's been countering and calling this as a massive witch hunt. He's arrested. A lot of the founder members of the PFI are also 12 members of the banned outfit Simi. So its operations has been under scrutiny for more than a decade now, since about 2007, 2008, ever since the PFI came into shape. After that, they have been under the lens and radar of various state police and state authorities. Their activities have been hugely questioned in Kerala itself, both by the Congress and the left. But in other states, because of this politics of appeasement, political parties have been soft with the PFI. The PFI has also eventually been able to embed its members in other political parties, and I think the entire the lid blew off on its actual designs pan-India when the crackdown happened in Bihar. And the docket, which was claimed by the investigating agencies as being the brief material of the PFI itself, was found where they had a Mission 2047 document in place. And this was as alleged by the investigation authorities, and we had got a copy of that dossier. The details in that were quite incriminating. And for a small Bihar module to have it, it actually blew the lid off PFI's operations in Bihar, where they had embedded themselves in certain districts of Simachal and set up headquarters there. And the allegations are that they were linking themselves with Bangladeshi outfits and entities nefarious for their subversive activities, and they were also roping in Rohingyas and trying to give illegals cover fire and embed them on and localize them so that they could gather ground support. So all these activities are now under scrutiny. They are all subject to huge amount of legal scrutiny because the PFI is going to engage a battery of lawyers to fight these cases. But if the top leadership and bottom down, if we know that more than 13 states, more than 100 leaders arrested, multiple locations, huge amounts of raids, that means top down to the bottom. So it's a total uprooting of the entire PFI mechanism at any level of leadership or command or control. Now, if that has happened and all of them are going to be now put behind bars, it's a huge legal battle. Now, we'll have to see what the government strategy is to bunch them all together and fight it as one case, one entity, or pin them in each of them in a myriad of individual cases so that they are locked up for long, for good. The other thing is that the government has worked very hard to try and pin down its source of funding. And the PFI also has evolved and has been quite creative in the way it has tried to raise funds, not just internally, but also globally. They have set up wings, we are given to understand, across multiple countries to raise these funds. Now, how they were coming into India, they were using multiple routes. Have those routes been choked? All of these are a huge matter of investigation and also understanding. But one thing is that this investigation and crackdown on the PFI has been going on for nearly 18 months now. So it's a slow build-up, a steady build-up to what we are seeing today. Multiple review meetings have taken place. We are given to understand that lots of dossiers were prepared, lots of accounts were scrutinized. Ashish Maharishi and Manoj Gupta have got us multiple inputs. Arunima has been getting us inputs, and these inputs have come from various states. The involvement of PFI leaders or those who are affiliated with the PFI, even in this entire Sartan Se Juda and targeting Hindu festivals, etc., has also come to the fore. So it's not just terror activities per se, but creating platforms of social unrest and trying and disharmony and pushing this divide between sections of community. These are all activities for which the PFI and its operations, its leaders will be under heavy scrutiny. To understand this, it would take a fish out of the bowl kind of a perspective and to see that how they have really evolved over the last decade to ensure that even if one of their activities or some of their leaders are caught, the others can continue to operate. But this crackdown that we are seeing pan-India is huge. And this is right from its top leadership to the bottom coordinate or person across various states. The PFI had evolved to establish its presence across 23 states and union territories in the country, with active presence in at least 13 to 15, where they were strong in number and they were developing cadre. There are allegations that they were also teaching them weapons training, making of IEDs, and also teaching them how to stab and kill and behead. So these are all allegations against the PFI. So it's a myriad of allegations, myriad of cases. We have to see what the overall dossier is, and the NIA's list is against these leaders who have now been arrested.
Anand, what is the political pushback we're expecting against these raids? Because the PFI does have some political parties who do sympathize with them. Do we expect this to set off a huge political debate, because it's the largest ever action that we've seen against these outfits?
A lot of the Muslim groups have been against the PFI because the PFI has tried to cannibalize them too. So initially the PFI tried to be a social organization, then its political wing, the SDPI, tried to subvert and supersede a lot of the local Muslim groups too. So organizations like the IUML in Kerala have been against, up at arms against them. The left has also seen them as an issue. The Congress has not been very friendly with them in Kerala, although the story has been different vis-a-vis allegations in Karnataka and in Rajasthan. So each of the parties have looked at the PFI as a political opportunity, but beyond a certain level, they have also tried to keep them at an arm's distance. So although there would be a larger political narrative that would be stitched, open, active backing of the PFI by political outfits is highly unlikely, because a lot of organizations now have wisened up to their plan and plot. So there were political organizations, individuals, entities who thought they could use the PFI and its activities to further their own political ambition and political agenda vis-a-vis their positioning against BJP and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But in a larger sense, they all knew that they needed to keep this organization at an arm's distance. Many would have thought that they could use and throw technique, but a lot of them realized that the PFI, once you engage with them, are difficult to let go of, and they try to embed themselves into their own political parties and cannibalize them from within. So this is also something which political parties have realized. Now, if the charges are huge and immense, the assumption is a lot of political parties would make a lot of noise, but ideally keep themselves within safe distance from the PFI and not directly engage with them. What happens in the courts, though, is a different story, because there are many lawyers who would be engaged professionally, but they may have political leanings of their own. And whether that comes into play, we'll have to wait and watch.
Thank you very much for joining us for those details, Anand. Request you to stay with us, and request all my colleagues to stay with us while we slip into a very short commercial break. There's a major crackdown on the PFI. Nationwide raids against PFI in 13 states are going on currently. Opposition-ruled states are currently being raided by the NIA.
There have been demands from not just political groups, but also Muslim groups, that the utterances of some of the leaders of PFI, those leaning towards the PFI, have been not in the interest of society and in the interest of the country, and their activities, their funding need to be scrutinized.
PFI has been under the scanner for some time now, and now what NIA is confirmed is that multiple locations are being searched. These are searches that are going on for allegations of terror funding, for organizing training camps, and for radicalizing people to join suicide organizations.
Yatra involved a major gaffe. A poster of the Yatra had a photo of V.D. Savarkar in a lineup with other freedom fighters. Now, even though the party has never considered Savarkar to be a freedom fighter, party workers then ended up covering Savarkar's picture with one of Mahatma Gandhi. After hinting that he could enter the Congress president's election fray, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot today met with Sonia Gandhi. He's also expected to be in Kerala tomorrow to make a last-ditch effort to try and convince Rahul Gandhi to take over the reins of the party. A day before, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was to convene a special session of the Assembly for a confidence vote. Punjab Governor Banwari Lal Purohit has withdrawn his order summoning the Assembly, citing legal reasons. Reacting to the move, Mann has said it proves the sinister design of BJP's Operation Lotus. A hair-racing accident in Assam's Kachar district has been caught on camera.
People were sitting around a field when suddenly a speeding van barreled into a group of men. While some men quickly moved away, 2 to 3 of them were knocked down. The van then turned turtle and crashed into the field. Stunned onlookers started screaming in horror. A few people then ran towards the van to rescue those trapped inside. They pushed the van to an upright position and then they managed to drag the driver of the van out.
After the Navy, now the Indian Army is getting ready to shed its colonial baggage. The uniforms and accoutrements like lanyard, which is the shoulder cord, as well as names of infantry regiments like Sikh, Gorkha, Jat, Rajput, all of this will be re-looked at. Ceremonies like beating the retreat, names of roads and institutes and parks, which are named after British commanders, will be taken a hard look at. Battle honours awarded to British to reign in Indian states, as well as, of course, the decision to move the Army Day Parade outside of Delhi. Tata Group Chairman Emeritus Ratan Tata has been appointed as one of the 3 new trustees of the PM Cares Fund. The decision was taken after Prime Minister Modi chaired a meeting of the PM Cares Board of Trustees, consisting of the Union Home Minister and the Union Finance Minister. Comedian and actor turned politician Raju Srinivasan passed away today. He was 58 years old. He was admitted to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences back in August after suffering a cardiac arrest. He had been on a ventilator since. Tributes and condolences poured in from across the film fraternity as well as political parties. China is now dialing down the rhetoric. Beijing now claims it's willing to make the utmost effort to strive for a peaceful reunification with Taiwan. The latest statement comes after weeks of military drills and saber-rattling near Taiwan in response to U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island nation. China's underwater drones have been spotted in the South China Sea. They are there to deploy unmanned submarines in the South China Sea. The underwater vehicle is about 16 meters long. It's capable of intelligence surveillance as well as reconnaissance missions. Larger size also would translate into longer sea endurance. It can be used for mine laying, for anti-submarine warfare as well. Anti-hijab protests are intensifying across Iran.
Iran remains on the ball. More than a week after 22-year-old Mahsa Amini died in custody of the morality police for not wearing her hijab properly. Protests erupted in cities across Iran, calling on Iranians to join them against oppression of women. In many places, women burned their hijab as a mark of protest. Protesters also faced off with the police, who fired tear gas shells in retaliation. 22 people have been arrested. Local media had confirmed 3 deaths in western Iran so far. The anti-hijab protests in Iran have taken on international dimensions, with the United Nations lashing out on human rights violations in the country.
A pilot was killed when his plane went down in a fiery crash during a competition in Nevada in the United States. The horrifying moment was captured on camera. The plane was seen hitting the ground and exploding into a fireball before bouncing several times and then tumbling to a stop.
Major crackdown on the PFI. Nationwide raids against PFI in 13 states are going on currently. Opposition-ruled states are currently being raided by the NIA.
There have been demands from not just political groups but also Muslim groups that the utterances of some of the leaders of PFI, those leaning towards the PFI, have been not in the interest of society and in the interest of the country, and their activities, their funding need to be scrutinized.
PFI has been under the scanner for some time now, and now what NIA is confirmed is that multiple locations are being searched. These are searches that are going on for allegations of terror funding, for organizing training camps, and for radicalizing people to join suicide organizations.
Good
Good morning, you're tuned into CNN News 18 and we're here with you on our rolling coverage as far as the mega morning crackdown is concerned on the Popular Front of India. 100 locations across at least 13 states is where we're seeing this crackdown, and these visuals that you see on your screens are from Madurai, where even as raids are on, there is resistance that is coming to the fore from the Popular Front of India. Protests have broken out across locations where these raids have been taking place. The latest one coming in from Madurai. As far as raids on Popular Front of India is concerned, several of the top leadership of the Popular Front have been arrested as well in this multi-agency crackdown that began a little before 7 a.m. this morning. It's just been about 2 hours or so as far as the crackdown is on, but the heat is on the Popular Front of India and they already have decided to come out and cry victim. Ritu, my colleague, now joins us for more on this. Raids across 13 locations, several states including Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Kerala. There is a major crackdown there and there is some sort of resistance as well. We'll try and reconnect with my colleagues who are getting us the very latest as far as this big breaking news is coming in. CNN News 18 gets you the very latest from on ground spread across the 13 states where this crackdown is continuing. Neetu, my colleague, I believe is with me. Go ahead. What's exactly transpiring there as we speak? We'll try and reconnect as far as raids in southern states is concerned. But Ashish, my colleague, also with us. And the crackdown on the Popular Front of India, Ashish, is an ongoing situation as far as these agencies are concerned. The Enforcement Directorate also has been on the heels of the Popular Front for years now. They also have been charge-sheeted for cases of alleged terror funding. What has led to this early morning crackdown today? How did the agency finally decide to crack down at such a massive scale?
So, this problem of PFI, which has been in the eye of the government for quite some time, it has been brewing, and this basically deserved this kind of action. Reason being that there has been ample evidence, especially if you see the charge sheet that was filed by the Enforcement Directorate recently. It brought out various examples of how the money was basically coming into India, and it's in crores. To be really precise, almost 120 crore rupees came into the bank account of PFI, and this was basically camouflaged as genuine business transactions or genuine donations. But ultimately, where was the money coming from? The money was basically coming from UAE, Oman, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia. People, they were basically district executive committees where cash was being collected, and ultimately this money was brought through Hawala channels into India. And finally, there are various bank accounts. There were around 600 sympathizers shown, and there were basically 2,600 bank accounts which was scrutinized by the Enforcement Directorate, and they found that this money was basically coming through Hawala channel through Gulf countries, and finally it was being shown as genuine business transactions or genuine donations. But ultimately this money was being used from PFI into the anti-India activities, especially if you see in the charge sheet mentions about at least 4 or 5 incidents, especially related to anti-CAA protest. Then Delhi riots, basically there PFI was involved into inciting violence in Delhi. They were basically used, the money was basically used for social media protests as well. There were posters that were basically related to Babri Masjid that was circulated in India. Then protest against NRC and Common Civil Code. There are so many examples where PFI has been involved. I'm talking about, if you remember the Hathras case, there was a person called K.A. Rauf Sharif, if you remember. He was arrested from Mathura during the Hathras protests, and it was found that this person K.A. Rauf Sharif, in the guise of
importing masks. It was an absolutely sham transaction. This money was brought from Oman. This company name is basically Race International LLC. This money came in from Oman. 1 crore rupees was transferred into the account of K. Rauf Sharif. But when the Enforcement Directorate tried to investigate, who the owners of this company, Race International, is, it was found that there are 2 NRIs from India, from Kerala, and 2 Chinese individuals were the directors of this company. And it was basically camouflaged, this entire transaction. It was a sham transaction where, in the guise of importing masks, this money was brought in. And we all know that K. Rauf Sharif was arrested because he was trying to incite violence in Hathras as well. So there are numerous examples like this where the Enforcement Directorate has been able to bring out details in their charge sheet to actually nail PFI, where the bank accounts have been used for funding terror activities. They have been used for inciting violence in India to create social unrest. I'll talk about one more thing. There are basically, if you go through the charge sheet, it talks about a hit squad being basically, they're basically making a hit squad. It is being formed basically to target organizations like BJP, RSS. In fact, one of the hit squads was basically given the target to hit BJP, RSS on 3/12/2020. But because of the ED raid, they had no option but to postpone that attack. And, where is this hit squad being basically, people are being trained. They are being trained in areas like Abu Dhabi, Kuwait, Jeddah, and then they are being brought to India.
On the Popular Front of India has been ongoing. The funding, how they receive it, what are they putting those funds to use for, all of that has been on the scanner of multiple agencies. And this crackdown that we are seeing today, which in certain locations began, in fact, prior to 2 or 3 a.m. this morning, is still continuing. Hours of raids have been ongoing. There have been arrests that have been made as well. And to put this in perspective of what really this means, former DGP of Uttar Pradesh, Vikram Singh, also joins us on this broadcast. Good morning to you, sir, and thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. The crackdown on PFI, the cases against them, the investigation against them has been going on for long, and so has a chorus for a ban on them. Do you think this mega crackdown today is one step in the direction of perhaps a ban on the Popular Front?
Good morning. These raids were long overdue and are very welcome. This should have happened 2 years ago, where better late than never. Your reporter has lucidly explained the reasons of and the chronology of all their anti-national and objectionable activities. One, the anti-CAA riots, the Delhi riots, the Bengaluru riots. But what he did not mention was the rehabilitation of the illegal Rohingya refugees and also illegal Bangladeshi migrants. Involvement in terror funding, involvement in terror action, sartan se juda activities. And you may recall, it is not a question of one. All the hijab disturbances of Bangalore can be traced back to the PFI, as also using infants so that they are beyond the purview of law, criminal jurisprudence, using them for raising objectionable and absolutely horrific slogans. Under these circumstances, what happened to Simi? Their cadres joined the PFI, arms training, funding. You may have heard of the Bihar Fulwari Sharif raids, and what came out of there. I would compliment the NIA and the government, but the follow-up and also the detailed interrogation, I'm sure there would be enough incriminating material to ban the PFI. This should have happened at least 24 months ago. Anyway, now that they have done their homework, because I'm sure they have deep pockets, they have funding from Oman, misusing what is known as the zakat money in the guise of educating orphans and rehabilitation of widows, misuse it for anti-India purposes.
Right.
And also Hawala channels and other illegitimate channels also using fake Indian currency, you name it, and it is in the bag of dirty tricks.
Absolutely, and that is why multiple agencies have been on the heels of the Popular Front of India for years together, and that has really culminated into this mega crackdown that we saw this morning across at least 13 states. And I request you to stay on with me. My colleagues Arunima, Ashish and Ritu also continue to be with us on this broadcast. But let's get you some breaking information as well as far as these raids are concerned. And even though there are 13 states and over 100 locations that are under the scanner of the NIA and respective state agencies, Andhra Pradesh and Kerala are the two states that are on focus Arunima, my colleague, is getting us the very latest as far as what the focus areas of these raids are concerned. Yes, Arunima?
13 states in Kerala and districts in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, including Guntur. These are emerging as focus states as far as these searches are concerned. What sources are telling me is that even though PFI was trying to spread its network in Bihar, for example, or in Uttar Pradesh, or even in Delhi, Rajasthan, their main area of operation continues to be down south, and that's why these are the areas where the agencies are focusing. They're also looking closely at Madhya Pradesh.
Right. Right, we'll try and reconnect that audio line with my colleague Arunima there, who's getting us the details. She tracks the Home Ministry, getting us the details of how exactly this entire raid, this entire crackdown was coordinated, was planned, because it's happening across 13 states. Over 100 locations is what are under the scanner of the NIA. Of course, respective state agencies are also coordinating with the National Anti-Terror Agency as far as these raids are concerned. And Vikram Singh, like we've been talking about the PFI and how they have been fomenting trouble across the country over different issues. They've tried to pick up these issues, some non-issues in fact, make them issues and try and foment trouble. And for that, they have been getting funding from outside of the country. There is a certain case where there is linkages with money coming in from China as well.
Absolutely. You see, there are certain footprints and there is certain roadmap for the PFI. Wherever the disturbance and they feel that they can fuel fire and fish in troubled waters, whether it was Hathras, whether it was Bengaluru riots, it was rumored that they raised no fewer than 40 crores to fuel fire in the Bengaluru riots. The Delhi riots, before the arrival of President Trump from the US, they did their very best. And it's rumored that they also collected another 50 crores for the Delhi riots, another 120 crores in respect of the anti-CAA agitation. It is alleged that they also tried to create disturbance and fish in troubled waters during the course of the farmers' agitation. In fact, the PFI almost has some kind of a viral tendency and a propensity to get into the shadows and then identify whichever area is a hot spot, a trouble spot, and indeed then infiltrate into their cadres and then create mischief, create a communal divide wherever it is possible. You see, wherever the sensitive areas are, beginning from Bihar, West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and I would say Karnataka also. Of course, Tamil Nadu is no exception. It is difficult to identify a state where the infection of the PFI would be missing. Therefore, all the more reason, detailed interrogation, close follow-up, a very professional investigation, confiscation of property, and what we bungled up in the case of banning of the CME. We did not identify the cadres. Therefore, after the CME was banned, their cadres reinvented themselves and migrated with the change of names. This time, their biometrics, their Aadhaar numbers, their PAN numbers, everything should be documented so that it is fail-proof and foolproof. Every person who's an agent provocateur is identified for the rest of his life. And a dossier is maintained and a white paper issued so that every state agency, every sister agency is aware who are these devious people who are getting funding. And every rupee that migrates, whether it is Indo-Nepal border, as you very rightly mentioned, the Chinese money also found its way into this because politics and geopolitical considerations make strange bedfellows. And to that extent, China, ISI, and then you scrape a little deeper, you reach the PFI.
Absolutely. You have this massive web of nefarious designs that the PFI has been resorting to for years together to foment trouble here in the country. But the crackdown has begun. This perhaps is the first step in the direction of a complete ban on that organization that is trying to unleash terror, unleash radical acts here on Indian soil. Karnataka is one of the states where raids are being conducted. Reaction coming in there.
ಬೇರೆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರಿಂದ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸಸಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿದೆ ಇದು. ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ, ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಅವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಓನ್ಲಿ ಲೇಡೀಸ್ ವಾಸ್ ದೇರ್. ಬಂದು 6 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ ದಾಳಿ ನಡೆಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಏನು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಅಂದು ಏನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. ಏನು ನಡೀತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಏನು ಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಏನು ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಏನು ರಿಟರ್ನೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ, ಏನು ಆಚೆ ಕಡೆ ಬಂದು ಏನು ನಾವು ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ಸೂ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಥರ ಒಂದು NIA ನಡೀತಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು ಯಾವ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಅಂತ ಅದಾಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿದೆ.
Colleague now joins us from Bengaluru. Multiple locations in Karnataka also being raided. I believe that was one of the PFI functionaries there coming out and alleging political pressure as to why these raids are being conducted.
True. You see, as the raids are being conducted at multiple locations in the Karnataka, Mangalore and Bangalore and other locations as well. But there is a lot of words that are coming in from the PFI supporters where they are saying that it's a complete target unnecessarily being made from the state government. But what they also have to say is that they will not find anything because there's no malpractice that had in fact taken place from their organization. So it's an unnecessary raids that they are conducting without even giving them any kind of a notification. So that's the kind of a demand that these PFI supporters are making, and they are condemning this attack from the NIA across the Karnataka. But yes, right now that I'm reporting from Benson town, you can see the PFI supporters are here who have been raising the slogans continuously since morning when the NIA officials reached this location on this particular road, as we had shown you, is a headquarter of the PFI, and these supporters remains to be here even after police tried convincing them that it's an investigation process and thus they should not hinder in it, and it's all that it's taking place in an official manner and they should not create any kind of an unrest here. So with all that, you see the PFI supporters say that we will remain to be here until unless one of them from their PFI leader does not come out and speak to them of what exactly took place and what went on inside and why was this all raid being made against the PFI. So that's the kind of words that these PFI supporters exchanged with the police here when they tried convincing them. But meanwhile, on the left hand side of mine, you can see there's a huge police deployment as well on the here on the Benson road, where you see this CRP as well as the state police has been deployed here. So that's the road where the state headquarters of the PFI is located. But with all that, on this particular road, there has been a restriction for vehicle movements as well, that no vehicles are supposed to move in until unless this whole official investigation does not get over. But what we are learning right now here is that on the office of this PFI is on the third floor on the very road. So that's the kind, and that's where you see the officials have detained a few of them for the questioning, and there has been a detailed questioning that had went on for a long hour. That NIA officials reached the office here at around 3 a.m. what we know, and since then the officials are taking their investigation process here. The documents are being verified, mobile phones are being seized, and the data are also being verified here, and they'll also be collecting few of the documents from these places. So but that's the kind of a raid that is taking place here. But yes, as said, there are multiple locations where the NIA is conducting a raid.
Absolutely, NIA raids are on there, and not just in Bengaluru. These visuals on your screens, viewers, also coming in from multiple locations. There are at least 13 states that are on the radar of the National Investigating Agency. State agencies, the Enforcement Directorate also coordinating as far as these raids and this morning mega crackdown is concerned. Arunima, my colleague, joins us for the very latest as far as what the focus areas of the NIA are. And Arunima, we're given to understand that two southern states, Kerala and Andhra Pradesh, are the focal points as far as this pan-India crackdown is concerned.
Yes, and in fact, I have news break for you right now. This is information coming in about arrests that have happened. There are 106 people who have been taken into custody across Andhra, Assam, Delhi, Karnataka, Kerala, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Puducherry, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh. And the maximum number of detention and arrests have been shown from Karnataka 20 and Kerala 22, followed closely by Maharashtra, which has 20 people in custody. So these are the top 3 states, and then Tamil Nadu has 10 people in custody, Uttar Pradesh has 8, Madhya Pradesh has 4, Assam has 9, Delhi has 3 and Andhra Pradesh has 5. So total 106 people in custody. We are told that these 106 people are mostly top leadership of Popular Front of India, the state as well as national level office bearers, treasurers, general secretaries, chairpersons. All of them are in custody, and what we have been told by investigators is that there was a lot of deliberation whether a ban will work in solving this problem, and they reached a conclusion that a ban essentially means you change your name and continue to do your operation. But this kind of a crackdown where the entire top leadership is detained or arrested, subsequently all of their arrests will be shown. Already these 106 people, the arrest papers have been completed. There could be more. It is an aim to break the back of Popular Front of India to not allow them to carry out the kind of organization and of anti-India activities that they have been doing so far. So 13 states in Kerala, states in Andhra Pradesh, as well as districts of Indore and Ujjain in Madhya Pradesh. These were focus areas, also Karnataka, because we've seen, especially in Uttar Kannada, how PFI has really spread there. Crackdowns are still going on, but this is the breaking news that I have at the moment.
Right, so over 100 arrests, many of whom that are top leadership of the Popular Front of India, arrested across several states. And for the benefit of our viewers who are just joining in on this broadcast, we here are going to tell you the scale of this entire operation. Some of those raids began as early as 2 or 3 a.m. this morning, but 13 states is the minimum where this crackdown is ongoing. And let me show you across the map of India to show you where all the NIA has decided to conduct these raids. Kerala, of course, is one of the states that is focal points, like Arunima was also mentioning. Tamil Nadu, another southern state, that is where the focus is of the NIA. West Bengal is another state where raids are being conducted. There were several protests that were also being witnessed there as far as these raids are concerned. Andhra Pradesh, and specifically in Andhra Pradesh, Guntur is where this focal point of these raids are concerned. Several arrests made from that state as well. Karnataka is another state. Mangaluru and Bengaluru is where these raids were conducted, like we just brought for you information. Telangana, another southern state. So you can see the kind of presence the NIA has in the southern part of the country, and which is why these raids are being conducted in those specific parts as well. But that does not dismiss the fact that these raids are a pan-India phenomena, because even in Delhi, there are raids being conducted as we speak. Rajasthan is another state. Jaipur, the capital city, is where NIA and state agencies have been conducting these raids as well. Uttar Pradesh, another state where we have seen in the past the NIA try and foment trouble, like we've been discussing in the Hathras case as well. Their role was under the scanner. So Uttar Pradesh is another state where they are being raided. Maharashtra as well. Several arrests have been made from Maharashtra as well, as far as PFI leadership and their functionaries are concerned. Assam and Manipur, two other northeastern states that are also a part of this NIA pan-India crackdown. And of course, Bihar, another Hindi belt state that is under the scanner of the NIA. Even as we break this down for you and get you how large scale this entire operation is, let's get you some more breaking news coming in as well, because there are at least 106 locations where these raids are being conducted, a minimum of 13 states. Not just the NIA and the state police, even the Enforcement Directorate has now stepped in, because a lot of these cases where the PFI is involved deals with terror funding, deals with funds illegally being brought in from across the country, across the border as well, which is why the Enforcement Directorate has also now stepped in. 5 locations in Andhra Pradesh, 9 in Assam, 3 in Delhi, 20 locations across Karnataka, 22 in Kerala that are being raided as we speak. Arunima getting us all of these details. And Arunima, it seems like Karnataka and Kerala is where this crackdown is widespread, because about 20 or more locations under the scanner.
These are arrests that have been made out. Not just searches, these are arrests that are now being confirmed. At least 20 people arrested in Karnataka. Their arrest has been confirmed. There could be more who are still in the detention category. The paperwork is still being completed. So 20 arrests in Karnataka, 22 arrests in Kerala, Maharashtra, 20 people arrested as well. So these are the top 3 states from where arrests are being shown. Also Tamil Nadu, 10 people. So no surprise there that the southern states are the focus of the crackdown that have been carried out. Popular Front of India is a south-based organization which is now trying to spread its reach to northern and eastern part of the country. Andhra Pradesh has 5 arrests. Assam, again a worry. 9 people have been arrested from Assam. 3 people in Delhi. 10 people in Tamil Nadu. 8 people in Uttar Pradesh. 3 in Puducherry. So these are arrests which have been confirmed by the agencies. Arrests are by NIA, the Enforcement Directorate and the state police. So these are combination of agencies. ED is looking at the funding and the money laundering charge. NIA is looking at financing, terror financing, recruitment and carrying out anti-India activities. Whereas the state police is looking at overall breach of law and order and ICC crimes that have happened. I get a sense that at the end of it all of these people will be brought to Delhi. NIA will take over these cases. Multiple new FIRs have been registered under which these searches are being carried out. Once they are presented in the respective local court, they will be brought to Delhi, and NIA would want to interrogate them to try and get to the bottom of this huge conspiracy that they're alleging that PFI was part of to carry out anti-India activities.
Absolutely. All of that is now under the scanner. But Vikram Singh, I would like you to put this in perspective. Almost all of the southern states are where these raids are focused at. The number of arrests that have been made from Kerala and Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh also are perhaps the highest. What do you make of that?
Let us understand that this is the scale of unprecedented raid and search operations, and what the NIA has targeted, kudos to them, the soft underbelly where they found that it was most profitable for them to have bases and locations. Under these circumstances, you would see that wherever the disturbances have happened in the last 24 months, these are the seats and the locations where the NIA has conducted search. Give yourself a question. If NIA had not been there, would it have been possible? Not in 100 years. Therefore, the foresight of the nation, a resolute nation, to combat anti-national elements, and this is unprecedented scales of raid and search operations. Yes, I think this should give a death blow to the PFI. Indeed, these search operations, I would say, cutting across almost all the states. We have not come across most of the northern states, as they have not mentioned. But during the course of time, I would feel that all the problems that had started, if you go back, the Bengaluru riots, the hijabs, the disturbing agitations, both of the PFI in the Kota area and the Udaipur area, as also the activities of Sartan se Juda. Wherever this has happened, they seem to have a co-terminus. And under these circumstances, wherever there were disturbances, anti-CAA, as also Sartan se Juda, farmers' agitation, Hathras, wherever you had the footprints of the PFI, you would find the raids have already happened. But I would certainly say, please take a look also at Haryana. And I'm sure the NIA has done a wonderful job, because these raids come after a lot of application of mind, thoroughness, and actionable intelligence. Of course, there are bound to be difficulties for the NIA, any such raids, and also maybe under certain circumstances, though unfortunate, not that level of cooperation with the NIA as one would expect that they should work.
We'll try and reconnect that audio line with Vikram Singh, who's putting this entire crackdown in perspective for us and what really this means, because this is not just about one particular raid. These are 13 state raids that are happening for hours together. Like I mentioned earlier, at least from 2 or 3 a.m. this morning is perhaps when the first raid began. Ritu coming in from Bengaluru as well, getting us the very latest. Ritu, several arrests have been made across states by the state police and by the NIA themselves. What is the situation like in Bengaluru as of now? Are we seeing some sort of resistance and pushback from the PFI functionaries there?
So you see the southern states remain to be in the focus of the NIA officials, and the raids are being taken place at multiple locations. But what we learn right now is that the raids in the Mangaluru have concluded, where then you see the NIA officials have seized most of the documents and then taking that for an investigation process. But yes, in the Bengaluru too, as you see, there are raids that are taking place in the multiple locations. And meanwhile, you see our colleague Arunima putting out, and the number of arrests that had taken place in the Karnataka alone, the number is a high number. That's 20 members being arrested from the NIA officials. That's a very big number, wherein we see the 22 members arrested in the Kerala. So you see, it's all because of the number of communal violence that had taken place across Karnataka, whether it's about the hijab issue that we had discussed about, or it's about the Praveen Natharu's murder case, or for that matter, the Shivamogga clash. So in all these three, you see the police had in a way
absolutely
identified
there was
the
one pattern that was being
PFI
witnessed as far as the Popular Front of India is concerned, and that was to at least keep the communal pot boiling as far as the state of Karnataka is concerned. Do stay on with me, because we have some more breaking information that is now coming to the fore, and sources have now told CNN News 18 that searches are revealing a deep-rooted conspiracy to cover up the source of these funds. Arunima getting us the very latest as far as the funding is concerned and why it is under the scanner. Yes, Arunima. We'll try and reconnect with my colleague Arunima there, who's getting us the details of what exactly is under the scanner of the NIA and what has led to this pan-India crackdown on the Popular Front of India. Sources have revealed to your channel that donation has slipped of 5 rupees worth money transfers from abroad that show expats sending money to family and requesting them this small amounts to be sent to the PFI. So they start small. It's a matter of crowdfunding, but there is a deep-rooted plot that is behind this entire conspiracy. And these visuals on your screens are of the pushback or of the resistance that is coming to the fore from PFI functionaries, from PFI office bearers, as some of their top leadership is now behind the bars. Arunima is back with us, I believe. Arunima, you have some inside details of what exactly is being investigated via these raids?
Yes, so one of the key points of these searches is to look at the crowd, look at the source of funds. The allegation is that the funding itself is against Indian laws, that this is involving money laundering, and the money is coming in from abroad by perhaps people who want to further the cause of destabilizing India. But what the searchers are finding out is that the paperwork, the way papers about donations have been kept ready at various PFI units in various states are very convoluted, and they have been made in a way to give the impression that PFI is totally crowd-funded, that they are only running on donations, and it is an NGO. It calls itself a non-governmental organization which is doing social work. So the paperwork has also been kept ready in that sense. Officials are telling me that they have found donation slips worth even 5 rupees. Even in previous searches and previous investigations, this has come up that people like rickshaw pullers, people like daily wagers, their names are shown to show receipts, and that is what the current investigation is also throwing up. Also, the remittances that are sent by expats who are working, especially in Middle East, when they are sending money to their families, paperwork shows that they have requested that some part of the money that they are sending be donated to PFI, and those receipts and papers have also been kept ready. So it looks like the Popular Front of India was prepared that if there was a crackdown against them, how are they going to safeguard themselves legally? And therefore, this is not going to be an easy job to sift through all these documents and look through the accounts that PFI has kept ready and prove the charge that this was, money laundering that was happening, and the money that was coming in was not all donations from people who believed in the PFI's social, work narrative.
Right, so they started small, but it was a massive operation, which is how they managed to gather these illegal funds, and that is something that, along with the Enforcement Directorate, the NIA will now be investigating. Stay on with me, because raids are on in Hyderabad as well, and Swastika, my colleague, joins us from one of those locations. Swastika, what exactly is transpiring as we speak there? Have any arrests been made from the raid side that you currently are at?
Well, I'm at Chandrayan Gutta, and this is where the PFI's office is located. Very quickly, Vijay Venkatesh bringing you those visuals. The third floor is where the PFI office is located, and here you can see that it has been sealed. Last night, according to the locals here, raids were conducted at around 3 o'clock. That is what we are understanding with the help of local police. Very, very interestingly, they have also stuck a poster here which I'm going to read out loud. We are understanding that the PFI members were not present here when the raids took place, because here it says this premise has been locked and sealed by the NIA in connection with the investigation. The owner of this premise may contact the NIA Special Court at Hyderabad or NIA office at the following address. This is where the details have been given. I also quickly spoke to the PFI president here in Hyderabad, Abdul Rafiq, who told me that he has not received any intimation from the NIA, and he's also said that no PFI activist from Hyderabad has been arrested. Very quickly, why Hyderabad in the focus? Because in the backdrop of the recent crackdown here by NIA, where 38 locations were raided across Telangana. Remember, 4 locations in Hyderabad were raided. This is in connection with a karate teacher, a PFI activist, conducting terror training and decimating it to more than 200 people. In connection with that case, 4 PFI activists have been arrested and slapped under the UAPA Act. Further investigation on that front is underway. But in this massive crackdown by the NIA in Hyderabad today, we are learning that 2 other locations are also on the radar. But the main location here in Chandrayan Gutta, which is PFI's office, has been completely sealed and locked.
Right, and those are the scenes of multiple PFI offices across the country where these pan-India raids are on. Stay on with me because here on CNN News 18, we are getting you the scale of this massive morning crackdown that began sometime around 3 a.m. this morning. The NIA investigating across at least 13 states in the country. Bihar is one of them. My colleague Praveen sent us this report from one of those raid sites in Purnia. Take a look.
अमित शाह कल पूर्णिया आ रहे हैं और गृह मंत्री के पूर्णिया आगमन से ठीक पहले पीएफआई यानी पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया के प्रदेश कार्यालय में एनआईए की छापामारी चल रही है। और आप ये देख सकते हैं कि ये जो है ये अंदर में पीएफआई का प्रदेश कार्यालय है। यहाँ पे सुबह से ही एनआईए की टीम पहुंची हुई है और अंदर में कागजातों की जांच कर रही है। जानकारी है कि एनआईए के जो एसपी हैं वो भी खुद पहुंचे हुए हैं और टीम के कई सदस्य यहां पर पहुंचे हुए हैं। इस छापामारी को लेकर यहां पर सुरक्षा की पुख्ता व्यवस्था की गई है। जो केंद्रीय पुलिस बल है उसकी टीम यहां पर पूरी चौकस मुद्रा में है। अब देखना है कि इस छापामारी में क्या मामला सामने आता है। कुमार प्रवीण, न्यूज़ 18 पूर्णिया।
Bihar is one of those states where the raids are being conducted, but that's not all. The focus really is on the southern states in the country. All of the southern states are being raided, multiple locations in fact there. Ritu, reporting from Bengaluru as far as raids in Karnataka are concerned. And it's not just Bengaluru because several other locations including Bengaluru is where these raids are being conducted as we speak.
Yes, so you see in the Mangaluru, NIA officials reached the location at around 3:30 a.m. as what we are learning, and that's where NIA officials started raiding at multiple locations. Most of the PFI and SDPI leaders' houses were being raided, and as well as the PFI and SDPI offices in the were being raided. But you see the people in the huge number gathered there, all the PFI and the SDPI supporters, and started sloganeering there, saying that go back NIA officials, and they also say that nothing, no documents will be found from the NIA because their work is clean, as what the PFI as well as the SDPI supporters had raised the slogans there. But meanwhile, when we talk about the Bangalore as well, there are multiple locations too where there is this NIA officials raiding. But talking about my location right now from where I am reporting, Benson Town, what we are learning is that the raid has concluded and they have seized mobile phones and the documents from the office of the PFI. And what we also know is that the members who were available at the office, they were being detained for questioning, and the detailed interrogation had taken place from the NIA officials as well as from the state police here on this particular road as I show you. But meanwhile, on the edge you see there are police deployment as well. CRP has been stationed here. The state police is also here, but on this road there are no vehicle movements are allowed. And what we know from this particular location is that NIA officials reached this particular office at around 3 a.m. and since then the raids were on, and for now you see it's all couple of hours that the raid had taken place. The officials have seized the documents and the mobile phones too, and the hard disk that was available at the office. So all that has been seized from the officials, and that will be investigated. And yes, the members who were available at the office were being interrogated from the officials. But yes, as we talk, the number of arrests that are happened in the Karnataka alone, 20, which happens to be a huge number because it's all that we have seen in the recent incidents as well. How Karnataka has been in news moreover for the communal violence that had taken place across the state, whether it's about the hijab issue that the state had witnessed, or for that matter the Shivamogga clash that erupted between the two communities, or for that matter the Praveen Natharu murder case too. So when we talk about Praveen Natharu murder case, you see the Kerala border happens to be very close to that location where the murder happened. It's almost just 30 kilometers away from the Bellare location of where the Praveen Natharu was been brutally murdered. So that's the kind of an location where the PFI and SDPI is said to be present in an active manner, and there are a lot of incidents that previously also has been witnessed from that location in particularly. But yes, the state had been in news for all communal violence related issues from a long time now. But with all that, you see the number that is the arrested number is a huge number. But meanwhile, the locations also where the NIA officials are raiding is being constantly seen from couple of weeks. And with all that, you see the interrogation is taking place, and now the officials have also seized the mobile phones and the documents that they have found at their office, or for that matter at leaders' houses.
Absolutely. So for now, as far as raids in Bengaluru and Mangaluru are concerned, we're given to understand they have concluded. About 6 hours or so is how long those raids lasted. But in Hyderabad as well, raids are being conducted. The office of the Popular Front of India has been sealed, as my colleague Swastika was telling us. But Swastika, I would like to ask you, is Hyderabad the only city or the only location in Telangana that is being raided as we speak, or are there other locations as well?
We are learning that possibly raids are happening in other parts of Telangana as well. Remember, a couple of days ago, there were raids which were conducted at 38 different locations, and these are Nizamabad, Jagatiyal, Nirmal, Karimnagar, and these areas have been under focus mainly because of the presence of a lot of PFI, SDPI activists in this area. We are learning via sources that raids are also happening in Nizamabad and Karimnagar. However, we are still waiting for the visuals on that front. But as far as Hyderabad is concerned, this is Chandrayan Gutta, and this is where the PFI's main office is located, sealed and locked. And along with it, there is a notice here which has been pasted. We are understanding that the raids took place at around 3 in the wee hours of this morning, and at that point in time, I think PFI activists were not present here, or they were not being able to be contacted by the NIA officials, because as per this notice, they have clearly said that before opening this office, PFI activists will have to first contact the concerned NIA personnel, whose contact has also been pasted here. Now, why is this gaining prominence? Because just a couple of days ago, remember, in Nizamabad, a karate teacher, a PFI activist by the name Abdul Qadir, was picked up by the National Investigation Agency for giving terror training to more than 200 people. 4 people have been arrested, and in that connection, the NIA has been clamping down in Hyderabad and various other districts of Telangana as well. So possibly further developments expected. Nizamabad, Karimnagar continue to be on the radar.
Absolutely. Do keep a track of what transpires there. The office may have been sealed, but the raids are likely to continue there in Hyderabad and, of course, several other locations across Telangana. I request both my colleagues to stay on with us because the non-stop coverage here on CNN News 18 continues. But a quick break on this edition. Don't forget the #1 streaming channel. Log on to youtube.com CNN News 18 and you can get all of the latest updates as far as this PFI crackdown is concerned. Log on there for the latest.
To the nation for a stunning announcement, that of a partial draft.
With his war on Ukraine grinding on for 7 months, Vladimir Putin announced a partial mobilization in Russia. Putin has signed a decree calling on 3 lakh reservists, that is, people who have had military training, to fight in Ukraine from Wednesday. Putin's announcement comes a day after Russian-controlled regions in eastern and southern Ukraine announced plans to hold referendums this weekend on becoming part of Russia. After Ukraine's successful counterattack, Kremlin's plans to annex 4 regions is likely to further escalate the war. This is Russia's first mobilization since World War II.
So why has Vladimir Putin ordered this partial mobilization, and that too at this stage of the war? There has been a big counter-offensive by the Ukrainian forces, particularly in Kharkiv, the second biggest city. The Kremlin claims at least 5,900 Russian troops have been killed in the war over the last 7 months, although the unofficial estimates are much higher. Ukraine claims that up to 50,000 Russian troops are dead so far. 1,000 elite officers, pilots, as well as intelligence experts have been killed over the last 7 months. And just hours after the war mobilization announcement by Vladimir Putin, protests have broken out in different parts of Russia. There are also reports of young people trying to flee the country. This comes amidst rumors that men of combat age will not be permitted to leave the country. Flights from Russia to neighboring countries are fully booked. That's not all. Vladimir Putin is also threatening the West in that same speech that he made to the nation earlier today. He's threatening the West with a nuclear strike.
Putin wasn't bluffing in stating that Russia will use all available means to protect its territory, essentially meaning that nuclear weapons are not off the table. Russia's military doctrine allows the use of tactical nuclear weapons if the Russian state is threatened. So essentially, Putin is betting that by increasing the risk of a direct confrontation between NATO and Russia, the West may blink over its support for Ukraine. Russia has already used long-range hypersonic missiles in Ukraine, which can fly faster than 6,000 kilometers per hour. But most are viewing Putin's nuclear threat as a sign of panic, because the war is not going his way.
Meanwhile, US President Joe Biden addressed the United Nations General Assembly, slamming Putin's mobilization move.
Russia's calling up more soldiers to join the fight, and the Kremlin is organizing a sham referendum to try to annex parts of Ukraine, an extremely significant violation of the UN Charter. This world should see these outrageous acts for what they are. Putin claims he had to act because Russia was threatened. But no one threatened Russia. And no one other than Russia sought conflict.
Meanwhile, in Uttar Pradesh's Shahjahanpur, one biker had an unfortunate experience with a buffalo.
A woman was walking the buffalo on a narrow road when a biker crossed them. The sound of the bike scared the buffalo, and suddenly the animal lunged at the man, knocking him off his bike. The man fell on the side of the road while his bike was flung several meters ahead. As the man lay injured on the road, the woman came to check on him. Within a few minutes, some bystanders also ran to the man's rescue. The biker was rushed to the hospital and treated for his injuries.
The Kerala leg of Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra involved a major gaffe. A poster of the Yatra had a photo of V.D. Savarkar in a lineup with other freedom fighters. Now, even though the party has never considered Savarkar to be a freedom fighter, party workers then ended up covering Savarkar's picture with one of Mahatma Gandhi. After hinting that he could enter the Congress president's election fray, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot today met with Sonia Gandhi. He's also expected to be in Kerala tomorrow to make a last-ditch effort to try and convince Rahul Gandhi to take over the reins of the party. A day before Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was to convene a special session of the Assembly for a confidence vote, Punjab Governor Banwari Lal Purohit has withdrawn his order summoning the Assembly, citing legal reasons. Reacting to the move, Mann has said it proves the sinister design of BJP's Operation Lotus. A hair-racing accident in Assam's Kachar district has been caught on camera.
There's a major crackdown on the PFI. Nationwide raids against PFI in 13 states are going on currently. Opposition-ruled states are currently being raided by the NIA.
There have been demands from not just political groups but also Muslim groups that the utterances of some of the leaders of PFI, those leaning towards the PFI, have been not in the interest of society and in the interest of the country, and their activities, their funding need to be scrutinized.
PFI has been under the scanner for some time now, and now what NIA is confirmed is that multiple locations are being searched. These are searches that are going on for allegations of terror funding, for organizing training camps, and for radicalizing people to join suicide organizations.
Welcome back. You're tuned into CNN News 18 and you're watching our non-stop coverage on the mega morning crackdown on the Popular Front of India, and the latest raids being conducted as we speak are in Pune in Maharashtra. Those visuals on your screens are of the NIA team there along with state agencies reaching this location in Kondwa in Pune in Maharashtra, where those raids are being conducted. In the state, it's not just Pune, there are 20 other locations that are also being raided is what we're given to understand, including in the suburbs of Mumbai. Bhiwandi, PFI also under the radar of the NIA. Mihir, my colleague, now joins us for the very latest as to what's happening on ground there in Maharashtra. It's Bhiwandi and Pune as of now, Mihir.
Absolutely, that's what it appears at this point, and sources do suggest us that NIA teams have gone to several locations across Maharashtra and trying to find out these PFI offices and raid it. What is confirmed at this point is that there is a NIA team at the Kondwa PFI office in Pune, which is being raided, and the visuals of that are playing on our screen. That is something which we have confirmation about, but there are several PFI offices across Maharashtra. This goes from Sangli, Kolhapur and other locations in Mumbai, including Bhiwandi. What we are told is that the Bhiwandi location is closed at this point now. Whether the NIA has already reached there, whether they have sealed it or it was already closed, we really don't know. But yes, the raids are on at several locations across Maharashtra by the NIA team, which is carrying out this massive raids across the country at several locations with the suspicion of terror activities and involvement in some sort of terrorism, and that's the case that they are trying to unearth at this point.
Right, so Maharashtra is another state that is on the radar of the National Investigating Agency. Popular Front of India being raided in the state of Maharashtra, at least in 2 different locations, in Pune and in Bhiwandi. As far as arrests are concerned, some arrests have been made from Maharashtra as well, but the highest number coming in from Karnataka and Kerala, where over 20 arrests have been made by the National Investigating Agency. Several top leadership of the Popular Front of India now behind bars in this early morning clampdown on the organization that has been termed a radical one by the National Investigating Agency in the past, as it has been dealing with cases of terror funding as far as the PFI is concerned. CNN News 18 is getting you the very latest as far as these pan-India raids are concerned. An SFI leader now reacting to these raids. Listen in.
This action taken by NIA, and earlier we have experience with a similar central government agencies doing raids in our offices all over national and Tamil Nadu also. Even in Chennai, last time enforcement department has raided our office, and this time it is NIA. So we look into this raid as a figure to frame, fabricate false allegations on Popular Front of India, and they are trying to make Popular Front an isolated organization. But again and again we will prove that we are a public organization, we are people's organization, we work for the people and we will serve for the people. Even in Corona periods and in also flood times, every time we used to serve the people, and we never used to involve in any anti-national elements or forces and any activities. But they are trying to figure out and they are trying to isolate us from the public. So we strongly condemn this action, and even the state government or state police has had no knowledge about this raid. So by approximately around 7:30 only, local police itself getting the information and they are involving into the issue. So this is a shame to the, we look into this as a shame to the state government. State government should take severe action against this.
That was an SFI leader. Similar reactions coming in from the Popular Front of India, where they've been crying the victim, claiming this is nothing but conspiracy against us. But the evidence is mounting against the Popular Front of India, and the NIA in this pan-India crackdown is ensuring that they gather all evidences against this organization to build a watertight case against them. Assam is also another state that is on the radar of the NIA, and Guwahati is where raids are being conducted, where Preeti, my colleague, now joins us for more. Preeti, what exactly is transpiring there now?
Yes, today in the early morning, NIA raided this place, and this is the office of PFI in Guwahati, Assam, from where they have detained one person of PFI, and several other people have been detained from several other locations along with Nagarvera in Boko. And it has been said that they have gathered certain information, but whichever has not been made, and nothing has been made for the public to be known. And yes, the organization, on behalf of the organization PFI, we have heard about a lot of complaints they are giving about the organization NIA, that how come without any kind of evidence, without any kind of involvement into certain any anti-national activities, they are claiming that PFI is into certain activities, and they have raided these PFI offices all over India today, and in Guwahati also, in not just in Guwahati, in several other places in Assam they have raided. And this is the place I am trying to show you. This is the office of PFI in Guwahati, and this place was raided today in the early morning, and before anybody could know, they came here, they raided, and they have detained one person. And in other places, I have already said that in Nagarvera also there are 4 people who have been detained. However, there are reports that total 9 people have been detained of PFI in Assam in this NIA raid.
Right, so the PFI office there raided in Guwahati, like in many other places. In Hyderabad, that office has been sealed as well, as is in Delhi. Several arrests have been made, over 100, including the top leadership of the Popular Front of India. And we are seeing resistance and pushback from that organization as well, because protests have broken out in several parts against this NIA raid and against this crackdown. The Popular Front of India playing the victim card, claiming this is nothing but conspiracy, this is nothing but witch hunt of an organization that allegedly works for the people. But evidence suggests otherwise, because we've seen several cases in which the Popular Front of India has been accused of fomenting trouble, of funding terror and unleashing unrest here on Indian soil. And that is exactly why this pan-India crackdown is taking place. CNN News 18 is your destination for all the latest updates as far as this crackdown is concerned. But we're slipping into a quick break. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
One threatened Russia, and no one other than Russia sought conflict.
Meanwhile, in Uttar Pradesh's Shahjahanpur, one biker had an unfortunate experience with a buffalo.
A woman was walking the buffalo on a narrow road when a biker crossed them. The sound of the bike scared the buffalo, and suddenly the animal lunged at the man, knocking him off his bike. The man fell on the side of the road while his bike was flung several meters ahead. As the man lay injured on the road, the woman came to check on him. Within a few minutes, some bystanders also ran to the man's rescue. The biker was rushed to the hospital and treated for his injuries.
The Kerala leg of Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra involved a major gaffe. A poster of the Yatra had a photo of V.D. Savarkar in a lineup with other freedom fighters. Now, even though the party has never considered Savarkar to be a freedom fighter, party workers then ended up covering Savarkar's picture with one of Mahatma Gandhi. After hinting that he could enter the Congress president's election fray, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot today met with Sonia Gandhi. He's also expected to be in Kerala tomorrow to make a last-ditch effort to try and convince Rahul Gandhi to take over the reins of the party. A day before, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was to convene a special session of the Assembly for a confidence vote. Punjab Governor Banwari Lal Purohit has withdrawn his order summoning the Assembly, citing legal reasons. Reacting to the move, Mann has said it proves the sinister design of BJP's Operation Lotus. A hair-racing accident in Assam's Kachar district has been caught on camera.
People were sitting around a field when suddenly a speeding van barreled into a group of men. While some men quickly moved away, 2 to 3 of them were knocked down. The van then turned turtle and crashed into the field. Stunned onlookers started screaming in horror. A few people then ran towards the van to rescue those trapped inside. They pushed the van to an upright position and then they managed to drag the driver of the van out.
After the Navy, now the Indian Army is getting ready to shed its colonial baggage. The uniforms and accoutrements like lanyard, which is the shoulder cord, as well as names of infantry regiments like Sikh, Gorkha, Jat, Rajput, all of this will be re-looked at. Ceremonies like beating the retreat, names of roads and institutes and parks, which are named after British commanders, will be taken a hard look at. Battle honours awarded to British to reign in Indian states, as well as, of course, the decision to move the Army Day Parade outside of Delhi. Tata Group Chairman Emeritus Ratan Tata has been appointed as one of the 3 new trustees of the PM Cares Fund. The decision was taken after Prime Minister Modi chaired a meeting of the PM Cares Board of Trustees, consisting of the Union Home Minister and the Union Finance Minister. Comedian and actor turned politician Raju Srinivasan passed away today. He was 58 years old. He was admitted to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences back in August after suffering a cardiac arrest. He had been on a ventilator since. Tributes and condolences poured in from across the film fraternity as well as political parties. China is now dialing down the rhetoric. Beijing now claims it's willing to make the utmost effort to strive for a peaceful reunification with Taiwan. The latest statement comes after weeks of military drills and saber-rattling near Taiwan in response to U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island nation. China's underwater drones have been spotted in the South China Sea. They are there to deploy unmanned submarines in the South China Sea. The underwater vehicle is about 16 meters long. It's capable of intelligence surveillance as well as reconnaissance missions. Larger size also would translate into longer sea endurance. It can be used for mine laying, for anti-submarine warfare as well. Anti-hijab protests are intensifying across Iran.
Iran remains on the boil. More than a week after 22-year-old Mahsa Amini died in custody.
Hello, you're watching the news here at CNN News 18. Here on the show, we're going to bring you all of the country's top stories. Over the last 2 hours, we've been focusing right here on the channel on the largest ever crackdown the Popular Front of India has seen. Right now, as we speak, raids are taking place in multiple states. More than 100 top leadership of the PFI have already been arrested or detained. Now, we're going to some breaking news as we speak. This is news that we're receiving from our sources that the government could possibly very soon ban the Popular Front of India. Top government sources are saying that a ban can't entirely be ruled out. Top leadership is arrested in 2 cases. These are UAPA cases. There are serious allegations in particular against the PFI. They are mobilizing funds. These are the allegations that are made against them, that they're mobilizing funds in the name of religious activities and creating tension among 2 communities. Now, government sources are saying that as we speak, they are analyzing the situation. My colleague Anand Narsimhan has been bringing us updates moment to moment on the story. Let's go over to him for more coverage here. Anand?
Morning to our viewers, and
this is the natural progression that there have been clarion calls across the country by various outfits, individuals, entities who have said in the larger interest of society, this organization needs to be banned. But what are the grounds for them being banned? Is there enough? And for the last 18 months, a dossier has been being prepared, a comprehensive dossier, which proves the involvement in subversive activities by the top leadership of the PFI. It is an open secret that the leadership and the founding members of the PFI are all erstwhile members of STIMI. Some of the arrests of PFI leaders that have been made in Bihar and some of the other regions across the country, their affiliations to STIMI have also surfaced. But now the government is saying that the possibility of a ban cannot be ruled out because the top leadership has been booked under two separate cases under UAPA. Now, UAPA by default becomes non-bailable. The other aspect is that these are serious charges, that is interest, unlawful activities, and that is against the interest of the country. And if there is enough proof, this PFI leadership will not be charged with UAPA unless there is proof that will stand the test of legal scrutiny. I've been repeatedly saying that the PFI has not only embedded itself across system, it has the wherewithal and the resources to employ a battery of top lawyers to try and punch into the loopholes that our legal system has and our laws have to try and create an escape route for these PFI leaders. Time and again, we have seen the PFI employ top-level lawyers and pay them huge amounts of fees and pay their way out in terms of bulldozing themselves into the legal system and use the law itself to their advantage. Now, so the burden of proof lies on prosecution, and that's why the government and its agencies have taken their time. Like I said, it's a process that's been happening over the last 18 months, if not more. It's come to a culmination now today with this massive pan-India crackdown. If the top leaders have to be arrested inside from their den in North Kerala, then that means the government has enough and more to nail them. And that's why once the charges are made, once the court upholds their remand and custody, then the next step would be progressively for them to be banned nationally. But will other states echo the same sentiment and then join in the chorus and say we back the ban? That's something which we have to wait and watch. The grounds of the ban we'll have to wait and watch. But it is perhaps the next step or a foregone conclusion that sooner than later the organization will be banned.
Anand, could you just, over the next hour, we're going to be connecting with our reporters on the ground to bring our audiences more updates on the story. But could you just lay the groundwork for our audiences? As you were saying, SIMI was banned in the early 2000s, the Student Islamic Movement of India. It's from that you had PFI that was born. It was a combination of 3 different Southern Muslim organizations in the early 2000s, 2007, I believe. But could you quickly give us a summary so we can then walk to our reporters to understand more?
See, the Indian Mujahideen, STIMI, these are all outfits that were banned. But you banned the organization, but you could not crack down on its leaders individually. So these leaders very quietly went underground. They were quiet. Then they have evolved. They formed, like you said, multiple organizations across 6 or 7 states. These organizations had presence in Karnataka, in erstwhile Andhra Pradesh, now Andhra and Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and of course Karnataka. And they all came together to form PFI in 2007. 2009 in Kerala itself, there was under the matters of love jihad or conversion racket and forced conversions at the time when there were huge allegations that they were actually converting impressionable youth, men and women from other communities, the Christian community, the Hindu community there, and sending them to fight for the Daesh in Syria. So there have been a huge number of people who had quietly gone all the way to fight for the Daesh, radicalized, and the role and involvement of members of the PFI had been under scrutiny with the Kerala government under V.S. Achyutanandan themselves, making a very, very strong representation in court. This entire coinage of love jihad came from the Kerala courts itself, and it was on some of the cases. But we saw what happened, that more than 1,000 cases got buried when one case of Hadia was won by the PFI with its leader, one of their leaders who belonged to the political outfit SDPI, him getting backed in court. We know that top lawyers of the country were paid nearly $1 crore plus, and this is all out in public domain by the PFI itself to try and win this one case. So what the PFI has done over the years is they have understood the system. They have realized how to work the system. Even the current hijab petition in the Supreme Court is on behalf of the Campus Front of India, and the money that is coming from is the Campus Front of India and the PFI. In 2014, 2015, the PFI website proudly proclaimed all these outfits and organizations as part of its various branches, and the PFI was the one big tree. But now, of late, the Campus Front of India very smartly has tried to de-link itself from PFI, saying that we are an independent organization. So their strategy has also evolved. The same group in the Karnataka High Court insisted that hijab is an essential religious practice. But now in the Supreme Court, they have tweaked their argument to say, consider it as a part of an important practice in Islam, but not an essential religious practice. So see how they are playing and they are evolving. That's what the PFI learned to do. They evolved in such a way that if the Simi and Indian Mujahideen were involved in terrorist activities, where they were creating instances of terror with IEDs and explosives, the PFI evolved itself to start creating social unrest and to try and manifest as individual groups who were suddenly sprouting at various parts of the country and trying to make it look spontaneous. But actually what they did is they just evolved and they formed a hybrid mechanism to create social divide, social strife and social unrest. What has been cracked down in Bihar is startling, that at least 10 to 13 districts on the entire Simanchal region, the PFI is embedded and it's got its headquarters in Bihar, where now what is under allegation and the investigating agencies are alleging is that they were actually actively helping illegals to come back and settle themselves in these regions, convert the help in changing the demographic nature of that entire region with the help of Bangladeshis and Rohingyas, and get their support to try and create enough muscle for the PFI to become a very strong political entity there that could influence votes.
All right, we've had to shift focus because we have more updates coming in on this story. This is news of the Enforcement Directorate that is assisting in the investigations as we speak, led by the NIA. We're learning that the raids are being directly monitored by the Home Ministry. The teams are investigating the PFI's finances, and they are very much, as we've already told you, assisting the NIA, the National Investigative Agency, in the operation. The ED's already shared critical information, especially related to the PFI's finances that they allege are coming in from Gulf countries. Now, I have my colleague Ashish Mehrishi. He's with us live this morning to bring us context on this entire story. Ashish, finally, we are being able to share with our audiences how the Enforcement Directorate is assisting with this entire investigation. Could you bring us more details, and could you share with us the larger allegations that the ED is making when it comes to these Hawala transactions?
So, you know, the Enforcement Directorate basically looks at the money trail, and we all know that there was, the entire finances of PFI which was being looked at by the Enforcement Directorate. My sources in the ED tell me that the information, especially related to PFI finances, was shared with the Government of India. The government basically got worried because the money was coming from Gulf countries, especially the money was coming from UAE, Oman, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia and many more Gulf countries, and ultimately this money was coming through Hawala channels. In fact, there were district executive committees that was basically formed to bring this money into India. So my sources in the ED tell me that yes, this basically, the entire crackdown has happened only after the government decided to look at the report of the Enforcement Directorate. The Enforcement Directorate shared each and every detail with the government, especially related to how the finances, especially through Hawala channels, was landing into India, and ultimately it was being used for nefarious activities by PFI. So that is why the Government of India decided to make this big crackdown. Obviously NIA has its own role, but after the government got really worried because the money of around 120 crore rupees that landed into the account of PFI, the money that came into the PFI account, and that there was basically layering after layering to hide and basically camouflage as genuine business activities. Then the government basically got worried on how this money is being used ultimately for anti-India activities that this crackdown has happened today. So as of now, we all know that more than 100 arrests to 106 arrests to be precise that has happened till now, and certainly it's like from the top to the bottom of PFI that this crackdown has happened, and we are already seeing some protest in different parts of the countries, but certainly a big time action, because the government believes that action needs to be taken because the finances of PFI was basically used for activities which were against India.
Okay, Ashish, stay with us. For our audiences, I now want to take you to the ground where we have colleagues who are going to be bringing us reports from each of the cities. Remember, these raids have been taking place against and in PFI spaces in more than 13 states. First, let's go over to my colleague. First, we're going to start with Swastika. She's present in Hyderabad, in Andhra Pradesh, one of the several states that has already seen, as we've just said, the raids. Let's go over to Swastika right now to understand more. Swastika, you're present in Hyderabad as we speak. Bring us an update, please.
Well, you can see through the visuals that this has become a big location here, considering the battery of media personnel arriving here. But that is because this is Chandrayaan Gutta and this is the office of the Popular Front of India, which has been sealed and locked by the NIA officials. And there is a notice that has been pasted there which clearly says and asking the NIA asking the PFI officials here to arrive and submit before them, to come and depose before them within 3 days' time. So that is the deadline that has been given to them by the NIA here. This is PFI's main office in Chandrayaan Gutta. The raids in Telangana come in the backdrop of intense crackdown by the central agencies on the 18th of September, in fact, where 38 locations were raided, 4 in Hyderabad, the rest of them in Karimnagar, Jagatiyal, Nirmal, and of course Nizamabad, where 4 PFI activists were arrested. And you can see that in that context, the raids in Hyderabad assume significance. Let's also quickly talk about Andhra Pradesh, where raids are happening in Kurnool. We are given to understand, we got the visuals of those areas early in the morning. We're also learning that raids are likely to happen in other parts of Andhra Pradesh, including Nellore, because it happened last time. But the main focus area of the National Investigation Agency is, of course, Guntur, where we are learning that the raids took place at around 3 o'clock. That is also the timing where the raids took place here in Hyderabad. We're expecting that the raids are likely to take place in other parts of Telangana as well. Continuous crackdown in Andhra Pradesh as well. Whether a ban on PFI is imminent or not, but we can certainly say that the noose is tightening around the PFI activists, SDPI, and also the Campus Front of India, who are very much active in these parts of the southern states. And that's the reason why the crackdown by the NIA assumes significance. So perhaps it is an imminent conclusion, that it's a foregone conclusion that the noose is tightening around PFI and that there will be a certain breakthrough in the investigation very soon.
Swastika, stay with us. For our audiences, we're moving now from Swastika, but we're staying very much down south. Let's go over now to my colleague Purnima. She's with us in Chennai as we speak. Purnima, describe to us the action we've seen since the morning in Chennai. Also tell us, have any arrests taken place?
Well, this is the Popular Front of India office here in Chennai in Porasaravakkam. You can see that's on the second floor. The raids here began at around 3:45 a.m. and continued till about 8 a.m. No arrests so far, but people who have been here from the PFI front, they say that they have taken a bundle of papers that includes their projects, that includes some of the activities of the PFI. So a few boxes from the office have been taken by the NIA. So the raids are over here at Chennai, but meanwhile at least 11 locations across at least 4 districts are currently being raided. Some of the districts where the raids are currently underway include Madurai, Theni. These are some of the districts where the raids are underway. But here in Chennai, in Popular Front's office in Porasaravakkam, the raids ended by 8 a.m. No arrests so far, at least in Chennai and across Tamil Nadu, but raids underway. We'll have to wait for an official reaction But members from the PFI front say that some of the papers that were in the office have now been taken by the NIA. That's what members of the PFI Chennai office tell us at this point in time.
Okay, Purnima, stay with us. Let's now take our audiences over to the northeast from the south. We're going to go up now to my colleague Preeti. She's with us in Guwahati, also a city that's seen action from the NIA over the last few hours. Let's check in with her. Preeti, over to you.
The police, the NIA actually came in the morning and they raided. They have arrested Aminul Haq from here, and in several other places in Assam they raided, and in Nagarbera, in Boko, they have.
Okay, I'm so sorry, Preeti. We do need to move quickly. We actually have some breaking news coming in. We'll connect once again with our reporters in just a sec. But we are receiving news that all arrested from various states, remember 13 states have seen raids since the morning. They're all going to be brought to Delhi. Top government sources are saying that all of those arrested, remember, we've seen arrests take place in the senior leadership of the PFI across the country. We're learning that they're all going to be brought to Delhi. They're coming this evening after the transit remand formalities. Let's go over to my colleague Anand. He was with us in the beginning of the show to get an update on this. Anand, tell us what the plan is for today evening. Also, what numbers do we have in terms of initial arrests that have taken place already?
Well, the total number is more than 100. So we are given to understand all those people who have been arrested, be it in Kerala, be it in Karnataka, be it any part of the country, they're all going to be brought to Delhi. They're not going to be lodged in local jails and in the local areas of strength. What they're going to be what is going to be done is all these leaders are going to be brought together, bunched, and they're going to be presented as a collective. Now, point is, see, that's exactly what's happening, that they want to take them out of their local areas of strength so that there is no sympathy built up, there is no law and order situation that's created, there is no mobilization of a mob to try and protest, etc. And they are brought to Delhi, and in Delhi they will be lodged across the 3 separate jails which are available and in high security. And they will be treated under the anti-national crime because they're all booked under UAPA. So that's what the top leadership is going to be done. Now, if all 100 are going to be brought here, or there are going to be, it's going to be a smaller number of the top 15, 20 of them, we'll have to wait and watch. But we are given to understand that all of them will be brought in. And the transit remand formalities are being pursued right now. So this is why the early morning crackdown and arrest, so that the entire process of transit remand, etc., which takes at least 3 to 4 hours, can be done by afternoon, and they can all be put on a plane and they brought to Delhi together. And from there, they will all be taken to a particular facility where they'll be lodged. Now, clearly, this has been well thought out. We have to understand that this is a huge logistic and operational challenge also for the investigating agencies, and they seem to have done the basic groundwork to ensure that this can be facilitated and will be executed to the T. And we are expecting that matters will, all the raids, the arrests, everything will come to a close in a short while from now, and then the process of formalities and getting over with it will be undertaken. Now, somewhere one gets to understand that there has been an intimation which has been given to the authorities that this is going to happen. This needs to be facilitated. Now we'll have to see if the state governments, even those which are not favorable to the central leadership, they also cooperate and ensure that there is no hurdle that is created and there is no delay, and their transit remand is facilitated and they're all brought in time. Somewhere one gets the impression that this has all been worked out. The information has been done, and it's under the interest of internal security and national security that this is being undertaken. The reason why the UAPA clause has been invoked is so that they can all be prosecuted for anti-national activities.
Okay, Anand, thank you for giving us those details. Let's go over very quickly now to our guests. We have the former DGP of Punjab, Shashikant. He's with us right now. Sir, thank you so much for joining us this morning on CNN News 18. So over the last 3 hours, we've been bringing our audiences news of what is perhaps the largest crackdown the PFI has ever seen. Sir, I want to understand from you, part of the issue that we were discussing right now with my colleagues was the fact that so many of the members of the SIMI, Student Islamic Movement of India group that was initially banned in the early 2000s, so many of those leaders were able to filter into the PFI over the years. So I want to ask you, what kind of action would we need to see take place to stop that from happening over the next few years once again, if this outfit were to be banned?
Let's make the things very clear. SIMI, again, it was an offshoot of certain other organizations, and they were acting all over the country, youth wing and everything, and they were affiliated with WAMI, that's World Assembly of Muslim Youth in Riyadh. Besides that, they're all militant organizations. They were affiliated with IFSO. They were affiliated with Mujahideen. They were affiliated with Lashkar, Huji Bangladesh. So basically, what all they were in touch with, they were all basically a terror organization with which they were affiliated. That particular organization was banned to start with. Now, the guys, members of the SIMI, most of them got infiltrated into this PFI, which was again, there was a meeting of this National Development Front of, again, this one of these organizations. They set up this particular thing. And the most of the SIMI guys, it was basically a rejuvenation, you can call it. You can call it a Sarkar, whatever it is. Basically, it is nothing but the same front. And it's obvious, the basic reports which had been coming up was that they were getting immense amount of money from various centers in West Asia. And they were in touch with, let me tell you that ISI has got its biggest offshore office in Nepal. They were in touch with that. But this was the preliminary information which apparently had come, because of which apparently these persons have been picked up for interrogation, because NIA is basically an investigating agency. It's not an intelligence agency. Now they have to talk to them. They have to examine the papers that they have been recovered and then prepare a case and prepare a challan and put it to the competent court for orders. Thank you.
Okay. And sir, I just want to understand from you, we're being able to tell our audiences that each of these individuals will possibly be held under the UAPA. What does that mean? What legal rights will they have over the next few days?
Look, as far as these particular national security acts, different kind of national security acts which are there, of course, there are lots of restrictions. Of course, they can approach the courts, etc., and courts will also examine. But these certainly give an edge to the investigating agencies, to the governmental agencies who are looking into these particular things. So this is this particular edge because of which they had raided these places all over the country, and they have recovered such a whole lot of papers from community to anybody. Yes, they are also like subject to this thing and that thing is there. But I think this was the only way, because of this particular action had to be taken, because it's been coming in. Look, what happened in Patna a few days back. Again in May 22, what we are worried about, the indoctrination of little children. In May 22, there was a procession by this PFI in which children were raising such objectionable slogans, communally based, and these videos had gone absolutely viral. And this kind of activities, I say, okay, a person is free to pursue whatever religion wants to pursue and sort of go as per that. But indoctrination of the kind which we have been seeing in the PFI, in these two instances I've given you, Patna and this Kerala government had also proposed a ban on this particular organization. But these are the serious because of which it has happened, yes. And only the national security acts or all these things, only they had to be invoked. Otherwise, under normal legal system, what we have got, there are lots of loopholes therein. IPC is quite flexible, but these specialized laws, specialized acts, they have they don't have that kind of loopholes which can be utilized by any person straight away and come out on bail again and with immunities and start indulging in all sorts of actions. So I think government has taken all this action, right action, and I'll request the government to your district also, because I know the lots of propaganda which is going on. Based on the investigation, when the challan is prepared, the details of the challan and maybe a white paper can be issued on it, so that other agencies, other organizations which are indulging into this kind of international activities, they get wise and they don't start indulging into such things which are totally and blatantly anti-national. Thank you.
Okay, so if I could request you to stay with us. For our audiences, As we've been telling you, over the last 3 hours, raids have already taken place in more than 13 locations across the country. Let's very quickly walk you through them. The state that's seen the most raids till now, the most action over the last few hours, down south on the left, Kerala. Then towards its right, Tamil Nadu. Now, before we go on to West Bengal, I just want to tell you, it was 3 states down south, organizations in 3 states down south, Karnataka, Kerala and Tamil Nadu, that came together and formed the PFI in the early 2000s. Now, as you can see this map opening up on your screens, the raids took place up in these states in the north too. We've brought you over the last hour reports from Assam, from Telangana, from Andhra Pradesh, and of course from my colleagues in Tamil Nadu. Now, what we were telling you earlier, the state that's seen the most action, Kerala. After that, both Karnataka and Maharashtra have seen in terms of the severity and in terms of the number of leaders that have been taken into custody. Now, very quickly, I want to walk you through more reactions that are coming in to the story. Take a look at what the leader, Giriraj Singh, the minister, had to say. Take a look.
ना काम करता है इस पर हमारी कोई टिप्पणी नहीं, लेकिन मैं ये जरूर कहूंगा पीएफआई आज एक आतंकवादी संगठन है जो भारत विरोधी काम करता है। पूर्णिया को उसने अपना सेंटर बनाया है, फुलवारी शरीफ में पकड़े गए, उसकी प्लानिंग आपने देखा सुना कि वो भारत को पहले ही मुस्लिम राष्ट्र बना देना चाहता 1947 के पहले। तो जो इतना बड़ा कुकृत्य करता हो, फंड इकट्ठा करता है, भारत के खिलाफ आंदोलन करता है, भारत के जनमानस को भड़काता है, तो ऐसे संस्थानों पर अगर कार्रवाई हो रही है, दुर्भाग्य है जब फुलवारी शरीफ में पीएफआई पर छापे पड़े तो जो पुलिस का वक्तव्य आया था वो निराशाजनक आया था। उसे सांस्कृतिक संगठन बताने की कोशिश की गई थी। ये नीतीश बाबू, ये लालू बाबू, लालू यादव, ये लोग, नीतीश जी तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करते हैं। तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति में कभी लालू जी सिम्मी को, लोग कहते हैं कि सिम्मी पर जब बैन हुआ तो सिम्मी को बंद करके पीएफआई बनाया। तो ये सिम्मी को जब बंद हुआ था उसमें लालू यादव का राज था। ये बिहार खास करके स्लीपर सेल आतंकवादियों के लिए बनते जा रहा है। राजनीतिक संरक्षण है और ये संरक्षण के कारण यहाँ फलता फूलता है और 13 राज्यों में फुलवारी शरीफ में जो कागजात मिले।
Earlier, we were speaking to my colleague Preeti, who is with us in Guwahati. Preeti was bringing us details about the action we've seen taken by the NIA over the last few hours in Guwahati. Preeti, I believe you were telling us that 9 people, to most recent count, have been detained in the city. Tell us more.
Office has been sealed. They were operating.
Yes, 9 people have been detained so far by NIA, and I am telling you, this is the office in Guwahati, the PFI state office in Guwahati, which was raided by NIA this morning. Yes, I also have to tell you that time and again there have been certain incidents that has happened in Assam in the recent times where the involvement of PFI was actually suspected, and even the recent jihadi modules that have been busted in Assam also raised questions on PFI. Also, the Chief Minister of the state, Himanta Biswa Sharma, also, while addressing a press meet recently on the jihadi modules busted, he also stated about the involvement of PFI. He said that PFI is definitely being the laying the foundation of certain such activities happening in the state. Not just that, the incident of Gorukutu we cannot forget, and also the Batadrawa incident where a whole police station was burned down also saw some suspicions of the involvement of PFI in those incidents. And today, this is the office which was raided by NIA today in the morning, and I'm trying to show you the visuals of the office which was raided, and this is the office of PFI which was raided and NIA. And we have seen that one person has been detained, and a few others have been detained from several other places. However, the names and the count has not been made public yet by NIA.
All right, stay with us, please, Preeti. For our audiences, We're moving now from the east all the way to the west. My colleague Bhavani Deora is with us right now from Rajasthan to bring us updates of the NIA action Rajasthan has seen over the last few hours. भवानी जी, हम आपके तरफ आ रहे हैं. आप हमें दे सकते हैं ये जो जानकारी आई है पिछले 3 घंटों से NIA के बारे में?
देखिए, अब NIA ने राजस्थान के अंदर 2 लोकेशन पर एक साथ रेड की थी. एक जयपुर के अंदर जहां PFI का दफ्तर है, पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया का. ये जयपुर का MD रोड है, जहां पर ये ऊपर की जो तस्वीर आपको नज़र आ रही है, ये PFI का दफ्तर है. अभी हमने बात करने की कोशिश भी की, लेकिन PFI की ओर से कोई बात करने को तैयार नहीं हुआ. 10:45 पर PFI की ओर से एक ऑफिशियल प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की जाएगी. दफ्तर भी बंद इस वक्त एक गेट बंद कर दिया गया. जो हमारी जो सूचना है उसके मुताबिक NIA इस सोर्सेज के मुताबिक यहाँ पर तकरीबन 3:30 बजे रेड शुरू हुई थी और तकरीबन 9 बजे तक लगातार यहाँ पर रेड चली, जिसमें कई दस्तावेज है वो खंगाले गए, कुछ जब्त किए गए. 2 बड़े एलिगेशन है, आरोप है, एक टेरर फंडिंग का, एक एंटी नेशनल एक्टिविटीज़ का. इसके बारे में पूछताछ की जा रही है और एक बड़ी खबर ये है कि इसमें 2 को NIA ने हिरासत में लिया. उसमें राजस्थान PFI के अध्यक्ष आसिफ और एक सचिव हैं सादिक, दोनों को, आसिफ को चेन्नई से और सादिक को कोटा के सांगोद से, कोटा और जयपुर में एक साथ रेड थी. जी,
जानकारी के लिए धन्यवाद. Stay with us. For our colleagues, we're going to be returning to all of you in just a second. For now, for our audiences, we're going into a short break. After this short break, we continue to bring you updates about the raids. Remember, these are the largest ever sets of actions we've seen against the PFI in this country. It's time for a short break. We'll see you in a few minutes.
There's a major crackdown on the PFI. Nationwide raids against PFI in 13 states are going on currently. Opposition-ruled states are currently being raided by the NIA.
There have been demands from not just political groups but also Muslim groups that the utterances of some of the leaders of PFI, those leaning towards the PFI, have been not in the interest of society and in the interest of the country, and their activities, their funding need to be scrutinized.
PFI has been under the scanner for some time now, and now what NIA is confirming is that multiple locations are being searched. These are searches that are going on for allegations of terror funding, for organizing training camps, and for radicalizing people to join suicide organizations.
Guys, there's literally a lake. There's a lake that's in the studio right now because of all of the heavy rainfall here that kind of came in. So hold on here. Sorry, guys. So we're on the air here. Sorry, guys. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, our water is still coming in here, and it's even worse in the back. Yeah.
Russian President Vladimir Putin made a rare address to the nation for a stunning announcement, that of a partial draft.
With his war on Ukraine grinding on for 7 months, Vladimir Putin announced a partial mobilization in Russia. Putin has signed a decree calling on 3 lakh reservists, that is, people who have had military training, to fight in Ukraine from Wednesday. Putin's announcement comes a day after Russian-controlled regions in eastern and southern Ukraine announced plans to hold referendums this weekend on becoming part of Russia. After Ukraine's successful counterattack, Kremlin's plans to annex 4 regions is likely to further escalate the war. This is Russia's first mobilization since World War II.
So why has Vladimir Putin ordered this partial mobilization, and that too at this stage of the war? There has been a big counter-offensive by the Ukrainian forces, particularly in Kharkiv, the second biggest city. The Kremlin claims at least 5,900 Russian troops have been killed in the war over the last 7 months, although the unofficial estimates are much higher. Ukraine claims that up to 50,000 Russian troops are dead so far. 1,000 elite officers, pilots, as well as intelligence experts have been killed over the last 7 months. And just hours after the war mobilization announcement by Vladimir Putin, protests have broken out in different parts of Russia. There are also reports of young people trying to flee the country. This comes amidst rumors that men of combat age will not be permitted to leave the country. Flights from Russia to neighboring countries are fully booked. That's not all. Vladimir Putin is also threatening the West in that same speech that he made to the nation earlier today. He's threatening the West with a nuclear strike.
Putin wasn't bluffing in stating that Russia will use all available means to protect its territory, essentially meaning that nuclear weapons are not off the table. Russia's military doctrine allows the use of tactical nuclear weapons if the Russian state is threatened. So essentially, Putin is betting that by increasing the risk of a direct confrontation between NATO and Russia, the West may blink over its support for Ukraine. Russia has already used long-range hypersonic missiles in Ukraine, which can fly faster than 6,000 kilometers per hour. But most are viewing Putin's nuclear threat as a sign of panic because the war is not going his way.
Meanwhile, US President Joe Biden addressed the United Nations General Assembly, slamming Putin's mobilization move.
Russia's calling up more soldiers to join the fight. And the Kremlin is organizing a sham referendum to try to annex parts of Ukraine, an extremely significant violation of the UN Charter. This world should see these outrageous acts for what they are. Putin claims he had to act because Russia was threatened. But no one threatened Russia. And no one other than Russia sought conflict.
Meanwhile, in Uttar Pradesh's Shahjahanpur, one biker had an unfortunate experience with a buffalo.
A woman was walking the buffalo on a narrow road when a biker crossed them. The sound of the bike scared the buffalo, and suddenly the animal lunged at the man, knocking him off his bike. The man fell on the side of the road while his bike was flung several meters ahead. As the man lay injured on the road, the woman came to check on him. Within a few minutes, some bystanders also ran to the man's rescue. The biker was rushed to the hospital and treated for his injuries.
The Kerala leg of Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra involved a major gaffe. A poster of the Yatra had a photo of V.D. Savarkar in a lineup with other freedom fighters. Now, even though the party has never considered Savarkar to be a freedom fighter, party workers then ended up covering Savarkar's picture with one of Mahatma Gandhi. After hinting that he could enter the Congress president's election fray, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot today met with Sonia Gandhi. He's also expected to be in Kerala tomorrow to make a last-ditch effort to try and convince Rahul Gandhi to take over the reins of the party. A day before Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was to convene a special session of the Assembly for a confidence vote, Punjab Governor Banwari Lal Purohit has withdrawn his order summoning the Assembly, citing legal reasons. Reacting to the move, Mann has said it proves the sinister design of BJP's Operation Lotus. A hair-racing accident in
All right, we're bringing you now some breaking news that's coming in to us from Karnataka, one of the three states that's seen the most action in the last few hours from the National Investigative Agency in its largest ever raids against the PFI. We're learning that in Karnataka, it turns out that the calls for banning the PFI are growing. The Hindu Jana Jagruti Samiti members have met with the Karnataka Home Minister Raga Jananendra. They're seeking a ban on the PFI. Let's go over to my colleague Harish right now for more details. Harish, our audiences will remember that just a few months ago, following the killing of a Bajrang Dal activist in Shivamoga, you already have been seeing a number of groups in Karnataka make this demand. Bring us more details.
Well, absolutely. Whether when we had Praveen Netta's murder happening in coastal Karnataka or the stabbing incident that we saw in Shivamoga, there has been a chorus growing for a ban on the Popular Front of India. And every time you had state government saying that it's a call that has to be taken by the union government, and it has to be done in a manner that it stands legal scrutiny, and also has to be dealt in a manner that the same members don't gather again under a different umbrella and once again start their activities. And now chorus is growing on seeking a ban on PFI. The Hindu Janjagriti Samiti meeting Home Minister Aragag Gyanendra saying that the state government should once again urge and approach the union government to ban the Popular Front of India.
Okay. Harish, if I could just ask you to also give our audiences a little bit more context here on the PFI's activities in the state over the last few years. What does the last decade for the PFI in Karnataka look like?
Well, there have been multiple killings that have happened, especially in coastal Karnataka area, and several of those accused have had links to either the PFI or the SDPI, as recently as the murder of Praveen Nedar as well. We've seen in that case too, SDPI and PFI offices being raided across coastal Karnataka. Some of their members are accused in that particular case. Even in the case of Prem Singh being stabbed in Shimoga, we had seen raids on offices of these organizations and the houses of some of these leaders as well. And they've been under the scanner for a very long time. And even today, you see, even in this pan-India raid that's happening by the NIA, several locations in Mangaluru and Bengaluru too raided. It's one of the key states for the PFI. And investigating agency always tracking leaders from here because they've seen that a lot of propaganda that goes from the PFI handles are emerging from here. At the same time, some of the leaders from here also have been under the scanner for their activities as well. And leaders from PFI Karnataka seem to have close links to PFI leaders in Kerala. That's one of the strongholds of PFI. So their activities in Karnataka have been under the scanner for a very long time, especially over the last year or so, when we've had multiple killings in coastal Karnataka and Malnad region.
Okay. Harish, thank you for these details. For our audiences, my colleague Arunima now covers the Home Ministry. She's been bringing us details of all the action we've seen since the morning. Let's go over to her right now to understand more. Arunima, the kind of planning and infrastructural thought that would have had to go behind such a wide set scale of action taking place in about, I think we're telling our audiences, 13 states right now. Could you shed a light on how much planning and preparation went into today's actions?
So the first meeting in this regard happened in the first week of September when Home Minister Amit Shah met all the agencies, the central agencies who were looking at Popular Front of India. So the Intelligence Bureau, the NIA, the Enforcement Directorate, they were all made part of that meeting. That's when this process began. And since then, all the anti-terror units of various state police were brought on board. There was massive coordination that was underway. Paramilitary forces were requisitioned because their protection was required. You are seeing the kind of protests that are happening in some of the states. So they were requisitioned as well. And then over the last, 1 week or so, some of the top leaders of the Popular Front of India were put under surveillance. There was some apprehension that there could be attempt to destroy evidence, or even top functionaries could escape, and therefore they were constantly watched. And after this full preparation, the midnight crackdown began. It was by the National Investigation Agency, the Enforcement Directorate and the local police. Total 106 people have already been arrested. More in detention. The numbers could grow. These are not just by one agency, these are by NIA, ED and the state police combined. Maharashtra ATS, for example, Maharashtra, from where 20 people have been arrested, has confirmed that it has registered a fresh case. Ultimately, all of those cases could be transferred to the National Investigation Agency. And I'm coming to you live from outside NIA, where they're all focusing on collection of evidence on 3 counts. PFI stands accused of terror financing, recruitment for terror and carrying out anti-India activities. So right now, searches are to collect evidence on all these 3 counts.
Okay. Arunima, thank you for bringing us those details. If I could request you to actually stay with us right now for our audiences. In the action we've seen over the last 3 hours, Kerala is the state that has seen the largest amount of action. It's seen most of the leaders from the PFI, a lot of senior leadership, be detained. Very quickly, I want to take you now to see what the BJP key leader from Kerala, KJ Alphonse, had to say. Take a look. He's also a former Union Minister of State. Take a look.
Well, we're joined by former Union Minister and senior BJP leader KJ Alphonse. So thank you so much for speaking to CNN News 18. Over 100 PFI leaders have been arrested in the raids which have been conducted by the central agencies. How do you react to it, sir?
No, I'm extremely happy because the state government throughout the years refused to take action against the PFI, in spite of even the High Court of Kerala saying that PFI is an extremist organization. So I've been raising this issue, and I'm extremely happy the Government of India, the National Investigation Agency, and along with the Enforcement Directorate is cracking down on these people, their organization, their people, their accounts. You know, these guys are an imminent danger to the country. It's a threat to the integrity of the country. There is no doubt on these things. And of course, the headquarters of all these things is basically in Kerala. I mean, if you look at it, the largest number of recruits for IS has come from Kerala. So there was imminent danger, but the CPM is unfortunately, the Communist Party is unfortunately soft on these terrorist organizations because they want to get their votes, and some of them are inside the party itself, and so they won't take any action. So I'm deeply worried about this, the funding of the PFI. See, there are a couple of countries who are hugely funding these organizations, of course, all covert operations. And all this money which comes through the gold smuggling operations in Kerala, and you know, you have at least every day 2 or 3 cases being caught, which is not even the tip of the iceberg. All that money, I'm afraid, goes into funding the PFI. So I think massive money is coming in, and Kerala is scared. Imagine the same people, they chopped off the hand of a college professor a few years back, and even the Christian community refused to intervene. They disowned him actually because they were scared of the PFI. And just about a couple of months back, there was a rally of the PFI in Alleppey. And there was a small 10-year-old boy sitting on the shoulder of a person and shouting tutored slogans saying, Hindus and Christians get ready for your funeral. I mean, what is the state coming to?
And we have some breaking news that you can see on your screens right now in this same story. Delhi PFI President Parvez has been arrested by the NIA. I believe the teams actually reached his house early in the morning. I also believe they may have taken possibly family members of his also into custody. We'll try to get a reporter on with us to confirm and bring us more details. I believe Parvez lived in Okhla. He had been associated with the PFI for a long time. Let's go over to my colleague Shankar Anand right now for more details. Shankar Anand ji, आप इस अरेस्ट के बारे में, आप इस गिरफ्तारी के बारे में हमें और बता सकते हैं प्लीज?
देखिए, इस वक्त में केंद्रीय जांच एजेंसी ईडी और एनआईए के द्वारा जिस तरह से एक ज्वाइंट ऑपरेशन को अंजाम दिया जा रहा है, इसी के तहत शाहीन बाग इलाके में भी ईडी की टीम पहुंची थी और वहां से परवेज नाम के एक शख्स को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। परवेज का संबंध पीएफआई संस्था से है। इससे पहले भी कई बार पूछताछ की जा चुकी है और जिस तरह से अगर परवेज की बात करें तो परवेज के घर पर ईडी की टीम पहुंची थी और वहां से अपने साथ लेकर उसे भी ईडी मुख्यालय पहुंची है और ईडी मुख्यालय पर इस वक्त में परवेज ईडी मुख्यालय में है और आगे यहां से पूछताछ की जाएगी। और जिस तरह से परवेज पर जो आरोप है वो आरोप काफी संगीन है। हालांकि जिस तरह से पिछले काफी समय के दौरान में परवेज से पूछताछ की गई है, परवेज से जुड़े हुए कई जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं वो भी बाकायदा पहले तलाशी जा चुके हैं और जिस तरह से आज देश भर में 106 से ज्यादा लोकेशन पर सर्च ऑपरेशन को अंजाम दिया जा रहा है और खास तौर पर कहा जा सकता है कि राजधानी दिल्ली से जिस तरह से 3 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हुई है तो उससे जुड़े हुए तमाम इनपुट को ध्यान में रखते हुए आज कहा जा रहा है कि आज कई महत्वपूर्ण लोकेशन पर अभी भी सर्च ऑपरेशन को अंजाम दिया जा रहा है और आज देर शाम तक तकरीबन 4 बजे तक इस मामले में ईडी के द्वारा ऑफिशियल जानकारी दी जाएगी कि सर्च ऑपरेशन के दौरान क्या क्या जानकारियां मिली, किस तरह से सबूत इकट्ठा किए गए और जिस तरह से पीएफआई संस्था पर कई जो आरोप लग रहे हैं पिछले कई सालों से, तो हो सकता है कि आने वाले वक्त में इस मामले पर भी इस मामले की गंभीरता को देखते हुए केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय के द्वारा इस मामले में कुछ और भी बड़े फैसले लिए जा सकते हैं। हालांकि आज जो सर्च ऑपरेशन को अंजाम दिया जा रहा है, इस सर्च ऑपरेशन पर खुद केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय के द्वारा मॉनिटरिंग किया जा रहा है और खास तौर पर एनआईए और ईडी के अधिकारियों को उचित जानकारी दी जा रही है, उचित मार्गदर्शन किया जा रहा है कि किस तरह से ऑपरेशन को अंजाम देना है। और परवेज से, हालांकि परवेज जिसकी गिरफ्तारी शाहीन बाग से हुई है, उससे मामले उसकी अगर बात करें तो इससे पहले भी जब दिल्ली दंगा हुआ था उस वक्त में भी उससे पूछताछ की गई थी और इसके साथ ही उत्तर प्रदेश का जो हाथरस कांड है उस वक्त में भी परवेज से पूछताछ की गई थी, कई राउंड उससे पूछताछ की गई थी और आज सुबह सुबह आज ईडी की टीम मौके पे पहुंची और परवेज को अपने साथ में लेकर ईडी मुख्यालय पहुंची है। ईडी मुख्यालय में अब तमाम पूछताछ की जो प्रक्रिया है उसको अंजाम दिया जा रहा है और कहा जा सकता है कि देर शाम तक इस मामले में ईडी के द्वारा ऑफिशियल औपचारिक तौर पर तमाम जानकारियों को मीडिया से भी साझा किया जा सकता है कि इस राष्ट्रव्यापी यानी नेशनल लेवल पर जिस तरह से एक ज्वाइंट ऑपरेशन को अंजाम दिया गया है, इस ज्वाइंट ऑपरेशन से क्या क्या जानकारियां मिली हैं, कितने लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हुई है और किस तरह से इस मामले में आगे भी ऑपरेशन को अंजाम देना है। तो एक तरह से कहा जा सकता है कि देर शाम तक इस मामले में तमाम जानकारियों को मीडिया से साझा किया जाएगा।
शंकर जी हमारे साथ प्लीज जुड़े रहिए। फॉर आवर ऑडियंसेस, आई जस्ट वांट टू प्ले आउट फॉर यू द रिएक्शन वी हैव कमिंग इन। दिस इज परवेज's wife. Remember, he's the Delhi PFI president. Take a look at how his wife is reacting to this news.
पुलिस आ गई, यहाँ पे लेडीज भी आ गई और मैं अगर आप गेट नहीं खोलेंगी तो मैं ताला तोड़ के भी अंदर आ जाऊंगा, मुझे सब हक है। मैंने फिर उनसे पूछा कि आपके पास क्या वारंट है अंदर आने का। उन्होंने कहा कि मेरे पास वारंट पेपर है, मैं ऐसे नहीं आया हूँ। मेरे पास 2 मोबाइल लेकर गए हैं और कुछ पेपर वगैरह लेकर गए होंगे। ये परवेज साहब को साथ लेकर गए हैं। फिर सारे साथ में इन्होंने गेट खोल दिया। जब ज़बरदस्ती उन्होंने बहुत किया तो इन्होंने गेट खोल दिया। पूरा चेक इन किया, मिला की वो मिला के, वो तो उनका काम ही करना, वो तो करते ही हैं।
And we are bringing you breaking news now from Maharashtra in the very same story. I believe the Maharashtra ATS has made a total of 20 arrests so far over the last 3 hours. Remember, if the numbers we have till now are correct, Kerala stands at about 22 and Maharashtra, as you can see, at 20, which would make it the state that's seen the second largest number of arrests since the morning. These are the details that we're bringing you as we speak. Remember, Kerala leads with 22, it seems. Maharashtra and possibly Karnataka also with 20 arrests. Andhra Pradesh, Assam, Delhi with more arrests after that. I think Rajasthan actually has seen the least. But again, these are numbers that are constantly updating. So I will request that you stay with us. My colleagues are bringing us all of this information. Remember, it is all incredibly sensitive, which is why those numbers keep changing. We do know that till now, over 100 top PFI leaders and functionaries have been arrested in these nationwide raids. These are coordinated raids between the NIA, the Enforcement Directorate, and multiple state agencies. In this case, you can see obviously the involvement of the Maharashtra ATS. These raids have been going on over the last 3 hours. And I'm going to name for you Uttar Pradesh, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra. These are some of the states that have seen this widespread action. As we speak, it's also important to note that members from the PFI have already started staging protests across the country in various cities. They're staging protests against what they're calling is unjust action from the Home Ministry. Now, we'll try to bring you more details about this. Right now, my colleague Mihir is with us to bring us more details about the action in Maharashtra in specific. Mihir, we're coming over to you here for more information. We're being able to bring our audiences the number of 20. 20 arrests, I believe, have taken so far by the Maharashtra ATS. Bring us more details, please.
Absolutely. As far as the Maharashtra ATS is concerned, yes, they have now officially confirmed that there have been several locations across Maharashtra where they have conducted this particular raid. They have made several arrests and there are some very stringent IPC as well as UAPA sections applied to those arrested. Now, what we understand at this point and is that early in the morning these raids started. We know that several leaders from the PFI have alleged that, nobody was aware of this because this was that sort of an raid where these agencies had to keep it really under the wraps for certain reasons and the kind of charges that are leveled against these people who have been arrested across Maharashtra from Pune and other districts of Maharashtra where these raids were taking place is something what is mentioned in the ATS's official statement. They're clearly stating that they have carried out raids at several places including Maharashtra, Navi Mumbai as well as certain adjoining areas where they believed it was important to have these raids based on all the information they have. Now what we know is that that they have made certain arrests in this particular regards, and they have applied certain stringent IPC section as well as UAPA sections for the people who have arrested because there are suspicions of anti-national activities, being involved in terrorist activities, and that is something they have. Those are the charges they have leveled on this massive kind of operation, the massive raids, which has not only been in Maharashtra but across the state. But yes, there have been several arrests in Maharashtra as well, and there were multiple locations across Maharashtra where these raids were conducted simultaneously.
Okay. Mihir, we do have some breaking news we're going to have to move to right now. Thank you for bringing us those details. For our audiences, CNN News 18 has been able to access exclusive details of how this pan-India crackdown was planned by the NIA in coordination with other agencies. As my colleague Arunima was telling us a little while earlier, these were raids that began planning more than 3 months ago. I'm going to try to go over to a colleague right now to understand more in terms of details. Remember, my colleague Arunima, who tracks the Home Ministry, was bringing us some of these details. She was explaining to us how the coordination took place, obviously starting from the centre, but involving a number of state agencies. We just spoke to my colleague Mihir, remember, and he told us about how in Maharashtra, for example, the Maharashtra ATS was involved. Remember, why this is in focus is because this is the largest ever crackdown the PFI, the Popular Front of India, has seen. It's an organization that's located in multiple states across the country. And we're going to bring you more details over the next hour over how this effort was coordinated. Obviously, the Home Ministry leading this coordination effort, as my colleague Arunima just told us, this is an effort that actually started 3 months ago. But what took place in the months since? What were the actions that took place in the months since? Those are obviously the next big questions. Now, we're going to move on very, very quickly. We're going to have reporters join us with more details on this entire story in just a second from now. Right now, though, we are going to bring you more details because remember, what is particularly interesting in this is that there are a number of non-BJP states that have also seen widespread raids and arrests. In fact, Karnataka, which is number 3. It's the state that's seen, it seems to be the 3rd most amount of arrests. Kerala, the state that's seen the most arrests. They're all non-BJP states. Now, my colleague Siddhant is with us to explain to us exactly how the coordination was planned. Let's go over to Siddhant to understand more. Siddhant, over to you.
Well, in last 4-5 years of this government, this is perhaps the biggest and the most significant raids that have ever taken place on PFI hideouts, PFI offices across the country. So going by the report that has been filed by Manoj Gupta, it says that all raids were planned 3 months before. Government was very careful about raids. A week before, all locations were verified and targets were checked. Final go-ahead came when all teams to non-BJP states were attached with CRPF. So paramilitary forces were there with ED and NIA teams to support them, to give them backup and protection. NIA teams were in control room after midnight, including the Director General of NIA, Mr. Gupta. IB control room was monitored by Director IB Tapan Deka himself. Midnight at around 1 a.m. NSA also reached IB control room to watch the progress. At around 6 a.m. operations got over. So understand the importance of this operation for the government of India and significance of it. From IB chief to DG NIA to National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, all were in control room last night, coordinating this these raids, these searches and arrests that have been made by NIA and a joint operation. Also, we've been told that in total.
All right, many thanks to you, Siddhant, for bringing in all those details. And with that, staying with the story, we have some fresh breaking inputs coming in on the NIA after the nationwide raids on PFI. This is what we are learning as far as the National Investigation Agency is concerned. There's been heavy deployment at the NIA headquarters. and this has gone up. Remember, the NIA is the agency which is playing a pivotal role in today's nationwide raids on the Popular Front of India. And what we are now learning is that the police deployment at the NIA headquarters has gone up. We also know that this is a multi-agency raid that's happening, an anti-terror raid. For more details, I'm joined in by Arunima, who will take us through the latest. Arunima, what is the situation at the NIA headquarters right now?
So see, NIA headquarters in any case is a guarded area where we see this PCR van deployed, but today there are more than one. You see more police personnel also come in here. This is the CGO complex. Of course, there are paramilitary personnel deployed, but the number of khaki men, these are Delhi police officials who have been brought in just as a matter of precaution, because the National Investigation Agency will bring in and Sunil, if you could just come here and show on that side towards the BSF, you see more policemen gathering there. So you see more and more policemen coming in on this road opposite the National Investigation Agency. They are keeping an eye on the situation there and trying to ensure that there are no untoward incidents that happen. And these are policemen who are guarding the road opposite. There is this yellow tape that has been put in. More and more police vehicles are coming in. Usually you see only one police vehicle, but today you see more than one. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 that I can count already. On the other side of the road where the National Investigation Agency headquarters are, no cars are allowed to park there. Not many people are allowed to move around that area. More than 50 people have been arrested by NIA alone.
Right.
Approximately 3 to 5 new cases have been registered. So there is a high, level of activity that is going out at the headquarters. But these activities will go up once those arrested from the states are brought on transit remand to the headquarters, where the custodial interrogation will begin. That is expected by the end of the day or maybe tomorrow.
All right, stay with us, Arunima, because we are getting more breaking inputs right now. There are more raids, as Arunima was also pointing out. There are more raids taking place in the national capital itself. We are learning that more raids have happened in the areas of Nizamuddin, Simapuri, Okhla, Shaheen Bagh and Selampur as well. Sources are telling CNN News 18 that at least 5 new cases have been registered by the NIA. This is something that was being highlighted by Arunima as well. We quickly go back to Arunima, who continues to stay with us. Arunima, clearly these raids are now gaining momentum in the national capital too. What do we now expect? Are there going to be more raids? So far we've learned of 5 new cases. Are these cases going to increase now?
So at least 5 is what we are told, could be more, but these cases were registered because there was fresh evidence that came up before the investigating agencies. NIA is the lead agency because the charge is of terror financing. But there are other agencies involved as well. In the case of Delhi, the searches are by Enforcement Directorate and NIA as well, involvement of local Delhi police. And if you see the areas which have been searched, these are the same areas where during the anti-CA, anti-NRC protests, we saw people getting together. Of course, Shaheen Bagh was the center of those protests, but we saw at the Nizamuddin Basti, that's part of the West Nizamuddin area, people sit down just before Barapulla begins. Similarly, in Okhla also there were clashes that we saw. If you remember the clashes that happened at Jamia University as well. Simapuri, Selampur area, again Northeast Delhi, parts of Northeast Delhi have seen a lot of communal tension. So these are areas where in the past also questions have been raised as to where is the funding coming in for the agitation, who's financing them, and that is the reason why Enforcement Directorate and NIA have gone ahead and searched. Some of the people, in fact, Parvez, who's now at the ED headquarters, was in the crosshairs of the Enforcement Directorate in that investigation as well.
Right, stay with us, Arunima, because I'm also joined in by Purnima in Chennai right now. Purnima is going to take us through all the latest developments in Chennai. Purnima, could you take us through what have been the arrests like in Chennai? We know that the PFI has had a very pivotal and crucial role to play in Tamil Nadu as well, because let's not forget that the founding organization was one of the founding organizations came from Tamil Nadu. What is the situation like in Chennai right now?
Well, in Chennai, the office located at Purshavakkam was raided from 3:45 a.m. and it went on till about 8:30 a.m. No arrests from the Chennai office so far, but members of the PFI say that a bundle of papers from the office is now being was taken by the NIA after the raids that ended at 8:30 a.m. At the moment, the raids here ended, but remember, at least 10 locations in at least 4 districts where raids are underway. In Chennai, the raids got over at 8:30 a.m. and a bundle comprising papers, comprising the plan and the activities that they have planned and what they've done during COVID. All those documents are seized by the NIA is what the PFI members here who were present when the raids were underway tell us. But in other districts, including Madurai, Theni, the raids are underway and at least 11 locations currently being raided by the NIA. In Chennai, the raids got over, documents seized. That's the update. No arrests from the Chennai office so far.
All right, Poonam, I'm going to request you to stay with us because it's also important to highlight to our viewers what is happening today. These pan-India raids are the biggest ever crackdown on PFI and what the searches have revealed so far. Let's break it down for you. Number one, that this is a deep-rooted conspiracy to cover up sources of funding. Remember, as our reporters have also been highlighting, that the ED is also crucially playing a role in these arrests and these raids because they are the ones who will help in tracing the terror funding, which also, as we know, has been coming all the way from Gulf countries. Money transfers from abroad. Expats have sent this money to their families in India. This is the information that has emerged so far. There's small amounts of money transfers sent to PFI affiliates. Of course, it is a very clever tactic because they know that the smaller the amount, the lesser the possibility of that amount coming under the scanner. Now, donation slips of even 5 rupees worth have been found. Remember, that is why we are saying that these are small amounts that were being transferred by expats from Gulf countries, especially amounts as small as rupees 5 have been donated. And that is the crucial the crucial points that have emerged from these searches. The crowdfunding paperwork has been kept ready at PFI offices. Perhaps this is also something that the NIA and the ED will be cracking down on, something that is already being pointed out by our reporters, as Poonima was also talking about, that they are cracking down on all the paperwork that has been present at the PFI offices in various states. There's been an attempt to camouflage the real funding route. So what remains extremely crucial is not to just crack down on the kind of groups, the kind of radicalized groups that the PFI was organizing, providing them training, but who was funding this kind of radicalized training is what is going to be the focus of these massive raids that have been taking place in various parts of the country today since early morning. Let's also quickly go across to our correspondent Anshul, who's also joining us. Anshu, who's joining us live on this newscast right now. Let's quickly go across to Anshu for more details. Anshu, if you could tell me what is your location and what's happening right now? What is the status of the raid so far? All right, I beg your pardon. I'm joined in by Pranshu Mishra, our Uttar Pradesh Bureau Chief right now on the newscast right now. Pranshu, many apologies to you. But if you could take us through what is the status of the arrests. Earlier, we heard of some information coming in terms of the arrests, how crucial these arrests are.
Well, yes, see, the entire detail would be, of course, put out by the NIA because it is the pan-India raids, and UP, of course, remains one major location where raid has been conducted at several locations. Now in Uttar Pradesh, we are picking that from Lucknow, Barabanki, Bahraich, Varanasi. These are the prominent districts where the raids has been conducted. Right now, I'll show you the residence. This two-story house in Indranagar locality of Lucknow, from where Wasim Ahmed has been picked up by NIA earlier at around 6:30 or 7 a.m. this morning. Innova car along with, the paramilitary personnel, they have arrived here in two vehicles, and then Wasim was taken away. Wasim has been staying in this residence of Lucknow since his childhood. He is a tailor by profession. We don't have the exact, the office he was occupying in the PFI's UP chapter, but sources are telling us that he was an important office bearer as far as the PFI's UP activities were concerned. And let me show you, this is a very middle class area locality. It is the Indranagar area, not far away from the Vidhan Sabha and the central locations, hardly 4 or 5 kilometers. Wasim had been staying here since childhood. The other arrests have been have taken place from Barabanki, which is again a neighboring district. Their person called Nadeem has been picked up by NIA. 2 arrests have been made in Varanasi, 1 at least in Bahraich. Total around 8 people have been detained, and this one has been one particular spot in Lucknow from where the arrests have taken place. And at the moment you have these curious onlookers, family, wife and kids of Wasim are still inside. Of course, they are not talking, maintaining a distance from media. So what we are expecting is that probably as the day moves on, there would be a detailed release by the NIA, detailed communication by NIA, and then we'll be able to know the exact charges and the involvement of people like Wasim who have been picked up from various locations across Uttar Pradesh.
Right. Pranchu, what also comes to our attention when we look at raids being conducted in the heartland of North India in a state like Uttar Pradesh is the fact that so far what is widely discussed in media reports is the role that PFI has been playing in southern states. But going by the arrests, the crucial arrests that have been made by NIA today, as you are highlighting the names of the places, Barabanki, Varanasi, Bahraich, in a residential locality. I happen to know about Lucknow, and as we know that Indranagar is one of the very prominent residential localities in Lucknow. So it also goes on to say the kind of web that PFI has been building all across the country.
Well, again, I'm saying that, see, it is upon NIA and the other investigating agencies to come out with the details of what sort of penetration, PFI was having, what sinister designs they were having. But reminding you about what agencies say as far as PFI's activity in Uttar Pradesh is concerned. Remember, there is this very infamous, much talked about case of Siddiqui Kappan, journalist from South India, who has been languishing in UP jails for past more than 2 years. And he is said to have the PFI links. He still hasn't got bail because he has still certain cases against him. So this, this charge of the investigating agencies that PFI has quite a substantial interest when it comes to Uttar Pradesh, that is not new. Siddiqui Kappan's, arrest was right or wrong, whether he was framed or not framed, that is a different topic of discussion. But if you talk on the, on the assumption of what the investigating agencies say, you are right. Agencies often say that PFI has a very strong connection in Uttar Pradesh. They have a strong desire of cultivating themselves in Uttar Pradesh, probably by the fact that UP has the biggest minority population in India. It also has series of such sensitive issues around which PFI hopes that probably a larger consensus, a larger mobilization could be built. It might be the madrasa issue, it might be the Waqf board issues. And that's the reason I think today's arrests are significant, because they again indicate that how PFI is hunting for, recruiters, for new recruits, at least from the fertile soils of Uttar Pradesh. So is Uttar Pradesh becoming a fertile land for PFI? I think today 8 arrests have taken place from Uttar Pradesh. I think that is what the investigating agencies will clearly try to say, that UP is becoming a new recruiting ground for PFI.
All right, Pranchu, thank you for putting that into perspective for us. I'll quickly go across to Preeti also, who's joining us from Assam right now. Preeti, if you could take us through the latest and how have the arrests panned out so far? We all know that this has been a massive clampdown and it's been a massive multi-agency anti-terror raid. If you could take us through the latest at your end.
Yes, and until now, 9 detainment has been made. 9 people have been detained by NIA of PFI, and this is the place from where the person who has been arrested, the state president of PFI, Aminul Haq, has been detained, and this is the place where NIA raided this place, and they came to arrest this person late night and early morning, we can say, and he was detained. The procedures are now going on. 8 more people have been detained. However, I also have to tell you that time and again the involvement of PFI in certain activities that has been happening in the state has come out, and in the recent, if we take about the accountability of PFI that was questioned in the Gorukhuti case and also in the Batadrava incident where the whole police station was actually burned down. Some PFI connections were also suspected. Not just that, in a very recent incidents where the jihadi modules were busted in Assam, where a lot of suspected jihadis were arrested. The Chief Minister of the state, Himanta Biswa Sharma, while addressing the press, said that PFI is actually making the ecosystem. Now that these people have been detained and such a crackdown has been done by NIA all over India on PFI, how the things come up will be seen only after the investigation, the reports come out. But yes, this is the place from where the PFI, we can say the PFI president, the state president of PFI, this is his home. And from this place, he was detained last night. And he has already been suspected that there might be some involvement of PFI in certain anti-national activities for which the people have been detained and they are now being questioned.
All right, thank you for bringing in all those details. On that note, let me quickly also take a question from Shogato Mukhopadhyay, who's joining us live from West Bengal right now. Shogato, I'd like you to focus on the role that PFI has played in West Bengal. And let's not forget that this has been one outfit which has also received support from the ruling TMC government.
Well, first up, let me try and show you the location where I am currently standing. This is the Tiljala area of East Kolkata, close to Park Circus, and this is where the raids are currently happening. You can see the central paramilitary forces standing guard at this point, who are guarding the premises where the NIA is currently conducting the raids. You can see these vehicles standing right in front of the premises on Tiljala Road. This is 59C Tiljala Road, and look, that's the office of the Popular Front of India. Over here you can see the board that is right up there, and the search operations are being conducted on the first and second floors of this yellow colored building, in front of which I am currently standing. You can see these central forces who are standing guard, asking us to move away. You know, they are obviously very, very proactive in this. But let me tell you that the information that we have gathered so far from this spot is that this building apparently, or this office apparently, used to be used as a call center. An illegal call center where some 4 or 5 youths used to come and work every day during office hours. The suspicion, or the preliminary suspicion, is that this office was being used by the PFI to dupe customers, especially foreign customers, and swindle them of their money. And that is how the funds of the PFI was being accumulated from this particular office. That was the modus operandi. The owner of this building, Sheikh Mukhtar, is being currently questioned by the NIA. We are also being told that a guard used to stay put in this office even after office hours. So that individual, that person may also have been is being perhaps currently questioned by the NIA inside. No arrests have been made so far as per latest reports. We'll obviously keep updating you on the developments that happen on that front. We are also told, let me tell you, that there are also other raids currently taking place. One raid is taking place at the office of Saraf Agencies Private Limited, but that raid is being conducted by the Enforcement Directorate. There is no NIA present in that particular raid, which is simultaneously happening in central Kolkata at the office of Saraf Agencies Private Limited, and we cannot confirm to you at this point in time whether that raid is also connected to the ongoing raids by the NIA. It could be connected, it could be a separate raid on a different case as well. We are not very sure at this point in time. We will update on that as soon as we get confirmation. But I can assure you this, that multiple raids are currently being conducted on the NIA front here in Kolkata as well. Back to you.
Absolutely, Shobita. We'll keep coming back to you as and when more information trickles in at your end. For now, let's also tell you how this crackdown was planned. Remember, there was a very crucial home meeting that was chaired by Amit Shah, the Home Minister of the country, on 29th of August. But this is the inside scoop that we are now going to bring to you on CNN News 18, that the pan-India raids were planned 3 months ago. And they have already been plans to crack down. The entire crackdown has been planned for more than a year ago, but in the last 3 months is when the planning was actually gaining momentum. All locations were verified, the targets were identified, the government monitored preparations of the raids very closely. And all this was done in just the last 3 months. The teams to non-BJP states were attached with the CRPF. Remember, this is a multi-agency anti-terror raid which has been fronted by the NIA and the ED. But in non-BJP states, the CRPF also has been attached. The NIA teams, including the DG in control room since 12 a.m. This was taking place since last night, even though the crackdown began in the morning. The IB control room has been monitored by the director, Tapan Dekar. And that is how the crackdown was planned. The NSA, Mr. Doval, was at the IB control room from 1 a.m. So this was well in advance, and there was a lot of planning across agencies. In fact, you can imagine if the NSA, Mr. Doval, was present at the IB control room, how crucial this was. Let's also quickly get in a sense of perspective in terms of how crucial this crackdown has been. And for that, I'm joined in by former IPS officer, Mr. Ranveer Sharma, who's joining us live on the newscast. Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma, for joining us and for patiently awaiting your turn. Of course, Mr. Sharma, going by what various sources, including the Press Trust of India, what they have to say, that this is the biggest investigation that is now going to be in process so far. How crucial and massive do you think is today's crackdown on PFI, and what are the kind of after effects that you can foresee?
Ma'am, you have rightly said that this is a very important role for the NIA to crack down the terrorist activities. Whenever the NIA got an intelligence input from other departments and from their department also and from the local police also, they go for with the help of local police, they go for there are specific targets. Are searched. What sort of activities PFI is doing? The first thing, NIA got an intelligence input. Secondly, they go for the searching of the targets. Thirdly, their main target is, are they preparing some sort of terrorist activities? Are they preparing some sort of enmity on the basis of religions? And lastly, they are trying who are funding. This is very important aspect. They are funding by which country?
Right.
But hello.
Right. Go ahead, Mr. Sharma.
They are getting funds from which country? Because Pakistan is a very nearest enemy. There can be other country also from where they can get enough fund, from the China, from the Pakistan, or from some other countries.
Right. There's information that has already been corroborated on that front, Mr. Sharma. The fact that Gulf countries have also been sending money via various routes, that is something that has already been established and is also being probed by the Enforcement Directorate.
That's very right, because that is then once they get an information or intelligence input from the agencies, they go for the target and they try to search out.
All right, we're getting in some breaking inputs right now. We are learning that the Home Minister has chaired a very crucial meeting with the HS, the DG NIA and others. This is with regards to the ongoing PFI raids. And the PFI raids are on the agenda, as we were earlier also informing you that the Home Ministry has had to play a very crucial role. On 29th of August, it was when Home Minister Amit Shah had chaired this crucial meet, when he had decided and given a green signal to go ahead with these raids back on 29th August. And today he's back in action. For more details, I'm joined in by Arunima. Arunima, if you could take us through the details and what is high on the agenda of this crucial meet.
So I think this is only stock taking. The decision to carry out these searches were taken. It was coordinated by the Union Home Ministry. Now that the searches are well underway, they've been on for 6-7 hours, could be more. I think stock taking is happening. Director General of NIA and Home Secretary of Union, which is Mr. Bhalla, they are briefing the Home Minister on the arrests that have happened too far. Information trickling in about the arrests that are happening. District level presidents, zonal coordinators, the overall country head and office bearers, they're all in custody. So what from here on, that is what the senior officials are apprising the Home Minister about.
Right. Also, all right, Arunima, thank you for bringing in all those details. And with that, we quickly slip into a quick break, as we'll keep a track on these raids that are taking place. We'll be back with the latest details. Stay with CNN News 18.
There's a major crackdown on the PFI. Nationwide raids against PFI in 13 states are going on currently. Opposition-ruled states are currently being raided by the NIA.
There have been demands from not just political groups but also Muslim groups that the utterances of some of the leaders of PFI, those leaning towards the PFI, have been not in the interest of society and in the interest of the country, and their activities, their funding need to be scrutinized.
PFI has been under the scanner for some time now, and now what NIA is confirmed is that multiple locations are being searched. These are searches that are going on for allegations of terror funding, for organizing training camps, and for radicalizing people to join suicide organizations.
Who have had military training to fight in Ukraine from Wednesday. Putin's announcement comes a day after Russian-controlled regions in eastern and southern Ukraine announced plans to hold referendums this weekend on becoming part of Russia. After Ukraine's successful counterattack, Kremlin's plans to annex 4 regions is likely to further escalate the war. This is Russia's first mobilization since World War II.
So why has Vladimir Putin ordered this partial mobilization, and that too at this stage of the war? There has been a big counter-offensive by the Ukrainian forces, particularly in Kharkiv, the second biggest city. The Kremlin claims at least 5,900 Russian troops have been killed in the war over the last 7 months, although the unofficial estimates are much higher. Ukraine claims that up to 50,000 Russian troops are dead so far. 1,000 elite officers, pilots, as well as intelligence experts have been killed over the last 7 months. And just hours after the war mobilization announcement by Vladimir Putin, protests have broken out in different parts of Russia. There are also reports of young people trying to flee the country. This comes amidst rumors that men of combat age will not be permitted to leave the country. Flights from Russia to neighboring countries are fully booked. That's not all. Vladimir Putin is also threatening the West in that same speech that he made to the nation earlier today. He's threatening the West with a nuclear strike.
Putin wasn't bluffing in stating that Russia will use all available means to protect its territory, essentially meaning that nuclear weapons are not off the table. Russia's military doctrine allows the use of tactical nuclear weapons if the Russian state is threatened. So essentially, Putin is betting that by increasing the risk of a direct confrontation between NATO and Russia, the West may blink over its support for Ukraine. Russia has already used long-range hypersonic missiles in Ukraine, which can fly faster than 6,000 kilometers per hour. But most are viewing Putin's nuclear threat as a sign of panic, because the war is not going his way.
Meanwhile, US President Joe Biden addressed the United Nations General Assembly, slamming Putin's mobilization move.
Russia's calling up more soldiers to join the fight. And the Kremlin is organizing a sham referendum to try to annex parts of Ukraine, an extremely significant violation of the UN Charter. This world should see these outrageous acts for what they are. Putin claims he had to act because Russia was threatened. But no one threatened Russia. And no one other than Russia sought conflict.
Meanwhile, in Uttar Pradesh's Shahjahanpur, one biker had an unfortunate experience with a buffalo.
A woman was walking the buffalo on a narrow road when a biker crossed them. The sound of the bike scared the buffalo, and suddenly the animal lunged at the man, knocking him off his bike. The man fell on the side of the road while his bike was flung several meters ahead. As the man lay injured on the road, the woman came to check on him. Within a few minutes, some bystanders also ran to the man's rescue. The biker was rushed to the hospital and treated for his injuries.
The Kerala leg of Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra involved a major gaffe. A poster of the Yatra had a photo of V.D. Savarkar in a lineup with other freedom fighters. Now, even though the party has never considered Savarkar to be a freedom fighter, party workers then ended up covering Savarkar's picture with one of Mahatma Gandhi. After hinting that he...
Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. Remember, CNN News 18 has been very closely tracking the joint anti-terror raids that have been taking place on the PFI in over 13 states in the country so far. And we now bring you a ground report by our correspondent Siddhant Mishra, who's reporting from outside Parvez Ahmed's house. And he is the Delhi state head of the PFI.
Right now we are reporting from Parvez Ahmed's residence in Jamia and being joined by his relative. Sir, एक छोटा सा आपका बयान चाहते हैं, क्या हुआ और कितने बजे पुलिस आई और उनको अरेस्ट करके ले गई? क्या आप लोगों को वारंट दिखाया गया? नहीं दिखाया। कितने लोग थे टोटल?
ऊपर तो 10-12 आदमी थे,
हाँ?
नीचे
बहुत सारे फोर्स थे। क्या बोला कि सर्च करेंगे या अरेस्ट करेंगे? क्या बोला?
अब ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं बताया उन्होंने।
हाँ।
सर्च करेंगे, अरेस्ट करेंगे, ऐसा कुछ नहीं बताया।
ऐसा कुछ। कितने बजे टीम्स आई थी?
टीम 7 बजे आई थी और 9 बजे लेकर गई। किस मामले में लेकर गए उसका उन्होंने कुछ जिक्र किया? नहीं, उन्होंने इस बात का जिक्र नहीं किया। क्या इससे पहले कोई शक था क्या पुलिस की टीम यहाँ आ सकती है? इस तरह की आप लोगों को कोई सूचना थी?
ऐसा कोई अवेयरनेस नहीं है। Actually, मैं am from neighbor.
Okay.
So actually, I'm also not aware about that. But उन्होंने मुझे कॉल करी, उन्होंने परवेज को मॉर्निंग में कॉल आई। तो मुझे पता नहीं, उनकी तबीयत खराब थी काफ़ी से। तो मुझे उनसे बताया गया कि इरफान भाई आके ज़रा देखिए पुलिस वगैरह क्या है। उनकी कॉल आई थी, भाभी की कॉल आई थी मेरे पास। मैं ऊपर सेकंड फ्लोर पर रहता हूँ। तो अपने बच्चों को स्कूल ले जा रहा था मॉर्निंग में। तो मैं जब देख रहा हूँ तो काफ़ी फोर्स, पूरी बिल्डिंग में पूरी फोर्स भरी पड़ी है। ऊपर भी फोर्स है, नीचे भी फोर्स है, पूरी गली में फोर्स है, पूरी गली में फोर्स है। तो मैंने उनसे पूछा क्या बात है।
That was the news coming in from the national capital, but we have some breaking inputs coming in from Andhra Pradesh. We are now learning that in Guntur, raids have taken place in 4 different locations. The raids took place in Kurnool, Nellore and Guntur, and 3 persons have been arrested by the NIA. This is the latest that we are bringing to you from Andhra Pradesh in terms of the raids. This is the latest status. For more details, I am also joined in by our correspondent Swastika Das, who's joining us live from Hyderabad. Swastika, could you tell us a bit more about these 3 persons who've been arrested and about the identity of these 3 persons?
The biggest crackdown is of course in South India, and among the southern states, Guntur is a hotspot. That is what my colleague Arunima has been reporting since morning, who broke the news for us. Now, further details that we are picking up is the fact that there were 3 raids in, I beg your pardon, 4 raids in Guntur itself. The other districts in Andhra where raids took place include Kurnool and Nellore. But let's talk specifically about Guntur. Now, in Guntur, we are learning that 3 persons have been detained, and their details are as basic as one can imagine. Rahim, Wahid and Zafarullah. Rahim works as a real estate agent. Wahid is a vegetable vendor, and Zafarullah works as a dry fruit shop. So nondescript identities really, but their association with the Popular Front of India, with the SDPI, is under the radar of the NIA, which conducted raids simultaneously at around 3 o'clock, as we are learning through our local police sources, in Guntur, Nellore and Kurnool as well. Specifically in Guntur, raids took place at around 3 o'clock, which got done within 4 hours as per the local information that we have assisted from the local police who assisted in the operation. Also remember, the CRPF personnel were also working with the NIA agents here to give them the protection. So all of this happened in the wee hours of this morning. From Guntur, 4 different locations raided, 3 detainees picked up by the NIA for further questioning. Remember, it's important to note that right now the investigation is at its preliminary stage. So in what capacity Zafarullah, Wahid have been taken into custody is something that the NIA officials, we are waiting for some official response from their end. But to give you an overall picture, from Andhra Pradesh, 5 persons have been arrested, and majority of them from Guntur.
All right, Swastika, I'm going to also ask you to focus a bit on Guntur, since you and Arunima both have highlighted the role that Guntur has played so far. I'd like you to throw light on PFI's role in Guntur.
Well, Guntur is a border area, first of all, with Telangana, and this is an area where the population of one certain community is more, and there have been multiple incidents in the past where Guntur has grabbed the limelight for wrong reasons. Now, to give you a brief context, on the 18th of this month, raids were conducted at 38 different locations in Telangana and in Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh specifically, raids were conducted in areas like Karimnagar, and also some leads were picked up by the NIA from Guntur as well. At the moment, the basic information that we are picking up, preliminary information at this juncture, is the fact that 4 areas were raided in Guntur by the NIA officials late in the wee hours of this morning, following which 3 particular individuals, Rahim, Wahid and Zafarullah, were detained. Rahim works as a real estate agent, Wahid is a vegetable vendor, and Zafarullah works at a dry fruit shop. Why they have been picked up, what is their role with the PFI, all of this still under the ambit of investigation. But what the police is largely focusing on is a very quick point I want to make. Remember, in Telangana on the 4th of July, a karate teacher, a PFI agent, was arrested for giving terror training to more than 200 persons. Now, the linkage that is being drawn is whether among these 200 odd people who had participated in that training, whether there were links or people from Guntur and other areas of Andhra Pradesh. So possibly this is one angle that is being investigated. However, the rest of it is still awaited as we await an official information from the NIA over the entire raids that is taking place across the country. Back to you.
Thank you, Swastika, for bringing in all those details. We'll keep coming back to you. Remember, all those states remain our prime focus, but it's equally important to establish where all today's massive clampdown has happened. Remember, we're looking at nearly 13 states where the NIA, along with the ED and even the CRPF in some non-BJP states, have raided the PFI offices and made certain arrests as well. Let's give you a sense of where all those raids have happened. You're looking down south, because remember, it is in southern India that the PFI has been playing a very active role. You're looking at states like Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, even a large state like Maharashtra. Then let's go east. You have West Bengal, Manipur, Assam, Bihar in north, and Uttar Pradesh as well. coming to Rajasthan in the west. That's almost covering the entire country, if you can see. The national capital, Delhi, is also very much on the ED and the NIA radar. That has been the kind of spread that is being massively cracked down upon by the NIA today, along with the Enforcement Directorate. And this has been a pan-India crackdown, as you can see, and a massive one at that. We'll keep bringing you all those details in terms of the kind of arrests that are being made. Remember, the NIA is targeting the entire structure of the organization, whether it is the state heads or even the Karyakartas. And with that, let's quickly slip into a quick break, as more news and updates will follow on this mega pan-India crackdown that CNN News 18 has been very closely tracking.
There's a major crackdown on the PFI. Nationwide raids against PFI in 13 states are going on currently. Opposition-ruled states are currently being raided by the NIA.
There have been demands from not just political groups but also Muslim groups that the utterances of some of the leaders of PFI, those leaning towards the PFI, have been not in the interest of society and in the interest of the country, and their activities, their funding need to be scrutinized.
PFI has been under the scanner for some time now, and now what NIA is confirmed is that multiple locations are being searched. These are searches that are going on for allegations of terror funding, for organizing training camps, and for radicalizing people to join suicide organizations.
Was walking the buffalo on a narrow road when a biker crossed them. The sound of the bike scared the buffalo, and suddenly the animal lunged at the man, knocking him off his bike. The man fell on the side of the road while his bike was flung several meters ahead. As the man lay injured on the road, the woman came to check on him. Within a few minutes, some bystanders also ran to the man's rescue. The biker was rushed to the hospital and treated for his injuries.
The Kerala leg of Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra involved a major gaffe. A poster of the Yatra had a photo of V.D. Savarkar in a lineup with other freedom fighters. Now, even though the party has never considered Savarkar to be a freedom fighter, party workers then ended up covering Savarkar's picture with one of Mahatma Gandhi. After hinting that he could enter the Congress president's election fray, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot today met with Sonia Gandhi. He's also expected to be in Kerala tomorrow to make a last-ditch effort to try and convince Rahul Gandhi to take over the reins of the party. A day before Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was to convene a special session of the Assembly for a confidence vote, Punjab Governor Banwari Lal Purohit has withdrawn his order summoning the Assembly, citing legal reasons. Reacting to the move, Mann has said it proves the sinister design of BJP's Operation Lotus. A hair-racing accident in Assam's Kachar district has been caught on camera.
People were sitting around a field when suddenly a speeding van barreled into a group of men. While some men quickly moved away, 2 to 3 of them were knocked down. The van then turned turtle and crashed into the field. Stunned onlookers started screaming in horror. A few people then ran towards the van to rescue those trapped inside. They pushed the van to an upright position, and then they managed to drag the driver of the van out.
After the Navy, now the Indian Army is getting ready to shed its colonial baggage. The uniforms and accoutrements like lanyard, which is the shoulder cord, as well as names of infantry regiments like Sikh, Gorkha, Jat, Rajput, all of this will be re-looked at. Ceremonies like beating the retreat, names of roads and institutes and parks, which are named after British commanders, will be taken a hard look at. Battle honours awarded to British are to reign in Indian states, as well as, of course, the decision to move the Army Day Parade outside of Delhi. Tata Group Chairman Emeritus Ratan Tata has been appointed as one of the 3 new trustees of the PM Cares Fund. The decision was taken after Prime Minister Modi chaired a meeting of the PM Cares Board of Trustees consisting of the Union Home Minister and the Union Finance Minister. Comedian and actor turned politician Raju Srinivasan passed away today. He was 58 years old. He was admitted to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences back in August after suffering a cardiac arrest. He had been on a ventilator since. Tributes and condolences poured in from across the film fraternity as well as political parties. China is now dialing down the rhetoric. Beijing now claims it's willing to make the utmost effort to strive for a peaceful reunification with Taiwan. The latest statement comes after weeks of military drills and saber-rattling near Taiwan in response to US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island nation. China's underwater drones have been spotted in the South China Sea. They are there to deploy unmanned submarines in the South China Sea. The underwater vehicle is about 16 meters long. It's capable of intelligence surveillance as well as reconnaissance missions. Larger size also would translate into longer sea endurance. It can be used for mine laying, for anti-submarine warfare as well. Anti-hijab protests are intensifying across Iran.
Iran remains on the ball. More than a week after 22-year-old Mahsa Amini died in custody of the morality police for not wearing her hijab properly. Protests erupted in cities across Iran, calling on Iranians to join them against oppression of women. In many places, women burned their hijab as a mark of protest. Protesters also faced off with the police, who fired tear gas shells in retaliation. 22 people have been arrested. Local media had confirmed 3 deaths in western Iran so far. The anti-hijab protests in Iran have taken on international dimensions, with the United Nations lashing out on human rights violations in the country.
A pilot was killed when his plane went down in a fiery crash during a competition in Nevada in the United States. The horrifying moment was captured on camera. The plane was seen hitting the ground and exploding into a fireball before bouncing several times and then tumbling to a stop. A detailed investigation has been ordered into the incident. An Egyptian cargo vessel capsized in Turkey, sending a number of containers into the sea. The ship was docked at Turkey's Iskenderun port, and the process of unloading boxes was going on when suddenly the cargo
of the heavy rainfall here that kind of came in. So hold on here. Sorry, guys. So we're on the air here. Sorry, guys. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, our water is still coming in here, and it's even worse in the back. Yeah.
Russian President Vladimir Putin made a rare address to the nation for a stunning announcement, that of a partial draft.
With his war on Ukraine grinding on for 7 months, Vladimir Putin announced a partial mobilization in Russia. Putin has signed a decree calling on 3 lakh reservists, that is, people who have had military training, to fight in Ukraine from Wednesday. Putin's announcement comes a day after Russian-controlled regions in eastern and southern Ukraine announced plans to hold referendums this weekend on becoming part of Russia. After Ukraine's successful counterattack, Kremlin's plans to annex 4 regions is likely to further escalate the war. This is Russia's first mobilization since World War II.
So why has Vladimir Putin ordered this partial mobilization, and that too at this stage of the war? There has been a big counter-offensive by the Ukrainian forces, particularly in Kharkiv, the second biggest city. The Kremlin claims at least 5,900 Russian troops have been killed in the war over the last 7 months, although the unofficial estimates are much higher. Ukraine claims that up to 50,000 Russian troops are dead so far. 1,000 elite officers, pilots, as well as intelligence experts have been killed over the last 7 months. And just hours after the war mobilization announcement by Vladimir Putin, protests have broken out in different parts of Russia. There are also reports of young people trying to flee the country. This comes amidst rumors that men of combat age will not be permitted to leave the country. Flights from Russia to neighboring countries are fully booked. That's not all. Vladimir Putin is also threatening the West in that same speech that he made to the nation earlier today. He's threatening the West with a nuclear strike.
Putin wasn't bluffing in stating that Russia will use all available means to protect its territory, essentially meaning that nuclear weapons are not off the table. Russia's military doctrine allows the use of tactical nuclear weapons if the Russian state is threatened. So essentially, Putin is betting that by increasing the risk of a direct confrontation between NATO and Russia, the West may blink over its support for Ukraine. Russia has already used long-range hypersonic missiles in Ukraine, which can fly faster than 6,000 kilometers per hour. But most are viewing Putin's nuclear threat as a sign of panic, because the war is not going his way.
Meanwhile, US President Joe Biden addressed the United Nations General Assembly, slamming Putin's mobilization move.
Russia's calling up more soldiers to join the fight. And the Kremlin is organizing a sham referendum to try to annex parts of Ukraine, an extremely significant violation of the UN Charter. This world should see these outrageous acts for what they are. Putin claims he had to act because Russia was threatened. But no one threatened Russia. And no one other than Russia sought conflict.
Meanwhile, in Uttar Pradesh's Shahjahanpur, one biker had an unfortunate experience with a buffalo.
A woman was walking the buffalo on a narrow road when a biker crossed them. The sound of the bike scared the buffalo, and suddenly the animal lunged at the man, knocking him off his bike. The man fell on the side of
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Akanksha Swaroop, and staying with our top story that we've been tracking since morning. That's a massive clampdown that's being conducted currently by the NIA and the ED. Remember, this is a multi-agency anti-terror raids that have taken place in close to 13 states pan-India. Of course, they began with a crackdown in southern states as well. They've panned out all over to east of India, going over to the north as well, in the national capital, that is Delhi. Several arrests have taken place and the NIA itself is calling it the biggest investigation and the biggest crackdown on the PFI so far. Our reporters have been stationed in various parts of the country as we continue to bring you all those latest inputs. Let's also quickly take you through all those inputs that have poured in.
PFI जो पीपल्स फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया के ऑफिसेस हैं उन पर छापे मारे गए हैं और करीब 100 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया गया है। और अगर इंदौर की बात की जाए तो इंदौर से भी 3 लोगों को हिरासत में लेने की बात कही जा रही है। और ये जो पीपल्स फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया मध्य प्रदेश का ये ऑफिस है जो इंदौर में है, इंदौर के जवाहर मार्ग पर ये ऑफिस है। यहाँ से गतिविधियां संचालित होती थी और अभी भी होती हैं। यहाँ का जो मुख्य जो है चीफ है जो पीपल्स फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया के अब्दुल रऊफ, उन पर जिला बदर की कार्रवाई पहले ही हो चुकी है और उनको जिला बदर कलेक्टर ने किया था, क्योंकि इस तरह की गतिविधियां वो कर रहे थे जिससे कि कलेक्टर में जो सामाजिक सौहार्द है वो बिगड़ने की संभावना थी। इसी वजह से कलेक्टर ने उन पर जिला बदर की कार्रवाई की थी। और ये जो ऑफिस है यहाँ पर अभी ताला लगा हुआ है। बताया जा रहा है कि यहाँ से कुछ कागजात जरूर NIA की टीम ले गई। रात 3 बजे बताया जा रहा है कि NIA की टीम यहाँ पर पहुंची थी। हालांकि अभी इस पर आगे की जानकारी और आगे की कार्रवाई जारी है।
Quickly go across to our reporter Shaugato Mukhopadhyay, who's currently stationed in Kolkata. Shaugato, you took us through what the status of the raids were. I'd also like you to talk about the operations of the PFI in West Bengal. There are reports that indicate that the TMC was also lending support, because in February itself in Murshidabad there was a rally where a TMC politician was spotted sharing stage with PFI members as well. He also extended support to the PFI. I want you to talk about the kind of political support that the PFI has received in West Bengal.
Well, first up, let me tell you that so far across Bengal, we have confirmed report of the NIA clampdown operation taking place at just one location so far. That's the confirmed information. We have inputs of raids conducted by other central agencies like the ED at other locations, but we cannot confirm to you at this point in time whether those search operations are in any way connected to this raid that is being carried out by the NIA on the PFI. Right. I am currently standing at the Park Circus area of Kolkata, and I'll just step out of the frame and I'll try and show you exactly how the raids are happening. You can see the central paramilitary forces standing guard at this location in Tiljala, and those are the cars that you see of the NIA officers who have been accompanied by the ED as well over here, who are raiding this place from early morning today. And that's the office of the Popular Front of India. You can see the board right up there. That's the yellow colored building right in the background where the search operations are currently taking place. The office apparently is currently closed, we are told. The office, we were also informed, was being used as an illegal call center. That's the preliminary inputs that we are getting, where 4 or 5 youths used to come and sit at that office and work at that office during office hours on a daily basis. They did not mix with people, they did not talk to people, but the initial hunch is that this illegal call center was being used to dupe foreign buyers, foreign customers into paying money, and that's how this operation used to run.
Absolutely. And how was this illegal call center being allowed to operate is going to be the next question that perhaps the NIA will be probing. Many thanks to you, Shaugato Mukhopadhyay, for bringing in all those latest inputs. And with that, it's a quick wrap from my end. My colleague Griha takes over next.
International dimensions, with the United Nations lashing out on human rights violations in the country.
A pilot was killed when his plane went down in a fiery crash during a competition in Nevada in the United States. The horrifying moment was captured on camera. The plane was seen hitting the ground and exploding into a fireball before bouncing several times and then tumbling to a stop. A detailed investigation has been ordered into the incident. An Egyptian cargo vessel capsized in Turkey, sending a number of containers into the sea. The ship was docked at Turkey's Iskenderun port, and the process of unloading boxes was going on when suddenly the cargo ship just keeled over. Fortunately, all crew members were evacuated safely and no injuries have been reported. A news channel in Illinois in the United States kept broadcasting even though the studio got flooded with several inches of water after a big storm. As they say in the television business, the show must go on. We leave you with this.
Sorry, guys. There's literally a lake. There's a lake that's in the studio right now because of all of the heavy rainfall here that kind of came in. So hold on here. Sorry, guys. So we're on the air here. Sorry, guys. Oh, goodness. Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, our water is still coming in here, and it's even worse in the back. Yeah.
Russian President Vladimir Putin made a rare address to the nation for a stunning announcement, that of a partial draft.
With his war on Ukraine grinding on for 7 months, Vladimir Putin announced a partial mobilization in Russia. Putin has signed a decree calling on 3 lakh reservists, that is, people who have had military training, to fight in Ukraine from Wednesday. Putin's announcement comes a day after Russian-controlled regions in eastern and southern Ukraine announced plans to hold referendums this weekend on becoming part of Russia. After Ukraine's successful counterattack, Kremlin's plans to annex 4 regions is likely to further escalate the war. This is Russia's first mobilization since World War II.
So why has Vladimir Putin ordered this partial mobilization, and that too at this stage of the war? There has been a big counter-offensive by the Ukrainian forces, particularly in Kharkiv, the second biggest city. The Kremlin claims at least 5,900 Russian troops have been killed in the war over the last 7 months, although the unofficial estimates are much higher. Ukraine claims that up to 50,000 Russian troops are dead so far. 1,000 elite officers, pilots, as well as intelligence experts have been killed over the last 7 months. And just hours after the war mobilization announcement by Vladimir Putin, protests have broken out in different parts of Russia. There are also reports of young people trying to flee the country. This comes amidst rumors that men of combat age will not be permitted to leave the country. Flights from Russia to neighboring countries are fully booked. That's not all. Vladimir Putin is also threatening the West in that same speech that he made to the nation earlier today. He's threatening the West with a nuclear strike.
Putin wasn't bluffing in stating that Russia will use all available means to protect its territory, essentially meaning that nuclear weapons are not off the table. Russia's military doctrine allows the use of tactical nuclear weapons if the Russian state is threatened. So essentially, Putin is betting that by increasing the risk of a direct confrontation between NATO and Russia, the West may blink over its support for Ukraine. Russia
Hello and welcome, and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. I'm Rihatul Siddiqui. We're talking about the multi-agency raids on PFI members. This is happening pan-India. Now there is a press conference by the SDPI that is happening in Thiruvananthapuram. Let's quickly take a look at that.
ഒറ്റവാക്കിൽ പറഞ്ഞാൽ RSSന്റെ ഭീരുത്വമാണ് ഇതിലൂടെ പ്രകടമാകുന്നത്. ജനാധിപത്യ ബോധമുള്ള ഒരു സർക്കാരല്ല ഇന്ത്യ ഭരിക്കുന്നത് എന്ന കാര്യത്തിൽ പൗരബോധമുള്ളവർക്ക് തർക്കമില്ല. വംശഹത്യയിലും പരമത വിരോധത്തിലും സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യ നിഷേധത്തിലും ഹിംസാത്മക ഭീകരകൃത്യത്തിലുമെല്ലാം വിശ്വസിക്കുന്ന ഫാഷിസ്റ്റ് പ്രത്യയശാസ്ത്രത്തിൻ്റെ വക്താക്കൾ അത് നടപ്പിലാക്കുന്നതിന് സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിനെയും ഏജൻസികളെയും ഉപയോഗപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഇത്തരം റെയ്ഡുകളും അറസ്റ്റുകളും ആശ്ചര്യപ്പെടുത്തുന്നതല്ല. അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ് നിയന്ത്രിക്കുന്ന സംഘ്പരിവാർ മുഖ്യ പ്രസ്ഥാനമായ RSSന്റെ ഭീരുത്വം തന്നെയാണ് ഇതിലൂടെ പ്രകടമാകുന്നത്. RSSനെ സംബന്ധിച്ചും അഥവാ സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ് പ്രതിദാനം ചെയ്യുന്ന ആശയത്തെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് സംവേദനക്ഷമതയുള്ള ഒന്നല്ല എന്ന് നമുക്ക് ബോധ്യമുണ്ട്. ഞങ്ങളുടെ പ്രത്യയശാസ്ത്രം ഇന്നതാണ്, അത് ജനോപകാരപ്രദമാണ്, അത് ജനാധിപത്യപരമാണ്, അത് മാനവികമാണ്, അതിൽ മനുഷ്യത്വമുണ്ട് എന്ന നിലയിൽ സമൂഹത്തോട് പറയാൻ ഒന്നുമില്ലാത്ത തരത്തിലുള്ള ഒരു ഭീകരമായ പ്രത്യയശാസ്ത്രമാണ്. അത് വംശവെറിയിൽ വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നുവെന്നത് ഒരാരോപണമല്ല, വസ്തുതയാണ്. അത്തരമൊരു ഭീകര പ്രത്യയശാസ്ത്രം എതിർ ശബ്ദങ്ങളെ, ജനാധിപത്യപരമായ വിമർശനങ്ങളെ, പൗരന്മാർ അവരുടെ സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യം ഉപയോഗപ്പെടുത്തുന്നതിനെല്ലാം വളരെ ഭീതിയോടെയാണ് കാണുന്നത്. ഒന്ന് നമുക്ക് അറിയാം, നമ്മുടെ ഭരണകൂടം ഒരിക്കലും മീഡിയകളുമായി പോലും സംവദിക്കാറില്ല. കാരണം അവർ ചെയ്യുന്ന ദുഷ്കൃത്യങ്ങൾക്ക് അവർക്ക് പോലും ന്യായം പറയാൻ പറ്റാത്തത് എന്നതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെയാണ് പ്രധാനമന്ത്രി ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ളവർ മീഡിയകളോട് സംവദിക്കാത്തത്. ഫാഷിസ്റ്റ് വക്താക്കൾ ജനങ്ങളുമായി സംവദിക്കാൻ സന്നദ്ധരല്ല. ആകെ അവർ വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നത് തീവ്ര ഹിന്ദുത്വ രാഷ്ട്രമെന്ന സങ്കല്പത്തിലാണ്. മുസ്ലിങ്ങളും ക്രൈസ്തവരും കമ്മ്യൂണിസ്റ്റുകളും പട്ടികജാതി പട്ടികവർഗം ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള OBC ജനവിഭാഗങ്ങളുമെല്ലാം അസ്പൃശ്യരും അടിമകളുമായി കഴിയണമെന്നത് അവരുടെ പ്രത്യയശാസ്ത്രപരമായ ന്യായമാണ്. അത്തരമൊരു അപകടകരമായ ആശയം അവതരിപ്പിച്ച് അധികാരം കൈയാളുന്നവർ ഏതൊരു എതിർ ശബ്ദങ്ങളെയും വിയോജിപ്പുകളെയും വിസമ്മതങ്ങളെയും അതീവ ഭീതിയോടുകൂടിയാണ് കാണുന്നത്. ഏജൻസികൾ നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഇടപെടലുകൾ സത്യസന്ധമായി നിരീക്ഷിച്ചാൽ എത്ര ഭീകരമാണ് എന്ന് ബോധ്യം വരും. രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധിയും സോണിയാഗാന്ധിയും ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ളവർ, ശിവസേനയുടെ നേതാക്കൾ BJPയോട് ചില വിയോജിപ്പ് രേഖപ്പെടുത്തിയതിൻ്റെ പേരിൽ ശിവസേന നേതാക്കൾ ഉൾപ്പെടെ, കർണാടകയിൽ ശിവകുമാർ ഉൾപ്പെടെ, കേരളത്തിൽ അവസാനം തോമസ് ഐസക് ഉൾപ്പെടെ ഇത്തരം ജനാധിപത്യ രാജ്യത്ത് രാഷ്ട്രീയമായ എതിരഭിപ്രായങ്ങൾ ആഭ്യന്തര ജനാധിപത്യത്തെ ശാക്തീകരിക്കുമെന്ന് വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നവരാണ് ദേശസ്നേഹികളായ പൊതുപ്രവർത്തകരും പൗരന്മാരും രാഷ്ട്രീയക്കാരും. എന്നാൽ അത്തരം വിയോജിപ്പുകളെ അഭിമുഖീകരിക്കാൻ പ്രാപ്തിയില്ലാത്തത് കൊണ്ട് തങ്ങൾ അതിനെ അടിച്ചമർത്തുമെന്ന നിലപാട് സ്വീകരിക്കുന്നവരാണ് പൊതുവെ ഫാഷിസ്റ്റുകൾ, ഇന്ത്യ ഭരിക്കുന്ന ഫാഷിസ്റ്റുകൾ. വ്യത്യസ്ത രാഷ്ട്രീയ പാർട്ടികളിൽ പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്ന ആളുകളെ, ജനാധിപത്യപരമായി ഇടപെട്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നവരെ, പല വിയോജിപ്പുകൾ നിലനിൽക്കുമ്പോഴും ഭരണഘടന ഉയർത്തിപ്പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് രാജ്യം മുന്നോട്ട് പോകണമെന്ന് അഭിപ്രായപ്പെടുന്നവരെ, RSS അപകടകരമായ ഒരു പ്രവർത്തന രീതിയും പ്രത്യയശാസ്ത്രവുമുള്ള സംഘാടനമാണ് എന്ന് സമൂഹത്തിൽ എഴുതുന്നവരെ, വർത്തമാനം പറയുന്നവരെ, അടിച്ചമർത്തുന്ന അന്വേഷണ ഏജൻസികളെ ഉപയോഗപ്പെടുത്തി തകർക്കുന്ന ഈ ജനവിരുദ്ധമായ, ജനാധിപത്യ വിരുദ്ധമായ ഒരു പ്രവണത അതിന് ഏറ്റവും അവസാന ഘട്ടത്തിലേക്ക് എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നു. അതിന്റെ ഏറ്റവും ഭീകരമായ സ്വഭാവം ഫണ്ട് ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള പ്രസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾക്കെതിരെ ഇപ്പോൾ നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യം നിങ്ങൾ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കേണ്ടത്, കോട്ടയത്തെ പോപ്പുലർ ഫണ്ടിന്റെ ഒരു പ്രാദേശിക നേതാവിന്റെ വീട്ടിൽ ചെല്ലുമ്പോൾ 16 വയസ്സുള്ള മുഹമ്മദ് അഫ്സൽ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു കുട്ടി സ്വാഭാവികമായും ഇതെന്ത് കണ്ടാലും അത് മൊബൈൽ പകർത്തും. അതൊന്ന് മൊബൈൽ പകർത്താൻ വേണ്ടി ശ്രമിച്ചതിൻ്റെ പേരിൽ NIA കസ്റ്റഡിയിലെടുത്ത് കൊണ്ടുപോയിരിക്കുകയാണ്. എത്ര ഭീകരമാണ്! എന്ത് സന്ദേശമാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ ആവർത്തിച്ച് പറഞ്ഞു, സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ഇത്തരം ജനവിരുദ്ധമായ നിലപാടുകൾക്കെതിരെയും ജനാധിപത്യപരമായി ഇടപെട്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ദേശീയ രാഷ്ട്രീയ പ്രസ്ഥാനം എന്ന നിലയിൽ ഇത്തരം ഉപകരണങ്ങളാക്കി RSSന് വിടുപണി ചെയ്യുന്ന, RSSന്റെ ചട്ടുകമായി മാത്രം വർത്തിക്കുന്ന, ജനാധിപത്യത്തെ കശാപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഉപകരണമാക്കി മാറ്റിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഇത്തരം അന്വേഷണ ഏജൻസികളുടെ ഇത്തരം പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ അവസാനിപ്പിച്ചില്ലെങ്കിൽ രാജ്യം അപകടകരമായ സ്ഥിതിവിശേഷത്തിലേക്ക് എത്തും.
democracy is being killed here. If such tendencies are not stopped, the country is going in a very dangerous way.
ഇതേതെങ്കിലും ഒരു പ്രസ്ഥാനത്തിന് മാത്രം പ്രശ്നമല്ല. പ്രസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾക്കിടയിൽ യോജിപ്പും വിയോജിപ്പുകളും ഉണ്ടാകും. പക്ഷെ അടിസ്ഥാനപരമായി
Cutting out of this and going straight across to my colleague and editor, News18 Kannada, Mr. Nikhil Joshi. Nikhil, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Now, we just heard the members of the SDPI calling this an attack on minorities all across the country. That is the line that they are taking. That is the angle that they are actually putting across when it comes to these raids, pan-India raids.
Well, first of all, they call themselves the Social Democratic Party and they confine themselves to a community. Is that what it is? In fact, here in Karnataka, one of our regular panelists representing the SDPI is a Hindu. His name is Mr. Bhanu Prakash. How can this be an attack on the minorities if this is a raid carried out on certain few individuals? We need to understand a few reasons here. In fact, in Karnataka, from a Karnataka point of view, if I must say, the murder of Prashant Pujari in Mudbidri in Mangalore, in Dakshin Kannada district, or the murder of Rudresh in the heart of the IT capital, Bangalore. In both these cases, out of the 10 or more accused, most of them were active members of the PFI. Is this a matter of coincidence? As a reporter, I've reported on ground about how these situations unfolded, how the killings were committed, and the reasons based on which these killings were committed. Is this vendetta? In the CAA NRC protests, let's take Shaheen Bagh for example. How were they able to sustain a protest for that long? Where was the money coming from? We need to understand that we've already put it out on the News18.com website. An all-important meeting with Amit Shah perhaps has led to these massive raids across the country. But we also need to know what the ED is doing with the NIA. The ED is actually looking at the funding angle. The Enforcement Directorate largely looks at the money matters. Where is the money coming from? Who is it going to? And now that the money is coming and it is going, what is it being used for? The question is how systematically PFI has tried to evade the radar. I tell you, evade the radar by making transactions look like personal transactions, making transactions and confining them to a certain amount so that they are not noted by the vigilance authorities. They even take contributions of 5 rupees from thousands of them, make it look like a small transaction, but voluminously, when you look at it cumulatively, it's a bigger sum that has come into their account. Now, these things are not suspicious. How is it that repeatedly in acts of crime, we see that people who are active members or have an association with the PFI and their name figures? Just take for matter the Ayodhya verdict, when Justice Abdul Nazir, who is also from the state of Karnataka, by the way, he came to the Supreme Court from the Karnataka High Court. He was a part of the bench that gave out the historic Ayodhya verdict. Did the PFI not dish him out threats? Was he not given a Z+ security at that point in time, he and his family? Is this the PFI that we want? If we are looking at an anti-national kind of image that the PFI has built, there is nobody else to blame for it but for themselves and their volunteers who have repeatedly gone on to do things. Let's come back to Bangalore. What happened in the DJ Halli, KJ Halli riots? They literally held the one part of the city to ransom. They attacked a police station, toppled a police jeep and set it on fire. Can you believe this is happening in a fully civil society like a Bangalore? This is not an outskirts area. This is in the heart of it. And then too, there were many of those who are a part of the PFI who are actively involved in it. And now the PFI is saying we are being targeted. Sorry, if they are being targeted, there's a way to come out of it, and the law of this nation allows them that opportunity.
Okay.
Let them go to the court. Let them go to the court and fight this case. Yeah.
Right. Nikhil, so you're saying essentially there have been many arrests that have been made under PMLA, that is Prevention of Money Laundering, and that's where the ED comes in. Now, of course, on the 29th of August, there was a meeting, a high-profile meeting that was chaired by the Union Home Minister, which had all the security top brass, and there was a clear message that was sent out that there needs to be a clampdown on the illegal activities that have come to light by members of the PFI, and hence these raids. The midnight raids, of course, are being questioned, and also the fact that the non-BJP rule states are the ones, in question here. And the other part, the other aspect is, even where the BJP is in power, it is a Muslim-dominated sort of a demography, which is also in question over here. So that is the one argument that is being underlined time and again.
You see, in the great words of the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Siddaramaiah, he went on to categorize an area as a Muslim area. Why are we even doing this? This is India, right? And the whole society should be looked at as a society. How is there a Muslim area? How is there a Hindu area? This probably works for them in an electoral analytics
so
kind
sorry,
of a process.
I'd have to just interrupt you here. We're just getting some breaking news. Let's quickly take that first, as there has been another mega PFI crackdown. Now we are being told that 4 people have been detained by the Enforcement Directorate. I'd read out the names of the people. One of them is Shafiq Daru Rahima, who's a member of the PFI, and they in fact have been alleged for collecting money from abroad. Now, the other person is Parvez Ahmed. He's another member of the PFI, and he is the PFI Delhi president. The third one is Ilyas Ahmed, who is the PFI General Secretary, and the fourth one is Abdul Mukhit, who is the PFI Office Secretary. My colleague Ashish joins me on the broadcast. Ashish, just take us through these arrests that have been made by the ED.
So the Enforcement Directorate has registered a fresh PMLA case. That is what we are hearing from our sources in the Enforcement Directorate. And the 3 people who have been picked from Delhi, which includes Mohammad Parvez Ahmed, he is supposed to be the PFI Delhi President, Ilyas Ahmed, who is the PFI Delhi General Secretary, and Abdul Muqeed, he is PFI Office Secretary. These 3 individuals, they have been named in the fresh ECIR, which has been registered by the Enforcement Directorate. Sources reveal in the Enforcement Directorate that they are basically beneficiaries of proceeds of crime, or you can say laundered money, because money that was coming from Gulf, there was inter PFI transactions which were coming from Kerala to Delhi chapter of PFI, and they were basically using this for various anti-national activities. I've been told that these 3 individuals were basically behind, or you can say people involved in the Delhi riots which happened a few years back. So these individuals were basically on the radar of the Enforcement Directorate. Another person who's named Shafiq Daru Rahima. Now this is interesting that this man, PFI, he's a PFI member. He was basically collecting money on the behalf of PFI, and this was, basically he was the one who was supposed to garner all the money from the Gulf countries. So this man is something really interesting, Shafiq Daru Rahima. He has been picked up from Palakkad. My sources said that by evening the Enforcement Directorate is going to show the technical arrest. Excuse me, all of them have been detained as of now, but by evening we can expect them to be arrested. What my sources tell me, that there is a team of 40 officials from ED who are specially looking at the PFI chapter. They are basically on the ground, and they are working in tandem with various other agencies, which includes Delhi Police, paramilitary forces, NIA, and various other agencies, state agencies. There are certain teams of ED who are assisting NIA, but at the same time, wherever ED has gone independently, they are not being assisted by anyone. They are doing their investigation on their own. As of now, mobile phones, digital evidence, digital devices, incriminating documents, all this has been seized by the Enforcement Directorate. Till now, 23 bank accounts have been attached. That is a story of the past, but this is important because 23 bank accounts of PFI have been attached till now, and 10 bank accounts of Rehab India, which is again a sister organization of PFI, that have also been attached. In totality, over a period of time, till at least till 2018 or 2019, in these bank accounts, almost 120 crore rupees of transactions happened. Though the amount attached in, this was around 59 lakh rupees, and in Rehab India it was around 9.5 lakh rupees, but transactions over a period of time was around 120 crore rupees, and that is why the government got worried. My sources tell me that this was being planned for quite some time, because all the agencies were put on the same page. There was a meeting at the Home Ministry where the highest, the meeting happened at the highest level, and the decision was to arrest and basically break the backbone of PFI, because they are involved into anti-national activities and creating some sort of social unrest in India.
All right. Thank you so much, Ashish. Let me take this to my colleague Arunima as well, who's standing by. Arunima, you know, like Ashish was mentioning, these raids were planned 3 months in advance. And of course, there was a high-profile meeting that I was just mentioning that was chaired by the Union Home Minister with the top security brass. Now, 13 states we're looking at, 100 plus arrests, many of them under PMLA. Just take us through all these detentions, these arrests that, of course, have been carried forward since the midnight.
So the sequence of event, let me give you what the sequence of event is that we know of. Evidence has been mounting against Popular Front of India for some time now. In several cases that NIA has investigated, be it the killing of RSS activists, Bajrang Dal activists, pushing in anti-India sentiments, in agitations that were being carried out, be it the hijab or be it cow vigilantism. In all of these, PFI's role has come up. Of course, if you go a little further back in the anti-CA and anti-NRC protests also, their role came up repeatedly. So the evidence that NIA was gathering in various cases against PFI was mounting. There was also repeatedly a question being asked as to why the organization was not being banned. In that backdrop, Home Minister took a review meeting earlier this month, and in that meeting this was decided that a crackdown must happen against PFI. But in that crackdown, there was a worry that whether there will be a law and order situation that will be created. We're seeing that today also protests are happening in southern states against the NIA crackdown. So keeping that in mind, a multi-agency coordination system was worked out. There was NIA, there was ED, there was the Intelligence Bureau and the anti-terrorism squads of various states who were part of this. The local police was part of this. Once the coordination was all in place, the local police was put on standby, the paramilitary forces were requisitioned, and then post-midnight last night, a coordinated swoop happened at all of PFI offices as well as residences. The chairperson of the PFI was arrested in no time. Their office bearers, their zonal level coordinators, 106 of them in all were arrested. There could be more in detention. Now the plan is that the majority of them, about at least 50 to 52 of them, would go into NIA custody because the charge against them is of terror financing. Rest would go into ED custody because the charge against them is of money laundering. And then custodial interrogation would be carried out. Whether this will lead to a ban or not, that is the next step which the Home Minister is reviewing and considering with NIA, DG, Home Secretary and NSA.
All right, Arunima, thank you so much for all those details. Now, as Arunima was mentioning, we're looking at a pan-India crackdown of PFI SDPI members. If we actually break it down for our viewers as to how this entire crackdown has happened. Now, this is how it started. In Kerala, we've had 22 arrests so far. 22 members of the PFI SDPI combined have been detained and arrested. Then if we look at Maharashtra, the second big state where there are 20 arrests that have been reported. These are members of the PFI that of course have been nabbed. Then it is Karnataka, 20 arrests here as well. So remember, Kerala and Karnataka is where the PFI is really active. Also Tamil Nadu, you can see 11 of them have been taken into custody. Those detentions have made. Then if you look at Assam, there are 9 people who have been nabbed here in Assam, also in the eastern part. Uttar Pradesh, a BJP ruled state, you'd see 8 people who have been nabbed down in Uttar Pradesh. If we go further, we will take a look at Andhra Pradesh, where there have been 5 detentions so far. 5 people in Andhra Pradesh who have been taken into custody, of course, in the wake of a lot of protests and retaliation as well. Madhya Pradesh, there has been 4 so far. That has happened. Delhi as well, 3. Like Ashish was just mentioning, we just broke that down for our viewers. Rajasthan, there have been 2 detentions and arrests that have taken place. So that happened. Puducherry, if you look at, there has been 2 of those. So this is how this entire crackdown looks like. Remember, this was a midnight crackdown. At about 3:30 a.m. is when this all started, and ever since it has been continuing. There has been ample retaliation also that goes on from various states, also West Bengal. In fact, let's actually look at what is happening in West Bengal. My colleague Shogato has brought us this detail.
This is the Tiljala area of East Kolkata, close to Park Circus. And this is where the raids are currently happening. You can see the central paramilitary forces standing guard at this point, who are guarding the premises where the NIA is currently conducting the raids. That's the office of the Popular Front of India. Over here you can see the board that is right up there. and the search operations are being conducted on the first and second floors. This office apparently used to be used as a call center, an illegal call center. Preliminary suspicion is that this office was being used by the PFI to dupe customers, especially foreign customers, and swindle them of their money, and that is how the funds of the PFI was being accumulated.
Let me cut across to Siddhant Mishra, my colleague who's joining me live from the PFI office in the national capital. Siddhant, what is the mood over there, considering we've had a press conference by the SDPI down south? Of course, the narrative is that there is a targeting of the minorities that is happening in the wake of these crackdowns. What is coming out of the PFI office in the national capital?
Well, look, there are multiple premises here in the national capital, which includes Parvez Ahmed, district president of PFI's residence, then the PFI office where we are reporting from. There are some places in Simapuri area which were raided by NIA and Enforcement Directorate's team last night. So multiple locations were raided. We have been told that in total three of them have been picked from the national capital, including the district president. So this time around, it was a well-coordinated a crackdown which was made by Enforcement Directorate and NIA, and many have been slapped with UAPA sections. The others are slapped with the money laundering sections, and ED and NIA will take their custody respectively. Also, 106 is the total number of people belonging to this organization, those who have been arrested, and we have been told that all the top bosses of this group, yes, or the groups linked to PFI, which includes SDPI, the Campus Front of India, and the other group belonging to PFI, their bosses have also been placed under the arrest. So it was a major crackdown, and in fact, going by Manoj Gupta's report, this entire plan was made almost a month back at a high-level meeting, and it was well coordinated. It all started at 3 a.m. In the morning, and in fact, the family members of PFI members are telling us that teams came at around 6 a.m., 7 a.m. in the morning. The searches were conducted, and after showing the warrant, these individuals were picked. So it wasn't expected. It was on the cards since 2021. The demand has been going on to ban PFI. In fact, if you remember, Tushar Mehta, the Solicitor General of India, made it clear before the Supreme Court that the government of India has enough proof to ban PFI. Then again, media reports emerged in the month of April that government is planning to ban PFI, but there was no blanket ban. There is no blanket ban till now. Now, this time around, after these fresh raids and well-coordinated raids, why I'm calling it a well-coordinated raid? Because foot soldiers are not only being placed under the arrest, the bosses have been placed under the arrest, the spokespersons have been placed under the arrest, the district president. So, the crackdown on the cadre has been made by the government of India through NIA and ED. So this time around, the possibility is more. Also, before concluding, I would like to highlight this. The NIA has already named PFI in various charge sheets. UP government has already recommended to the central government to ban PFI. The other states have also recommended to the Ministry of Home Affairs to ban PFI. So there are enough evidence, there is enough proof before the government, and maybe it is just a start. It's the start of the process to ban PFI. In fact, many are looking this very coordinated raids in this way only, that it is a start of the process to ban PFI, because this time around all the major bosses, the major players in PFI, the policy makers, the think tanks, they all have been placed under the arrest.
What about Delhi? Was there resistance? Because we are also playing out visuals on the screens for our viewers. There has been ample resistance by PFI and SDPI members in various parts. We were just playing those visuals from Jaipur as well, where resistance was really seen. What about Delhi?
Well, look, in last 2.5 years, Delhi witnessed number of protests, and after these protests in fact turned violent also. And the charge sheets, going by the Delhi police's charge sheet, in fact every second charge sheet names PFI, its members or organizations linked to PFI. And this is perhaps the reason that these charge sheets establishes their active involvement, especially in Shaheen Bagh and Jamia areas. And this is perhaps the reason that this morning at the time of searches, you know, the agency teams were backed by paramilitary forces. BSF, ITBP and CRPF Jawans were accompanying
in fact,
the agency
Siddhant, let's actually take a look at down south where there have been maximum nabbings that have happened. In fact, my colleague Ritu has just prepared this report out of Bengaluru. Just take a look.
As NIA officials conclude the raids here in the Benson town, which happens to be the PFI's state headquarters here, so you can see now the officials have left the location, but meanwhile there are slogans that have been raised from the PFI supporters here. They are raising continuously slogans saying there's nothing, no documents that these officials would have found. This is an unnecessarily raid that has been conducted, and it is an unnecessary raid that NIA officials are taking in place at multiple locations in the Bengaluru. So without notification, how can you raid any location is the kind of a slogan also been raised from the PFI supporters. But meanwhile, you see there's a huge police deployment as well here. The state police and the CRP police here been deployed in a huge number. There are barricades in and around this area that have been placed, and there are no vehicle movements here in this particular road as well. But yes, now the raids have been concluded from the NIA officials here.
Now, like we have been mentioning, this is the biggest ever crackdown on PFI, and this is being done multi-agency. Now, let's take our viewers through what exactly have the sources revealed to us when it comes to this major crackdown. Now, we are learning that this was a deep-rooted conspiracy to cover up the source of fund. Remember, terror financing and also prevention of money laundering are the cases under which these people are being arrested and detained. So that's one thing. The other thing that we are learning through our sources is that, you know, when it comes to these searches that are being conducted and this crackdown that has happened, we've also learned that money transfers have happened from abroad, and expats have sent money to the families of PFI members. So that is something that has been a crucial evidence that's come to light. We also learned that small amounts of money transfers were sent to PFI and affiliates. So it was not a large chunk which can be easily tracked, but they were small amounts. That donation slips of 5 rupee also has been found. So that is how less are we talking about, so that it gets expanded. Now, crowdfunding paperwork was kept ready at PFI offices. That is also something that has come to light when it comes to these searches. There was an attempt to camouflage the real funding route. Like I was mentioning, there were things done so that we cannot really come to the real funding route when it comes to this major crackdown of the PFI. These are the things that we are learning through our sources. Remember, these raids really started in the midnight, in the dead of the night, about 3:30, and they have been continuing. Multi-states raids are being conducted, 13 in number, and this is how things stand at the moment. Let's take a look at some breaking news that we are also getting at this moment. Now, there has been a meeting that is currently taking place at Amit Shah's residence, and it is being attended by Ajit Doval and other NIA officials. So this is a major meeting. Remember, there was another meeting that was chaired by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah himself on the 29th of August. This was something that we reported the very first time here on CNN News 18. That is when a crackdown on PFI was decided to be brought about. There were 3 months of planning that also was part of this entire process. And now we are being told that there is another meeting that is happening at Union Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. That's happening currently, and it is, remember, being attended by not just NSA Doval. There also are members of the NIA in attendance. We are told that the meeting is just about over. We'll try and get a sense of what really has come out of it. Remember, this is another high-profile meeting with the security top brass in attendance at Union Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. My colleague Arunima joins me on the broadcast for more. Arunima, we're told that the meeting with the Union Home Minister of NSA Doval and other NIA officials just about ended. Any word? What has come out of it?
Not yet. The meeting went on for 1.5 hours, so it was not just stock taking of the raids that are going on. In all possibility, the evidence that they have managed to pick up and what is the next course of action, all of that was discussed. We are waiting to officially hear from the Union Home Ministry, but there is a lot of speculation around whether a decision to ban PFI will be taken now. In the past, every time this question has come up, the retort has been, what purpose will it serve? Because when you banned Simi, they came up as Indian Mujahideen, just changed their names and came up again. If you ban PFI, they will just come up with another name. But now with the entire top leadership of PFI in custody, their chairman has been arrested. We are told their zonal coordinators, their district presidents, their state presidents, they're all in custody. Is the time now ripe for a ban under UAPA on PFI? That's the question perhaps that was on the table when the Home Minister was meeting the top brass. We are waiting to know whether that decision has been taken or not. But you know, all that we know at this stage is that this midnight swoop that happened against PFI, they've managed to pick up evidence about which the Home Minister was apprised of.
All right, Arunima, thank you so much. Stay on with us. In fact, let me take this across to my colleague Pranshu, who is also joining us from Lucknow. Pranshu, what is the situation in Lucknow?
Well, you know, in Lucknow, the raids are now over, and in fact, across Uttar Pradesh, at least 5 to 6 districts, including district of Varanasi, then Bahraich, of course, neighboring Barabanki. In fact, even in Ghaziabad in NCR region, raids were conducted. Around 8 people have been arrested. That is what the confirmation we are getting in from our top sources here in the UP Police in the ATS division. We are expecting that a detail would be shared by the NIA at the later stage. But Wasim, the place where right now I am standing, is outside the residence of Wasim. He has been picked up. His pictures are now out in public. And the interesting fact coming out is that Wasim was also very active, during the 2019 protest against the NRC. He was at that point in time also a very active member of the PFI. He was arrested, had been behind the bars for more than a couple of months, came out on bail later in 2020, and since then, you know, he was not very active, but probably was much involved, secretly involved in the PFI activities. So what we are hearing from our sources is that he was an influential person as far as the UP chapter or the UP organization of PFI was concerned. Similarly, another person, Nadeem, who has been picked up from Barabanki, he is said to be the treasurer of the UP unit of PFI. The alarming point, or the point of concern here is that UP being a BJP-ruled state for past, almost more than 5 years, it seems that PFI was still trying to explore a lot of possibility as far as the new recruits are concerned, and this could be, they were probably thinking that UP is a fertile ground because there is often the stories of the so-called minority discontent which trickle out of the state of Uttar Pradesh. So was PFI also seeing Uttar Pradesh as a possible recruiting ground, because the organization may not be that strong here as compared to southern states like Kerala and Karnataka, but the fact that 8 people are being arrested from the state like Uttar Pradesh, which has the biggest number of minority population, that itself is an alarming factor.
Right, Pranshu, thank you so much. In fact, for all those details, I'd like to understand more about these raids that continue, that are going on in these various states across the country. Remember, something that started at about midnight. But before we do that, let's actually get to the inside scoop of what these raids are all about. Now, this is what we are being told. Now, this is a pan-India raid that we are talking about. This was planned 3 months ago. Remember, that is the most important aspect. Step 2 is that all locations were verified first. The targets were checked a week ago. Remember, after that high-profile meeting with Union Home Minister Amit Shah, all this was planned. Government monitored preparations of the raids very, very closely. Now, how closely, you ask? This is what we are being told. Teams, in fact, to non-BJP states were attached with CRPF to actually take care of any kind of resistance. That was also done. NIA teams, including the DG, was there in the control room since 12 a.m. We are talking about these midnight raids since 12 a.m. Even the DG was there in the control room. IB control room was monitored by the director Tapan Deka. So the Intelligence Bureau Director Tapan Deka was very much present in the dead of the night. Also, NSA Doval was also at IB control room from 1 a.m. That's how that's how planned these raids were, and all the senior officials were really taking care of minute-by-minute details of these raids that were carried out all through the country in the 13 states where PFI members are actually active. Let's now take a look at this report that my colleague Amit Trivedi has filed from Indore.
PFI जो पीपल्स फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया के ऑफिसेस हैं उन पर छापे मारे गए हैं। करीब 100 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया गया है और अगर इंदौर की बात की जाए तो इंदौर से भी 3 लोगों को हिरासत में लेने की बात कही जा रही है। और ये जो पीपल्स फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया मध्य प्रदेश का ये ऑफिस है जो इंदौर में है, इंदौर के जवाहर मार्ग पर ये ऑफिस है। यहाँ से गतिविधियां संचालित होती थी और अभी भी होती हैं। यहाँ का जो मुख्य जो है चीफ है जो पीपल्स फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया के अब्दुल रऊफ, उन पर जिला बदर की कार्रवाई पहले ही हो चुकी है और उनको जिला बदर कलेक्टर ने किया था क्योंकि इस तरह की गतिविधियां वो कर रहे थे जिससे कि कलेक्टर में जो सामाजिक सौहार्द है वो बिगड़ने की संभावना थी। इसी वजह से कलेक्टर ने उन पर जिला बदर की कार्रवाई की थी। और ये जो ऑफिस है यहाँ पर अभी ताला लगा हुआ है। बताया जा रहा है कि यहाँ से कुछ कागजात जरूर NIA की टीम ले गई है। रात 3 बजे बताया जा रहा है कि NIA की टीम यहाँ पर पहुंची थी। हालांकि अभी इस पर आगे की जानकारी और आगे की कार्रवाई जारी है।
Let's now get you some more breaking news. This one's coming from Kolkata. Now, agencies have managed to recover leaflets, banners, booklets and other campaign material from Tiljala PFI office. This is what is coming out of Kolkata. In fact, some cash has also been recovered and some electronic devices are also reportedly found. This is the news that is from Kolkata. Shogato, who brings us this report, is joining me on the broadcast. Yes, Shogato, tell us more.
Well, that's the information that is trickling out from that that raid that's currently taking place in my background in that yellow-colored building that you see. The board confirms that it's the Popular Front of India office, and the floors below, the 2 floors right below that signboard is where the search operations are currently taking place. The first and second floors over there. That's the PFI office which we had initially reported that was being operated as probably an illegal call center to dupe foreign customers, and that's the source of money that this office was being used as. That was the initial information that we had. Now we can tell you that the information that we are getting is that a lot of campaign material have been found inside those offices. Leaflets, posters, booklets and so on. These campaign materials are incriminating in nature according to the agency sources, because they are talking about, a lot of them are actually talking about how the police and the agencies are involved in atrocities, quote unquote, and there is this clarion call for a war to be waged against these agencies and their quote unquote atrocious clampdowns across the nation on the organization and its workers. The agencies also confirmed that some cash have been found. We are not exactly sure as to what the amount of the cash actually is, and also some electronic devices, could be hard disks, computers and so on and so forth. Whether there are mobile phones also found inside of there, we will not be able to confirm you at this point in time. We are only told that some electronic devices have also been
Shogato,
found.
any detentions from
obviously
Kolkata yet?
all
And
of
if
the,
you could just take
things
our
that are
viewers
being-
through what has been the kind of footprint of PFI in the state.
Well, as far as the PFI is concerned, it has, so far as its visibility is concerned, it has a very limited visibility across Bengal. Some districts in central Bengal, like Murshidabad, like Malda, have been reported to have regular PFI activities, but those are few and far between. But ahead of the elections, there have been, some additional activity that we saw taking place from the organization. There was a few public
All right,
meetings
Shogato,
that were
in
held.
fact,
Allegedly,
stay on with
a
us.
couple
Let
of
me
local-
quickly take a look at this report that my colleague Amit Pandey has filed from the National Capital first, and then we'll move on.
अगर हम देखें जांच एजेंसियों की कार्रवाई को देखें तो अगले पिछले 3-4 सालों में इतनी व्यापक स्तर पर कार्रवाई नहीं की गई थी। अब हम अगर देखें कि किन किन लोगों ने कार्रवाई की है, एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट, नेशनल इन्वेस्टिगेटिव एजेंसी, स्थानीय पुलिस, इन सब ने मिलकर एक कार्रवाई की और बाकायदा इसके लिए पूरा एक ग्राउंड वर्क तैयार किया गया था। होमवर्क कर रही थी जांच एजेंसियां, सबूत इकट्ठा किए जा रहे थे। इससे पहले NIA ने अपने अलग अलग कोर्ट में अपनी जो रिमांड एप्लीकेशन है वो दाखिल की थी। NIA ने इस मामले में FIR भी रजिस्टर की थी। अलग अलग प्रदेश की पुलिस ने भी FIR दर्ज की थी। फिलहाल दिल्ली का ये जो मकान है ये एक अहम कड़ी बनकर उभरा है, क्योंकि यहीं पर PFI पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया का यह राष्ट्रीय कार्यालय है दिल्ली में, और यहाँ से परवेज नाम के एक शख्स को गिरफ्तार किया गया। ऐसा कहा जाता है कि परवेज उस संगठन की यहाँ से दिल्ली शाखा का प्रमुख था, लेकिन ये राष्ट्रीय कार्यालय, देखिए जरा तस्वीरें देखिए कि यह राष्ट्रीय कार्यालय है और अब इसी जगह जो अलग अलग जगहों पर देश में जो ऑफिसेस थे वहां पर रेड चल रही है।
All right, taking it across to my colleague Siddhant. Siddhant, reports coming out of the national capital. Now there has been a meeting also that has been chaired by the Union Home Minister, which had NSA Doval also in attendance. We're yet to actually ascertain more details, but you were talking about how this, of course, is the first step to probably move towards banning PFI as an outfit in the national in India. So just take us through the details that have happened, that have emerged from not just Shaheen Bagh or this place where active members of PFI really resided, but also in the other parts of the country.
Well, look, this may be a fourth or the fifth time that I am covering nationwide raid on PFI. It was NIA's raid before, it was Enforcement Directorate's raid before. In fact, state intelligence wings have also been raiding PFI cadre from last 7 to 8 years. But what makes this raid different from the raids that have taken place already? This raid is a well-coordinated raid being carried out by the two federal agencies, NIA and Enforcement Directorate. One agency deals with terror-related cases, the other agency deals with money laundering. And in fact, when MAC meetings takes place, this has always been a key issue: how to coordinate, how to set up a coordination between the two agencies to do a crackdown on organizations like PFI. Today, it was very well executed, and in fact, the control rooms were set up inside the headquarters of these two agencies. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval was monitoring the entire exercise since 3 a.m. in the morning. IB Director, NIA DG, all were present.
Siddhant, in fact, we are getting some breaking news at this moment. I'm so sorry I'd have to interrupt you there, as now we have a response that's coming from the Popular Front of India as it condemns the NIA and ED raids. They're calling it a harassment of its national and state leaders. In fact, NIA's baseless claims, this is what has been said by the PFI, and sensationalism is solely aimed at creating an atmosphere of terror. In fact, Popular Front of India, they go on to say, will never ever surrender on any scary action by a totalitarian regime using the central agencies as its puppets, and will stand firm on its will for recovering the democratic system and spirit of the constitution of our beloved country. Siddhant continues to be with me. Siddhant, a word there by the PFI. They have condemned the raids. They're also saying that all these central agencies are acting at the behest of the government, also calling them puppets.
That's right. So such statements are very common, very obvious also. All the time, whenever any raids takes place or their cadre gets arrested, they come out with this statement saying that they are a victim of political witch hunt. The agency wants to create an atmosphere of terror. NIA's claims are baseless and true and purely to sensationalize the entire atmosphere. So all these claims have been made by PFI in the release. Also, whenever you speak to PFI spokesperson or their senior leadership, they tell you that none of the courts in India have ever banned us. So this is what a claim they in fact gave us when we asked them the tough question. But fact here remains, not just one state police force, multiple state police forces have filed charge sheet against PFI members, against its cadre. There is a foolproof dossier that has been prepared by NIA against PFI. State governments like Uttar Pradesh has already banned PFI and also recommended to Ministry of Home Affairs to ban PFI. So there is enough proof, there is enough evidence to ban PFI, and this is perhaps the reason that if you remember in 2021, Tushar Mehta, the top lawyer who represents government in Supreme Court, made this statement in one of the cases that government has enough proof to ban PFI. So in fact, question goes out for government then that why so much delay when there is proof, when there is dossier available, when the agencies, when there are multiple charge sheets against PFI cadre, not just in Delhi but in Kerala, in West Bengal, in Maharashtra, everywhere around. Then what is stopping the government to ban PFI? And in fact, the pressure was mounting on government to ban PFI.
Okay.
Now,
Siddhant, also, let's take a look at what all has the searches really revealed. We also talk about donation slips as low as 5 rupees that have been actually found in these searches. This is what has been revealed to us. We'd like to understand how does this help the PFI, because when it comes to minority community and members of the Muslim community, they like to actually put in money when it comes to zakat and all of that. So that is part of their religion. That donation also happens, and probably PFI, wherever it's active, they end up taking the money and putting it in various places. Of course, that also is being ascertained. Where is the money really going?
Absolutely, absolutely. And in fact, there are cases of money laundering against PFI, which are going on in Enforcement Directorate. And in fact, these arrests are also being made by Enforcement Directorate in these matters. So we have been told that the computer, desktop, hard disks, and in fact, some brochures talking about the blueprint, the roadmap of PFI, along with that, some receipts have also been seized by ED and NIA teams from various PFI offices. So this particular organization, which also many believe is a front organization of SIMI. After SIMI ban was imposed on SIMI, this organization was floated, has many wings. It has wings in colleges, it has wings in various organizations, and through these wings, PFI functions. You talk about Campus Front of India, you talk about Rehab Foundation, all these groups are linked to PFI. So, they raise funds, through zakat, through donations, and then use it very efficiently to propagate agenda against country, to mobilize people against the government, and it cannot only be a coincidence that any protest where PFI is taking part turns violent. We have seen in Delhi that how Delhi was torched, how vandalism took place on the streets of Delhi, and there were months when communal tension, atmosphere of communal tension was created. In all those charge sheets, PFI has been named, their plans, their blueprints, all have been mentioned by investigative agencies. So this is their modus operandi on the name of minority, or for the upliftment of the minority community. They take donations, they take zakat, and then they use it to mobilize people against the government, against the country, to propagate agenda against the country, to fuel communal hatred against Hindus. So this is a design on which this organization functions. But again, when you talk about investigating agencies, then they need proof to act upon any organization or group. And this is perhaps they have been doing from years, collecting evidence, collecting proof, dossier after dossier, charge sheet after charge sheets, FIRs after FIRs, all have been done to put stop to this organization's expansionist policies. But it appears that they are not ready to stop their anti-India, anti-Hindu hate campaign, and this is perhaps the reason that in fact today the two premier federal agencies have come together to raid the premises of PFI and to arrest their cadre. And also, what makes today's raid different is that that from a district president to general secretary to a zonal coordinator to somebody who handles social media of PFI, all have been placed under the arrest.
All right. Thank you so much, Siddhant. Stay on with me. Let me actually see what the Madhya Pradesh Home Minister, Mr. Narottam Mishra, is saying about these raids. Let's take a look.
कार्रवाई की है मध्य प्रदेश के गृह मंत्री नरोत्तम मिश्रा मेरे साथ हैं। जी बताइए, मध्य प्रदेश में भी तमाम जगह छापेमारी कार्रवाई की गई है NIA की तरफ से।
PFI जो संगठन है उस पर NIA ने राज्य पुलिस के साथ में रह के छापे डाले।
गृह मंत्रालय ने आपको भी जानकारी दी होगी?
हाँ, निश्चित रूप से दिए। मेरे को हमारे यहाँ की पुलिस और इंटेलिजेंस के द्वारा जानकारी दी गई है।
तो कितने लोग गिरफ्तार हुए हैं इस मामले में?
PFI के बारे में NIA खुद ही बता रही है, लगातार वो अपडेट कर रहे हैं, और मेरा बताना मुझे लगता है मर्यादा का उल्लंघन होगा, ऐसा मेरी निजी सोच है।
मध्य प्रदेश में भी इसकी गतिविधियां चल रही थी, क्या मध्य प्रदेश सरकार ने कोई एक्शन लेने वाली है? आप कुछ एक्शन लेने वाले हैं?
एक्शन सामूहिक रूप से हो रहा है। ये संगठन प्रांत स्तर का नहीं है, राष्ट्रीय स्तर का है, इसलिए राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर ही छापे डाले गए।
तो आप प्रतिबंध लगाने की कार्रवाई करेगी? मध्य प्रदेश सरकार प्रपोजल भेजेगी?
राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर इस पर विचार चल रहा है।
देखिए, PFI पर आज छापेमारी कार्रवाई की गई और जैसा कि गृह मंत्री ने बताया है कि इस पर राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर प्रतिबंध लगाने का विचार चल रहा है। कैमरामैन संजय बुआ के साथ अरुण त्रिवेदी, News 18 इंदौर।
And more breaking news coming in. Amid this mega crackdown on PFI, Congress has now called it diversionary tactic to deviate the focus from actual issues like inflation and unemployment. So word there by the Congress party that is coming to fore. Now they are accusing the central government of diversionary tactics to stay away from the main focus areas, the key focus areas like inflation and unemployment.
ध्यान हटाने के लिए तमाम ऐसी गतिविधियां कर रही हैं, पर इतना आग्रह है सरकार से, जितनी तत्परता आप इसमें दिखा रहे हैं, जितनी बयानबाजी आप इसमें कर रहे हैं, मेहरबानी करके देश के सामने जो समस्या है, महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, चीन ने जो बलपूर्वक जमीन अधिकृत कर ली है, कभी हिम्मत करेंगे उस पर भी बोलने के लिए या कोई कार्रवाई करेंगे?
Coming to you, Siddhant. Siddhant, now that we have a word from the Congress party when it comes to these multi-state raids in the country, they of course are once again turning the focus back on unemployment and inflation, saying these should be the real issues, not these raids.
Absolutely, absolutely, they are the real issues. But what about terrorism? Now, you know, many still say this, and many believe this, that this is being done because BJP wants to politicize it and just to take a mileage by creating the atmosphere of terror. But fact here remains, in 2017, NIA has made this dossier which was submitted to Ministry of Home Affairs regarding the activities of PFI. Also, you know, PFI and the other wings of this group, this organization, has been kept under the list of suspicious organizations by NIA in 2017. They have been named in the Bangalore blast case. They have been named in the Love Jihad case, and in fact, NIA has enough evidence to prove that PFI has links with the terror organizations, or PFI is involved in the terror activities, and this is the reason that NIA is involved. Otherwise a state police forces, ED, can handle any group or organization. But if NIA is getting involved in it, then it means that it is serious in nature. Also, we have not spoken about the stone pelting and vandalism that happened during the Ram Navami Yatras in the month of April, if you remember. In Madhya Pradesh, in Jharkhand, in Delhi, Jahangirpuri, in various other places. In most of these incidences, PFI was charge-sheeted by state police force. So they have a design in place. They follow that design. They very much utilize utilize all opportunities to create communal hatred, to create atmosphere of communal hatred, to spread poison against Hindu community, to also destabilize the government, to speak against the government, and to propagate the anti-India agenda. And this is very much a design of PFI. And this is a reason that today NIA and ED both have come together and are carrying out this very important joint operation against PFI. And as I said, that this time around almost 60 to 70% of their cadre have been picked up, senior level cadre have been picked up by the federal agency. So it's a major crackdown. When opposition says that berozgari is a mudda, unemployment is a mudda, garibi is the mudda, then
yes,
terrorism is also a mudda. Also, Simi was very much on radar of the Congress party when they were in power, if you remember. P. Chidambaram was the home minister then, and everyone knows that PFI is the frontal organization of Simi.
All right. Siddhant, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, Union Home Minister Amit Shah presiding over everything. We have seen NSA Doval and other people from the NIA who've just about come out from his residence after that high-profile meeting. We'll continue to track all the developments when it comes to this big story that we are tracking on CNN News 18. I'm slipping into a very, very short break. It will be over to my colleague Poonam after the break.
Good afternoon, you're tuned into CNN News 18 and I'm Poonam Burde and you're watching our non-stop coverage on the biggest crackdown on the Popular Front of India. Raids that began sometime after 2 a.m. last night. They were ongoing in multiple places for over 6 hours or so. We here are tracking all the very latest, getting you ground reports from 13 states, over 100 locations from where these raids are being conducted. Breaking news now coming in. The latest that we are gathering as far as NIA's crackdown is concerned is that 100 laptops, mobile phones, digital devices have been seized during these searches, during these raids that were conducted across the country this morning. All of them will be sent for digital analysis. Arunima, my colleague, now joins us for more on this. Arunima, it was a pan-India crackdown, an operation that was coordinated not just by the NIA but by ED and at the state level as well. Several digital evidences have now been seized.
Digital devices like laptops, mobile phones and others have been taken into custody by the National Investigation Agency. These will now be sent for forensic analysis so that they can get to the evidence, if any, that is stored in it. Now, why are these digital devices important? Because the charge by the National Investigation Agency under which these searches are going on is that these office bearers and members of PFI were carrying out terror financing, they were recruiting people, and they were also carrying out anti-India conspiracy. So if the digital device has any message or any encrypted platform, Telegram, for example, is often a go-to social media platform for a lot of these groups. So if they can find any of those during forensic tests, there will be direct evidence to support their charge. We are told at least 5 fresh cases have been registered by the NIA under which these searches are being carried out, and these 100+ digital devices will now have been sealed and are being sent for forensic analysis.
Right, Arunima, thank you so much for getting us the very latest as far as the investigation in the Popular Front of India is concerned. CNN News 18 has been tracking all the developments early this morning. Remember, it was here on CNN News 18 that you first heard at 7:05 a.m. about this big crackdown by the NIA, by the ED and the state agencies on the Popular Front. We've been reporting from each and every of those 13 states where this crackdown was taking place this morning. Take a look at this report from Chennai.
We are outside the Popular Front of India's Chennai headquarters in Purusharvakkam. On the second floor is the office where the raids began at around 3:30 a.m. and continued till about 8:30 a.m. Sources from the NIA say that they have seized documents from the second floor of the office. Remember, at least 10 locations across at least 4 districts are raided, and one of them is Chennai office where documents were seized, and members of the PFI say that these documents included the projects that they've taken, the plans that they have for 2022. This is just one of the places where raids were underway. 10 locations at least across 4 districts including Madurai, Theni have also been raided, and sources from the NIA say that at least 10 people have been detained by the team.
Now, over 100 people have been arrested across the country. These include office bearers, functionaries of the PFI, and most importantly, these include top leadership of the Popular Front of India, all of whom who are now behind bars, all of whom are perhaps going to be brought to Delhi for further interrogation at the NIA headquarters. But how exactly did this transpire? What are the inside details? Here on CNN News 18, we are going to tell you step by step of how this entire crackdown was planned. Number one is that it took 3 months for this plan to be executed. It was planned about 3 months ago. Step 2 was that just a week ago, to ensure that everything was in place before the crackdown actually happened, all of the locations were verified. The targets of the Popular Front of India were also verified by the agencies that were involved. Step 3. After the verification that was done, the government, the MHA, was closely monitoring every single step of the way as far as the NIA's investigation goes and how exactly this crackdown or this action on the PFI was going to be executed. Then there was teams that were sent to the non-BJP states. They were attached with the CRPF. Remember, in states that are ruled by the BJP, it was the state agencies, the state police that was at the forefront. But in opposition-ruled states, the centre not wanting to take any chances of a pushback or a resistance, which is why CRPF members were attached with the NIA ED teams there. Then there was a control room that was set up to ensure that every single move of these teams during those raids were monitored. The NIA teams were at that control room since midnight. IB control room was also monitored. The director of the IB himself was present through midnight in this morning when this crackdown was taking place across the country. What's even more important was that NSA Ajit Doval was also at this control room. He reached there sometime around 1 a.m. up until morning when the raids were being conducted. Remember, at about 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. is when the first raid actually happened, and then it was around 100 locations, about 13 states across the country, where eventually the entire crackdown was carried out. My colleagues are getting us the very latest from on ground from each of those 13 states. But joining us on this broadcast is also Pradeep Pillai, editor of News 18 Kerala. And Kerala, Pradeep, remains the state which really is, the focal point as far as this crackdown is concerned. The maximum number of arrests have also come out from Kerala, and that is why it's extremely significant. How has been the response of the state government as far as this crackdown is concerned?
Well, we are yet to hear from the state government on this, or even the state police. So as we had pointed out earlier and reported earlier, this was a surprise crackdown which started early morning, but there were hints of an NIA activation and presence of central forces from our sources late night yesterday. There was no clear info as to what the target was, but eventually it turned out to be a statewide raid. Out of the 14 districts, 13 districts saw raids happening, which included teams from NIA as well as the ED. As you pointed out, many of the national leaders of the organization are from Kerala. 22 people were picked up from across the state. This includes the National Chairman OMA Salam, the National Secretary Nazruddin Elamiram, the State President CP Mohammed Bashir, and other district level leaders. Now, the first news came from Kozhikode, where the Popular Front State Committee office, which is called Unity House, was raided. And at the same time, all the district committee offices and the residences of the state and district level leaders saw raids happening. Obviously, they were taken by surprised. The national chairman OMA Salam was picked up from his home at Manjeri, which is in Malappuram district of North Kerala. Similarly, the state president CP Mohammed Bashir was picked up from Tirunavaya once again in North Kerala. We had also saw raids of the district headquarters in various parts of Kottayam and Pathanamthitta districts. Of course, the only response that has come out is obviously from the Popular Front and the SDPI leaders. We also saw spontaneous protests happening. There were protests staged by the Popular Front workers in Kasaragod, in Manjeri, in Kozhikode, in Wayanad, in Thiruvananthapuram, and in Palakkad districts. And they also came out with a press conference. The State General Secretary of the Popular Front he met the press, and he is trying to allege, he and other leaders are trying to allege that this is a conspiracy to hunt down the Popular Front and destroy it. And this is part of the RSS agenda. But as you very clearly pointed out, this is not a spur of the moment action. We've been seeing investigations, raids happening across the country, in Kerala also, in connection with all their foreign links of their activities, especially in the Arabian Gulf, their Chinese links, the route of funding, and the dozens and dozens of documents that were captured, which brought to light the 100-odd ways and means of protests and how to train the cadres, including weapon training, how to organize protests, how to conduct social media and other campaigns. And this is obviously, as was very clearly pointed out by you, a very planned operation with enough documents and proof and evidence. So even we do not have direct information or indication as to what is the next step. But as you correctly said, we expect them to be taken to Delhi, because I don't think this is going to be a case where cases will be registered right across the nation and trials will be held. This could probably be a consolidated charge sheeting, consolidated trial, and consolidated legal action probably happening in Delhi. Back to you.
Absolutely, and it was a coordinated operation between multiple agencies around the country. What's also interesting and significant is that it really happened in the dead of the night. There was absolutely no warning signs that were given, no escape route, so to say, to give to any of these top leaderships, Pradeep, isn't it? Because that's really what the NIA, what the government, what all of these agencies were going at. The source of funding, the backbone and the leadership of the PFI is what has been struck today.
Absolutely. There was no indication, no official information, no communication passed on even to the state police or intelligence. What we understand from our sources is that some key officers were, alerted to be ready for some action, and maybe the time was given, but there was no indication, no information as to what their plans are, what their who their actual is or anything. Yes, they were loaded with loads and loads of information and evidence on the way the various routes were used, either as Benami companies, paper organizations, a Hawala route, or organizations and companies set up abroad, or what would apparently look as a legal financial deal or business deal. But then this entire route, we must say, now is being chopped off, which would be a huge blow to the funding, because they were really dependent on these sources of funding to organize their activities. But as you said, Kerala, especially the southern parts of Kerala, has proven to be the focal point, and they have maximum strength and cadre on this.
Absolutely, which is also why, even though the crackdown has been the maximum, or the number of arrests have been maximum in Kerala, the kind of protest that we've seen, or the pushback that we've seen from the PFI, that also has been maximum in Kerala. Pradeep Pillai, thank you so much for joining us here and putting that in perspective for us. But here on CNN News 18, we are tracking those raids, the crackdown happening across the country. It's happening in Maharashtra as well. And Mihir Trivedi, my colleague, is joining us with latest updates coming in from the raids that were conducted in Maharashtra today. We know, Mihir, at least 2 locations in Maharashtra, Bhiwandi and Pune, is where raids took place this morning.
Absolutely. There are several locations across Maharashtra where raids were happening today morning. In fact, they've concluded some places. The police is now taking over, sealing the place and the locations that were raiding. At this point, what we understand is that NIA raided a place in Kolhapur where PFI member Abdul Maula was detained. 3 PFI members have been detained from Aurangabad. 3 persons have been detained from Jalgaon. Apart from that, what we understand is that as many as 20 people have been detained and subsequently arrested by during these raids, which is spread across Maharashtra at several key districts, and that is what was also confirmed by the state ATS. In fact, what we understand is that the state ATS is also given out a detailed list saying that raids were conducted in places and confirmed these locations like Aurangabad, Pune, Kolhapur, Bid, Parbhani. This pretty much covers the entire Maharashtra. Nanded, Jalgaon, Jalna, Malegaon, Navi Mumbai came as close as Mumbai, Thane and the adjoining areas also. Now offences have been booked and these people who've been arrested have been booked under IPC and UAPA sections, including promoting enmity amongst communities for conspiring to wage a war against the state. So very, very serious, sections have been applied to these people who have been arrested at this point is what we understand, and that is something which is being criticized by the PFI members in Maharashtra. Also, we are seeing statements coming out saying that this is unnecessary targeting of PFI members. They are saying that they are an organization that works towards the benefit of the people. They are into public service and they will continue to do that. But what we know and what we are picking up from our sources is that during these raids, documents, evidences, be it laptops, be it mobile phones, like Arunima was mentioning, have been seized, and it's believed that there is certain amount of incriminating evidence that the agencies have that have well synchronized and planned this entire raids based on inputs. This is the central agencies as well as state agencies like the ATS.
Absolutely, it was multiple agencies working in tandem, and which is why such a massive operation was actually carried out efficiently by the NIA, by the state agencies, by the Enforcement Directorate as well. And the aim was to build a watertight case against the Popular Front of India. It was also to strike at the backbone, so to say, of the agency, of the organization, which is why several of the top leaders have now been arrested. They're all behind bars. Most likely, they are going to be brought here to the national capital at the NIA headquarters, where they will be further investigated, further interrogated. But here's a look at the kind of leadership crisis that the PFI now has, because most of them have now been arrested and in the custody of the NIA. It's the biggest pan-India crackdown that we've seen as far as the number of arrests, the staggering number of arrests is concerned. 22 people have been arrested from Kerala, 20 from Maharashtra. These are office bearers of the PFI. These are top leaders of the Popular Front of India. Karnataka as well, 20 arrests made in the 6 to 7 hour long raids that have been happening since this morning. 8 arrests from Uttar Pradesh, 9 from Assam, 5 from Andhra Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh, Delhi also were on the radar of the agency. 4 arrests there, 3 arrests in Delhi. In Rajasthan as well, 2 PFI functionaries have now been arrested from. In Puducherry, there are 2 that have been arrested, and in Tamil Nadu, 11. So the maximum number of arrests coming in from down south, from the southern state, where really the PFI has a stronghold, so to say. That's really where PFI grew. That's really where PFI came from back in 2000s when it was formed there, especially in Kerala. That is why we see the maximum number of arrests coming in from that particular state. And that's why we're going to get you the very latest coming in from Kerala, where Neetu, my colleague, is reporting live from. Maximum number of arrests there, the biggest crackdown in the state of Kerala. It's also the state where we've seen the maximum amount of pushback, isn't it? Because protests broke out in multiple locations across Kerala.
That's correct. In most of these locations where the NIA and ED officials had gone for raids, in most of these locations there were protests. What we understand is that of the 14 districts in the state, there were raids in 13 districts. Many office bearers, as we have said, the maximum number of arrests are from Kerala. 22 have been picked up so far by the NIA. What we understand is that they will be brought to the NIA headquarters in Delhi, and that is where more questioning will be heard, is what we are understanding. So in all these districts, what we are seeing, in Thiruvananthapuram also there were spontaneous protests blocking highways by the PFI. In Kannur there was a march towards the district police office in Kannur. In many parts of the state, be it in Kottayam, in Pathanamthitta, in Kollam, we have seen people standing and sloganeering.
Right, sorry to interrupt you, Zanito, I'll come back to you, but even as these raids are being conducted, the protests are also happening, and Purnima, my colleague, is reporting from one such protest site in Chennai. Over to you, Purnima.
Well, you can see a group of 25 people doing a road roko here on the Mount Road, while the police is trying to clear the area because of the traffic that the protest has created. Remember, they are raising slogans saying that these raids are politically motivated and lashing out at the central government. You can see that a group of people are trying to block the road. This is the Mount Road, and you can see a lot of people here blocking the road, and police here trying to clear the area, trying to detain them, but they refuse to move from the road. You know, it's creating traffic, and that's why police are trying to clear the area, but they refuse to get up. These are the visuals that you can see, a group of people raising slogans after raids were conducted. Remember, even in Tamil Nadu, more than 10 places were raided. At least 10 have been detained by the NIA, and they are against the raids that were conducted in the wee hours, raising slogans.
Purnima, if you could just give us a sense of where exactly these protests are taking place. Is it in the vicinity of where the raids were conducted, or where the PFI office is situated in Chennai? Is this in the heart of the city?
Well, this is the Mount Road, the Anna Salai, the famous road. You can see traffic here on the Mount Road because here a group of PFI members are staging protests. They are doing a road roko and traffic jam here. The PFI headquarters is in Purusharavakam, and while the raids were conducted in Chennai from 3:45 a.m. to 8 a.m., the protests here are happening on the Mount Road. They are trying to block the road, raising slogans against the central government, calling it a politically motivated raid, and say that protests will only intensify in the coming hours. But this is the Mount Road, the famous road, and they are refusing to move the place while the police are trying to clear the area. So those are the visuals that you can see on the screen.
Absolutely. About 11 arrests, if I'm not mistaken, have been made from the state of Tamil Nadu. Many of them functionaries of the PFI. But are any top leadership, top leaders of the state unit that have been arrested as part of those 11 arrests that have been made?
Well, no top member of the PFI from Tamil Nadu has been arrested in Chennai, which is the headquarters. No one was arrested. Documents were seized from the Chennai headquarters early in the morning, but the arrests were made in other districts, including Madurai. So far, what NIA sources tell us is that 10 people have been arrested, but they do not include the top leaders of the state. It's just members who were there in these places where the raids were happening. But no major arrests from Chennai so far is what we are learning at this point in time.
Right, we can hear slogans being raised there against the agency right after the raids. Purnima, if you're able to speak to any of them and try and get in a sense, because we've seen the kind of statements that have come to the fore from the PFI. They call this witch hunt, they call this a conspiracy, perhaps out of political pressure. Is that sentiment being echoed there by these protesters as well? We'll try and reconnect with my colleague there, but as you see, these visuals coming in from Chennai, where the supporters, members of the Popular Front of India who were protesting on a very prominent junction there, now being detained by the police. Resistance coming to the fore from these PFI members. But despite that, they are now being restrained by the police there, being detained. Protests coming in from across the country. But here in Chennai, protests erupting over the 11 arrests that have been made by the multi-agencies during their raids and searches that were carried out this morning. Chennai is just one such location. Raids were conducted across the state of Tamil Nadu this morning. Several incriminating evidences, documents were seized by the agency, and that really is going to be the fulcrum of the investigation that is carried out into the organization and its source of funding. These visuals on your screens coming in live from Chennai, where the protesters, after resisting, were being detained. Now it looks like they are being let go by the police after some sort of compromise has been reached about them vacating the place and not causing any inconvenience to all those people that are traveling through this extremely important junction in Chennai. Purnima, my colleague, I believe, is back with us. Purnima, there was an attempt to detain these PFI workers, these PFI supporters, but looks like the police has let them go now.
Well, can you please repeat the question?
Purnima, it looks like it's all cleared up there at that junction in Chennai. There was an attempt to detain these protesting PFI members, but it looks like the police has let them go.
People have been detained, and there are a few other people who will be detained. There's another van that is waiting to detain them. They will be released post 5 p.m. But this is not the only protest that's planned by the Popular Front of India Chennai unit. They have planned massive protests in different parts in Chennai today. PFI members say that the protests will intensify. Here we saw only a group of 25, but they have planned protests throughout the evening and tomorrow as well, saying that the raids that were conducted at the premises of the PFI offices in Chennai and in other parts of the country, they are lashing out at the central government and say that the protests will only intensify. Remember, the protests will continue, is what they are saying, even though...
Right, and it's not just in Chennai or not just in Tamil Nadu. In fact, protests have been taking place ever since this crackdown began this morning across the country. They're happening as we speak in Kolkata as well, from where my colleague Shagato is reporting. Shagato, what's happening there right now? We're given to understand massive protest by PFI workers has broken out.
Well, minutes after the NIA concluded its search operations, left the premises that you see right behind me, the state headquarters of the Popular Front of India here in the Tiljala area of Kolkata, seized documents, seized electronic gadgets, devices, and left the premises. And minutes after that, workers of the Popular Front of India have gathered here in front of this place in protest. You can see the protests happening right in front of the state office of the PFI after the NIA left the premises, and these people have come in great numbers. They are alleging that this raid that has been conducted in their offices is a result of a political vendetta unleashed by the BJP and by its central agencies like the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate. I was speaking to one of their leaders short while back, and I asked him about the charge of sabotage and alleged terror activities that have been thumped upon them. And these workers say that unless any of those charges are proved in a court of law, which has not happened so far, these allegations hold no meaning. So obviously these workers will continue to protest against these raids that have been conducted in Kolkata and elsewhere in Bengal. But what you see now is the first glimpse of the protest, and these workers have come and assembled over here minutes after the agencies left this building. And it seems that they are a very angry lot, alleging that this is being done to them because they are directly confronting the politics of the BJP at the center. Back to you.
Shagata, if you could speak to some of those PFI supporters or members that have gathered there. The raids have concluded in Kolkata, like in most other places, as we're given to understand. Several arrests have been made across the country, including in West Bengal. What really is the allegation and why really are these supporters out on the streets? What is it that they're expecting now?
I will try and speak to some of them if I can, but let me tell you that no arrests have been made in Kolkata so far. Let me see if I can get a word from any of these protesters over here. আপনাকে আরেকবার একটু জিজ্ঞেস করব, লাইভ টেলিভিশনে আছি, এই প্রতিবাদ আপনারা কেন করছেন?
প্রথম বলছি, আমার নাম রিজাউল শেখ, আমি কলকাতা ডিস্ট্রিক্ট প্রেসিডেন্ট পপুলার ফ্রন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়ার সাথে
PFI ডিস্ট্রিক্ট প্রেসিডেন্ট অফ কলকাতা রিজাউল শেখ।
রিজাউল শেখ
আপনি এখানে বলুন, এই যে আপনারা যে এলেন NIA চলে যাওয়ার পরে এখানে এসে আপনারা যে প্রতিবাদ করছেন, কি প্রতিবাদ করছেন, কেন প্রতিবাদ করছেন?
ফার্স্ট আপনারা পয়েন্ট আপনার বলছি যে NIA চলে যাওয়ার পর আমরা প্রতিবাদ করছি, মানে আমরা সাহস পেয়েছি এরকম কোনো ব্যাপার না। এর আগে ইডি ছিল, ইডির সামনে আমরা প্রোটেস্ট করেছি। আমাদের প্রোটেস্টের যে একটা সিস্টেম আছে, সিস্টেমটা তৈরি করতে করতে তার আগে NIA ইডি বেরিয়ে গেছে। ওরা জানে আজকের প্রোটেস্ট হবে,
তাহলে আপনাদের কাছে কোনো নোটিশ ছিল না এই রেডে?
কোনো নোটিশ নেই। সকাল 5টা থেকে রেড মেরেছে। আমাদের এক ভাই এর ভিতরে ছিল, যিনি হচ্ছে অফিস সেক্রেটারি মমিনুল, এবং ওনার স্ত্রী ছিল। আগামীকাল পরীক্ষা ছিল এবং কাল পরীক্ষার জন্য প্রিপারেশনের জন্য আজকের থেকে তার প্রিপারেশন নেওয়ার প্ল্যান ছিল। কিন্তু আজকে যে সকাল থেকে যে হ্যারাসমেন্ট করেছে, আগামীকাল যার পরীক্ষা আছে তার কি হবে, এটা NIA এবং ইডির কাছে আমার প্রশ্ন। এবং NIA
কোনো অ্যারেস্ট তো করেনি
না, কোনো অ্যারেস্ট করতে পারবে না, তার কাছে প্রুফ নেই। এর আগে পর্যন্ত এখনো পর্যন্ত অনেক লিডারকে,
কিন্তু আপনাদের অনেক নথি, ক্যাম্পেইন মেটেরিয়াল, ডিভাইসেস, প্রিন্টার, ল্যাপটপ এসব নিয়ে গেছে।
দেখুন, ল্যাপটপ প্রিন্টার যেটা নিয়ে গেছে এটা তাদের অধিকার থাকতে পারে, তুলে নিয়ে যেতে পারে, এটা তাদের অধিকার থাকতে পারে, কিন্তু তাদের কোনো প্রমাণ পাবে না।
There, the PFI workers, supporters alleging that there's absolutely no proof, which is why no arrests have been made here, but arrests have been made around the country, and the number of those arrests is quite staggering. To put this in perspective for us and what this really means as far as the terror cleanup is concerned here in the country, Director of India Foundation Alok Bansal joins us on this broadcast. Mr. Bansal, thank you so much for speaking with us here on this broadcast. Put this in perspective for our viewers, because as far as pure numbers go, the crackdown that began late at night or early this morning, in terms of numbers, is extremely staggering. There are 13 states, there are over 100 locations that were raided, over 100 arrests have been made as well. The agencies, the government is really striking hard as far as the PFI is concerned.
See, the manner in which these arrests have been done and the manner in which these raids have been carried out, that indicates very clearly that the intelligence agencies have some very, very credible information, and they are extremely worried about this organization, which in the past also has been linked with various terrorist organizations. If NSA had to come and coordinate it at 1 a.m., you can understand the gravity of the situation. And this is not because of any political reasons. There must be very, very hardcore intelligence. PFI has been involved in the process of radicalization. Kerala, of course, has been the hub. They originated from Kerala. They have a very strong position. And the manner in which these attacks have been done, I'm sure within a day or two, you will get credible inputs as to what all have been recovered. I personally believe that some of the PFI members have linkages with serious radical organizations. Maybe the foot soldiers don't know about it, and that's why you are seeing protests in places like Chennai and Calcutta, etc., where you have a reasonable, strong support for PFI, but maybe an ordinary foot worker doesn't know what the involvement is. But the sort of attack, the raids that have been carried out, that very clearly highlights that this is the case. And radicalization had been growing, especially in Kerala. And anybody who has been to southern Karnataka or Kerala can see a visible change in people's behavior, the people's conduct. Now, this radicalization was being led by PFI and was being harnessed. And there have been various incidents in the past where PFI links have been alleged. Now, to get a credible information, to get a full evidence, these are conducted in a few days, charge will be filed. Many of these people who have been arrested will be apprehended. And I think the material that's been apprehended from these officers will also help the security agencies to prevent any terrorist attacks or anything that may have been planned by people in conjunction with this organization.
Absolutely. This is just the first step as far as the investigation is concerned, but it is one step in the right direction. And what is really important is that it's not just about 100 odd people being arrested. It's the top leadership of the Popular Front of India that has now been apprehended, that is now in the clutches of the NIA. Perhaps all of them are going to be brought here to the national capital where they will be interrogated, and that's where the investigation will go forward from. But let's take a look at who these leaders are, some of whom who have now been put under arrest. Omar Salim was one of the first leaders from Kerala that was arrested. There is another PFI Vice Chairman, the General Secretary of the PFI, Anis Ahmed, also arrested. PFI secretaries, many of them are behind bars. Afsar Pasha is one of them. Mohammad Shakif is one of them as well. So several secretaries of the Popular Front of India have now been arrested by the agency in these raids that have been conducted. About 7 to 8 hour long raids were conducted in most of those 13 states. All of these arrests have been made from across the country. These raids started sometime around 2 or 3 a.m. this morning. About 10 or 11 a.m. is still when they went on. Several incriminating evidence is believed to have been seized by these agencies. The NIA, of course, was at the center of this operation, but it was a coordinated effort between the Enforcement Directorate, between the NIA, between the CRPF members who were also aiding them in certain non-BJP ruled states, and of course the state level police, the state level enforcement agencies that were also playing their part as far as this operation is concerned. And CNN News 18 has been tracking all those developments all of this morning from across those states. Let's take a look at some of those reports from those raid sites.
This particular office of PFI in Shaheen Bagh has been sealed by agency. Now here you can see the lock on the seal that has been placed by the investigators this morning. We've been told that at around 7 a.m. teams have arrived here at Shaheen Bagh office of PFI, and this lock, this seal stamp was placed by agency. In fact, the searches were also conducted here at PFI office and various other offices of PFI and the groups belonging to PFI in the national capital area. So far, 106 people linked to PFI have been placed under the arrest. This was a multi-city crackdown, and going by the reports, it was directly...
करने के बाद अगर मैं आपको दफ्तर दिखाऊं जहां पर ये पूरी रेड चल रही थी, पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया नवी मुंबई का ये जो हेडक्वार्टर है पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया, यहां पर ये पूरी छापेमारी की जा रही थी। और यहां से अब NIA और ED की टीम ने 3 से 4 लोगों को हिरासत में लेकर यहाँ से वो निकले हैं। लोकल पुलिस भी यहाँ से लेकर निकली है। अंदर कोई टीम है क्या अभी? अंदर कोई टीम है?
किसी को हिरासत में नहीं लिया है। किसी को जो आप बोले 3-4 लोग, किसी को लेकर नहीं गए। एक लोग अंदर थे, वो अंदर ही है। कोई
अभी अंदर कौन कौन है?
एक ही लोग अंदर हैं जिनको सेक्रेटरी है वही।
तो पुलिस अभी अंदर है कि गई है अभी?
पुलिस तो दिख नहीं रही अंदर।
तो अंदर से कोई बात करने को रहेगा यहाँ पर हमसे?
नहीं, लॉक है
अंदर। ये पुलिस यहाँ से चली गई कि है अभी भी?
नहीं गए सब लोग, सब लोग गए।
पुलिस के यहाँ से कुछ सामान लेके गई थी।
बाहर आ रहे
आज की देखिए, अगर मैं आपको अंदर की तस्वीर दिखा जाऊंगा रमेश, 30 रुपए ये पूरी जो छापेमारी हुई है, और अंदर की तस्वीर में दिखाऊं कि किस तरीके से जो लोग हैं, एक मिनट जो 2 फ्लोर है, ऊपर का फ्लोर है और जो नीचे का फ्लोर है, यहाँ पर ये जो पूरी टीम NIA और NIA और ED की टीम आई थी, यहाँ पर उन्होंने दस्तावेज को सील किया है। और दस्तावेज को सील करने के बाद इसी दफ्तर से वो बाहर निकले हैं, और बाहर निकलने के बाद यहाँ से कुछ लोग को हिरासत में लेने के बाद जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं वो यहाँ से सीज करने के बाद वो सीधे यहाँ से निकल चुके हैं। और जिस तरीके से अपने कैमरामैन को बोलूंगा, यहाँ पे जो छोटी सी अलमारी है वहाँ को वो आपको फुटेज दिखाने की कोशिश करेगी किस तरीके नहीं किस तरीके से जो जाँच की गई है। NIA की टीम आई थी और साथ ही साथ ED की टीम आई थी। पूरा दफ्तर अगर मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूँगा कि अगर मैं अपने कैमरामैन रमेश से बोलूँगा, पूरा दफ्तर आपको दिखाना चाहेंगे किस तरीके से यहाँ पर टीम ने जांच की, और जांच करने के बाद लोगों को यहाँ पर हिरासत में लेके गए। पूरी एक जगह पर एक जगह पर ये छापेमारी की गई थी पूरी जगह से। यहाँ पर पूरी तरह उन्होंने रेड किया है। रेड करने के बाद बाकायदा जो भी
and Gutta, and this is where the PFI's main office is located, sealed and locked, and along with it there is a notice here which has been pasted. We are understanding that the raids took place at around 3 in the wee hours of this morning, and at that point in time I think PFI activists were not present here, or they were not being able to be contacted by the NIA officials, because as per this notice they have clearly said that before opening this office, PFI activists will have to first contact the concerned NIA personnel whose contact has also been pasted here. Now why is this gaining prominence? Because just a couple of days ago, remember, in Nizamabad, a karate teacher, a PFI activist by the name Abdul Qadir was picked up by the National Investigation Agency for giving terror training to more than 200 people.
The source of funding, the source of where their funds came from, what they were used for, the recruitment, radicalization, all of that is now under the scanner of this multi-agency after the raids that were conducted. Let us tell you why this exactly is important, why it is so significant. The number one reason is this perhaps is the biggest anti-terror crackdown yet, at least as far as the PFI is concerned. We know there are several cases that they have been involved in, that they have been accused of funding, of trying to foment trouble here in the country. This perhaps is a biggest crackdown on the Popular Front and the biggest anti-terror cleanup perhaps. Number two is that 13th state crackdown was monitored by the Home Ministry. So right from the top, it was being monitored because it was an operation of such large scale. Reason number three of why it is extremely significant is because these coordinated multi-state raids started from about midnight. So it was in the dead of the night, ensuring that they did not leave any room for escape to any of these people that were on their radar. Another big reason of why this is significant is because the top leadership of the PFI has now been arrested. So they really went for the kill as far as the crackdown on the Popular Front of India is concerned. It's not just low-level functionaries or state-level or district-level functionaries. It is the vice chairmen, the secretaries, the vice presidents, the chief of the Popular Front of India that are now arrested, that are now behind bars. And number five of why this crackdown is extremely important is because this will decode the source of funding of the PFI. Remember, PFI has been accused of crowdsourcing their funds. They have been getting their funds illegally from across the border and using them to foment trouble here in the country. How exactly have they been doing it? From where is the money coming from? All of that is now going to be investigated. There are several raids that are still underway across the country. We here are tracking all of them. Take a look at one such report.
अगर हम देखें जांच एजेंसियों की कार्रवाई को देखें तो पिछले 3-4 सालों में इतनी व्यापक स्तर पर कार्रवाई नहीं की गई थी। अब हम अगर देखें कि किन-किन लोगों ने कार्रवाई की है, एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट, नेशनल इन्वेस्टिगेटिव एजेंसी, स्थानीय पुलिस, इन सब ने मिलकर एक कार्रवाई की और बकायदा इसके लिए पूरा एक ग्राउंड वर्क तैयार किया गया था। होमवर्क कर रही थी जांच एजेंसियां, सबूत इकट्ठा किए जा रहे थे। इससे पहले एनआईए ने अपने अलग-अलग कोर्ट में अपनी जो रिमांड एप्लीकेशन है वो दाखिल की थी। एनआईए ने इस मामले में एफआईआर भी रजिस्टर की थी। अलग-अलग प्रदेश की पुलिस ने भी एफआईआर दर्ज की थी। फिलहाल दिल्ली का ये जो मकान है ये एक अहम कड़ी बनकर उभरा है, क्योंकि यहीं पर पीएफआई पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया का यह राष्ट्रीय कार्यालय है दिल्ली में, और यहां से परवेज नाम के एक शख्स को गिरफ्तार किया गया। ऐसा कहा जाता है कि परवेज उस संगठन की यहां से दिल्ली शाखा का प्रमुख था, लेकिन ये राष्ट्रीय कार्यालय, देखिए जरा तस्वीरें देखिए कि यह राष्ट्रीय कार्यालय है और अब इसी जगह जो अलग अलग जगहों पर देश में जो ऑफिसेस थे वहां पर रेड चल रही है।
PFI जो पीपल्स फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया के ऑफिसेस हैं उन पर छापे मारे गए हैं और करीब 100 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया गया है। और अगर इंदौर की बात की जाए तो इंदौर से भी 3 लोगों को हिरासत में लेने की बात कही जा रही है। और ये जो पीपल्स फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया मध्य प्रदेश का ये ऑफिस है जो इंदौर में है, इंदौर के जवाहर मार्ग पर ये ऑफिस है। यहाँ से गतिविधियां संचालित होती थी और अभी भी होती हैं। यहाँ का जो मुख्य जो है चीफ है जो पीपल्स फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया के अब्दुल रऊफ, उन पर जिला बदर की कार्रवाई पहले ही हो चुकी है और उनको जिला बदर कलेक्टर ने किया था, क्योंकि इस तरह की गतिविधियां वो कर रहे थे जिससे कि कलेक्टर में जो सामाजिक सौहार्द है वो बिगड़ने की संभावना थी। इसी वजह से कलेक्टर ने उन पर जिला बदर की कार्रवाई की थी। और ये जो ऑफिस है यहाँ पर अभी ताला लगा हुआ है। बताया जा रहा है कि यहाँ से कुछ कागजात जरूर एनआईए की टीम ले गई। रात 3 बजे बताया जा रहा है कि एनआईए की टीम यहाँ पर पहुंची थी। हालांकि अभी इस पर आगे की जानकारी और आगे की कार्रवाई जारी है।
Like we've been telling you here, the investigation is underway, the raids are underway, and unfortunately the pushback from the PFI is also happening across the country where protests have broken out, especially in the state of Kerala. But joining me right now is Ritu live from Bengaluru. And Ritu, we do know that several locations in Karnataka were raided. The number of arrests from the state also stands at 20, if I'm not mistaken. What's happening there now? Have we seen PFI workers or members hitting the streets in protest?
Yes, you see in the multiple locations here in the Karnataka, whether it's about the Bangalore or for that matter in the Mangalore, you see there have been multiple locations where the NIA officials with the state police and ED had in fact reached the location for the raid, and they took up this raid for a couple of hours since morning, almost around 3:30 a.m. and most of the locations where this raid started. But yes, talking about the raids in most of the locations here in the Bangalore, the raid has been concluded. With all that, the officials have also seized the mobile phones and the documents from these from the several places, from the leaders of the PFI and from their houses and their state offices as well. But we've seen how protests in fact took place in multiple locations in the Mangalore as well. Huge number of PFI as well as SDPI supporters hit the street, and they started raising the slogans there against the NIA attack on their leaders' houses and the office. They also claim that there are no documents that they will find as in the evidence for the investigation process that they are taking up, and it's all unnecessary target that they are being made in the state, because you see we're talking about the Karnataka state where there has been a lot of communal violence that have been reported since the time that it all started with the hijab, and then we saw the kind of a clash that broke out in the Shimoga as well between two communities, and then it went on to what again took place in as well in the Nataru's case too. We have seen how PFI and the SDPI actually works actively in the across the Karnataka. With all that, the number that you had also mentioned, exactly the 20 arrests that have been made in this link, you see that's a huge number that is coming in with all that, because in most of these incidents that we're discussing about, there has been a suspected links of the accused with the PFI and the SDPI too. We had also seen the proof also coming out where most of the family members had also spoken that their was from the police were working with the PFI or the SDP. With all that, you see the PFI and the SDP organization and the scanner. But talking about the Bangalore, you see their state office in the Bentown town too was being raided at around 3:30 a.m. And since then, the raid went on a long time. But yes, the protesters there too, the supporters of the PFI reached the location, and they did not move out of the location. They were so stubborn to sit there, telling the police that they will leave in this location unless they will not come out and tell them what exactly this raid is all about, provide them the details that why such raids are taking place at multiple locations on their organizations. So yes, they remain to be on the street for a very long time, and then finally when officials when the raids concluded and the officials tried moving out, there were again slogans that were being raised. But with all that, there has been seen a huge link of the PFI and the SDPI in most of the communal violences across the Karnataka. So yes, the PFI and SDPI seems to be in the scanner in the Karnataka as well.
Absolutely. As far as the Bengaluru riots were concerned, they were under the scanner. Their role in fomenting it, their role in funding it was being investigated. And that is something that is being investigated about the PFI across the country. And that really is the motive behind this big crackdown that we are seeing for the last several hours that has been taking place across the country. But even as that crackdown continues, there are protests that have also broken out across the country. One such location where these protests broke out, with the PFI alleging witch hunt and political pressure behind these raids and behind these arrests, was in West Bengal in Kolkata. Take a look at this report.
You can see these officers over here. You can see that those materials, those are the materials which have been seized by the NIA from the PFI office. You can see the other teams over here. There are many electronic gadgets, printers, laptops, which have been seized from these premises. You can see the other officers now leaving this spot. It's the raid has gone on for a good 7 to 8 hours inside this office. Also see the central forces now leaving the premises, the area. They had come over here to provide protection to the NIA and Enforcement Directorate team. that is no longer required. The agencies don't believe that Mukhtar is directly involved with the PFI, except for the fact that he rented out his apartment to the organization, either knowingly or unknowingly. That the agency has to confirm later. But obviously the seizures that have taken place will hold the key to the search operations done over here.
Now, this crackdown, these searches have led to several arrests. They've also led to seizure of several incriminating evidences. We here on CNN News 18 are breaking it down for you of one such modus operandi that the PFI was actually following, of how really they managed to get these funds from across the border, because it really is the source of funding that is going to be now under investigation. Now, this is what these searches have revealed, that there is a deep-rooted conspiracy to cover up the source of funds. That is the first big revelation that has come to the fore as far as these searches are concerned. There are money transfers that were done from abroad, from outside the country, most of which were done by expats. They were sending money to their families back home here in India, and that's really how the money was eventually routed to the PFI. The small amounts of money transfers were sent to PFI affiliates. They started off somewhere as low as 5 rupees, but that's how the cycle started. Like I said, about 5 rupee slips, donation slips were given. Those slips have now been found by the agency during these raids as well. They started small, and that's how eventually they got this crowdfunding work to actually happen. That paperwork was kept ready at PFI offices. That paperwork is also under the scanner of the agencies. That is something that was recovered in those raids as well. What the PFI was trying to do with all of this was to camouflage the real funding route. So they created this ruse of a crowdfunding system where they wanted expats to actually pay money to their families back here in India and then reroute it to PFI. All of that was really a ruse of where exactly they were getting the money from. Now, these raids continue, the protests continue as well. Preeti, my colleague, reporting from Guwahati, where those raids took place, where a PFI office was sealed this morning as well. What's transpiring there as we speak, Preeti?
Now, 9 people have been detained by NIA of PFI, and one is the state president of PFI, and he is the Aminul Haq. He has been detained from Guwahati, and I have to tell you that his laptop, his mobile phone, and certain other documents have been found by NIA, and those things have been taken away by NIA and the team. And I have to tell you that other people have been arrested from Nagarbera and other places in Assam. However, after this people have been detained, there are a lot of protests that have been seen statewide, and some of the major protests that is being seen in the state is in Nagarbera and Boko, where the people have come down to the streets, and a face-off between the police and the protesters are also being seen. They are blocking the road, they are protesting and saying that such kind of activities, raiding the PFI office, is actually politically motivated, and this is being done because they are also supporting the minority community in the state, and the state has been acting opposite to that. So they have come down to the streets, they are demanding the release of their people who have now been taken away, detained by the NIA this morning.
Right, Preeti, thank you so much for getting us the very latest as far as crackdown by the multi-agencies on the PFI in Guwahati is concerned. Now, in Delhi as well, raids were conducted this morning. Vice President of the PFI, the man who is the face of the PFI here in the national capital, someone who was arrested for the 2020 Delhi Northeast riots as well, was arrested again this morning during these raids. CNN News 18 spoke to his wife, who claims witch hunt and vendetta. Listen in.
क्या आप लोगों को वारंट दिखाया गया?
नहीं सर, वारंट
कितने लोग थे टोटल?
ऊपर तो 10-12 आदमी थे,
हाँ?
नीचे बहुत सारे फोर्स थे।
क्या बोला कि सर्च करेंगे या अरेस्ट करेंगे, क्या बोला?
अब ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं बताया उन्होंने, सर्च करेंगे, अरेस्ट करेंगे, ऐसा कुछ नहीं बताया।
ऐसा कुछ? कितने बजे टीम्स आई थी?
टीम 7 बजे आई थी और 9 बजे लेकर गई। किस मामले में लेकर के उसका उन्होंने कुछ जिक्र किया? नहीं, उन्होंने इस बात का
जो कार्रवाई चल रही है इसके ऊपर अभी बोलना उचित नहीं होगा। ये पूरी कार्रवाई होने के बाद आधिकारिक रूप पर
इसके ऊपर बयान आए। जो कार्रवाई चल रही है इसके ऊपर अभी बोलना उचित नहीं होगा। ये पूरी कार्रवाई होने के बाद आधिकारिक रूप पर इसके ऊपर बयान आए।
In the raids which have been conducted by the central agencies, how do you react to it, sir?
No, I'm extremely happy because the state government throughout the years refused to take action against the PFI, in spite of even the High Court of Kerala saying that PFI is an extremist organization. So I've been raising this issue, and I'm extremely happy the Government of India, the National Investigation Agency, and along with the Enforcement Directorate is cracking down on these people. You know, these guys are an imminent danger to the country. It's a threat to the integrity of the country. There is no doubt on these things. The CPM is unfortunately, the Communist Party is unfortunately soft on this terrorist organization because they want to get their votes, and some of them are inside the party itself, and so they won't take any action. So I'm deeply worried about this, the funding of the PFI.
ध्यान हटाने के लिए तमाम ऐसी गतिविधियां कर रही, पर इतना आग्रह है सरकार से, जितनी तत्परता आप इसमें दिखा रहे हैं, जितनी बयानबाजी आप इसमें कर रहे हैं, मेहरबानी करके देश के सामने जो समस्या है, महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, चीन ने जो बलपूर्वक जमीन अधिकृत कर ली है, कभी हिम्मत करेंगे उस पर भी बोलने के लिए या कोई कार्रवाई करेंगे?
ये बिहार खास करके स्लीपर सेल आतंकवादियों के लिए बनते जा रहा है। राजनीतिक संरक्षण है और ये संरक्षण के कारण यहाँ फलता फूलता है, और 13 राज्यों में फुलवारी शरीफ में जो कागजात मिले उसमें 13 राज्यों से जुड़े हुए रहे, 13 जिलों से।
This two-story house here in the Indranagar locality of Lucknow. In all, at least 5 to 6 districts are such where raids have been conducted by the joint teams of NIA and also the Enforcement Directorate. We are hearing from our sources that at least 8 people, including Wasim Rizvi, who resided in this residence and is a tailor by profession, is said to be office bearer of UP unit of the PFI. He has been arrested. Another person identified as Nadeem, who was probably treasurer in the UP unit of the PFI, he has been picked up from the neighboring Barabanki district. Now, as far as Wasim is concerned, his exact role, his involvement is not clear, but it does seem that today, after, in the past we have seen several isolated instances where NIA and the investigating agencies have picked up